That's the 1-2. Greg Moylan in third position. So again, as Alan said, looking for the best time here to progress into the final later on. The fastest 6 out of the next 4 time trials coming down, 5 crews in each race. So 20 scullers looking for 6 positions for the grand final later on. And you could be fourth in this race and still progress through, but definitely the first 3 are in the shout as they charge for the line and look for that best time. But UCD continuing to lead here. O'Connell looking strong, and Three Castles Flynn beside him on the near side. They're the 1-2. It's the Great Amana Sculler Moylan over there in lane 3. It's the 1-2-3. With about 150 metres to go now as they push the last out of their legs towards the line. Time trial 1, men's intermediate single sculls. So UCD now being pushed all the way by Flynn and Three Castles, so this will help the natural fact that Three Castles Sculler has taken the lead now as they progress towards the line from the UCD Sculler as they go over 1-2, followed by Greg McMahon in third position. So you have the other Three Castles Sculler, the Workman Sculler, then continuing on down now looking for the fast time also. As Moylan, as Kyo from Three Castles finish, followed by Cousin from Workman's. So as time trial 1 finishes up, we hand you back to Alan live up the course for time trial 2.
Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, well, they've just gone past us. They've flown past us now in time trial 2. A lot of pace in this one. We're actually heading back for time trial 3, but as they passed us, it was O'Neill from UL Rowing Club ahead of Shandon Brady, who was in both of them out in lane 6 and 5. So this looks like some fast lanes out there this morning. Lane 2, O'Donoghue from ULRC was holding that third place with Kavanagh from Skibbereen in lane 3 was in 4th. No sign of pole from Queen's University, didn't seem to be in that race, but as they went away from us and should be approaching yourselves at the finish, it was O'Neill from ULRC in lane 6 holding the lead over Brady from Shannon. Those two out in front with UL O'Donoghue in 3rd and Skibbereen Kavanagh in 4th. Back to you, Scotty.
Thanks, Alan. They're certainly coming very fast at us. So as you said there, University of Limerick O'Neill leading the way here on the near side in lane 6. So as he continues down the course, O'Neill leading from, we've got Sculler on the far side, Skibbereen Kavanagh, and it's quite close between them as he attacks him now. The Sculler from University of Limerick on the near side, that's the 1-2 with the Shandon Sculler Brady in 3rd position. So as these scullers continue on down now in time trial 2, looking for that fast time. On the near side, University of Limerick leading here, O'Neill from Kavanagh, Skibbereen, that's the 1-2, and Shandon Brady. Charging for the line here, perfect conditions, looking very strong. O'Neill, watch him now for the final if he makes it later on, looking very strong indeed, going to take this time trial to men's intermediate single sculls.
So some beautiful rowing here in time trial 3. We see Ben Nasser from UL, Brennan of Trinity College Dublin, McCarthy of Workman's, Bedford from UCD, and Kelly from NUIT in lane 6 on the enclosure side. And as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, it's Brennan from DUBC who is holding a nice lead now over second place NUIT Kelly. That's been the case for the last 500 metres. Third place then Bedford from UCD. Those three out in front, they've got a lovely distance ahead of Ben Nasser from UL and McCarthy from Workman, who are off the pace now at this stage. But again, everybody fighting for that time. That time is going to see them through to the final big race at 11 o'clock today. So moving through, I'd say with about 800 to go, is Brennan of Trinity College in lane number 3. Still holding that second race, we have Kelly, who's got a nice lead over third place UCD. Now, how these times stack up will be very interesting, but certainly rowing really well. Brennan from UCD, Brennan from Trinity College. We picked up the race at about 500 metres and he was commanding that lead and has only stuck a few more lengths into his competition. Kelly from NUIG has managed to stick with him, but hasn't really increased that distance. Bedford from UCD has lost a little bit of pace as they move away from us and head towards 500 to go. Big spread now in the field. We have to go a long way back for Ben Nasser from ULRC and McCarthy from Workman's. Sculling very well, but just don't have the pace and the power that the top three have. So as they move away from us here, approaching the last 500, it's Brennan from Trinity College over Kelly from NUIG, over Bedford from University College Dublin Boat Club. Some distance back to the UL, Ben Nasser and McCarthy from Workman. So we'll head back down to the start and let's Buddy pick this one up for the finish. That's time trial number 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, DUBC, Roman Brennan leading the way from the NUI sculler on the near side, Kelly, followed by UCD Boat Club Bedford, and 4th position University of Limerick in Asia, followed by Workman's McCarthy. That's the 5 positions, but you can see clearly there it's the DUB sculler Brennan in lane 3 leading the way here from Kelly NUIG. That's the 1-2. So as they approach about 250 to go, actually the NUIG sculler Kelly now is having a right good fight against Ronan Brennan from DUBC. You can see them there clearly coming towards us. They're well out from the 3rd sculler Bedford, UCD. So these two pushing each other now and it helps because they'll get a better time here. It's much better when you've got competition beside you to push all the way to the line. But the NUIG sculler Kelly looks like he's probably pushed into the lead now on the near side of the Black Bull from DBC Brennan. That's the 1-2. Good race on, so definitely somebody's trying to win this race. Nobody's backed off, and it looks like the NUIG sculler has pushed out now and has got a better length as they come towards the last 10-15 strokes of this time trial, number 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls. Yes, NUIG Kelly leading the way up from Brennan DUBC. That's the 1-2 as they approach the line the last few strokes. So over the line, Kelly from DUBC, Brennan. So Kelly NUIG wins from DUBC and Brennan, followed by Bedford and UCD. The University of Limerick sculler Ben Nasser and Workman's McCarthy. hand you back now to Alan, taking the last of these time trials men's into intermediate single sculls. Alan.
Thanks, Jerry, and we're approaching about 12:50 gone at this stage now with Colin Brennan from Neptune out in front, but he's not having things all his own way because Tanner of Shannon out in lane 6, that's on the enclosure side, is putting it up to him. And then on the far side is Murta from Queen still in the mix with Becky from Shandon. So those four not separated by too much. Bit of a distance back to Cunningham from Castle Connell, the fifth competitor in this race. But Colin Brennan did seem to be holding that lead for most of the race that we saw now, but seems to be underrating Tanner from Shannon, but Shannon Sculler certainly hasn't let him go, and there's not too much between them. Queen's University Murta on the far side now holding this as they go through with, that is 250 to, sorry, that's 500 to go, so they're coming into view now for yourselves, but Colin Brennan from Neptune in lane 4, kind of in the centre of all of that, under a bit of pressure from Tanner from Shannon. Jerry, we might get you to pick this up. We have a bit of a break. We're going to head down to the start of the men's junior 4, but as they move away from us now and into your own view, it's Brendan from Neptune and Tanner from Shannon. They're the two at the head of this race.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, as they approach about 354 metres to go, the Neptune Sculler in the green and black there, Brennan leading the way home. His brother won the previous race for DUBC, previous time trial rather, and so will he join him? Will both of them make the grand final later on as Brennan leads the way here in the middle? So in lane 4, followed by the Shannon Sculler Tanner on the near side, and then on the far side the Queen's University Belfast Boat Club Sculler Murta. That's the 1, 2, 3. Definitely a big fight on between second and third as Brennan leads the way here with about 200 metres to go. So the last of these time trials, the men's intermediate single sculls now coming right into view, right up to the enclosures, as Brennan from Neptune leads the way home here. He's pushed on again, and he's going to take this one in about another 10 odd strokes. And then the sculler on the near side, Tanner from Shannon Rowing Club, and then Queen's University Boat Club. That's the 1, 2, 3. So Colin Brennan from Neptune coming up towards the line from Tanner Shannon Rowing Club in second position, Queen's University Belfast Murta. That's the 1, 2, 3 with Shandon Begley in fourth and Castle Connell Cunningham. So as the last time trial of the men's intermediate sculls finishes up, and junior 4s on the starting blocks.
So just a couple of minutes before the 9:05 start of time trial 1, Jerry, so we've got again another 5 crews listed in each of the next 40, so 20 boats vying for that fastest top 6 division that's going to see them go to the final. That's 10 past 11 this morning for the men's junior quad. So first heat haven't started lining up yet, but in lane 2 will be Clonmel A, lane 3 Commercial, lane 4 Lee, lane 5 Neptune, and lane 6 Enniskillen A. So just looking down at the stake boats, I don't think they're on yet. 9:03 at the minute with a 9:05 start. So we'll come back to you as soon as the boats start lining up. So just to pick up the first time trial of the men's junior quad, 9:05 start. The crews were on the stake boat, so starter Jimmy O'Neill let them away early. 5 crews now just blistering towards us. These boats are a pleasure to watch. Absolutely fearless, these lads. Give everything, and no one really showing early. This is just 200 gone, but as just a quick reminder, so on the far side, as you look at it from the enclosure, we've got Clonmel, Commercial, Lee, Neptune, and on the enclosure side, Enniskillen and Hay. As they come up to us now at the 250 mark, it is blanket across there. That's 5 boats, and they are rowing beautifully. This is a pleasure to watch. Clonmel now the nearest to us. We are right bow, and it is Clonmel and Commercial showing early with Enniskillen on the far side, just third, but there's literally nothing between them. Lee, and then slightly back, maybe as a length in it to Neptune. Neptune, just noticeably lower rate as we look across here. Still getting that power through the water. Clonmel, we are right beside the Clonmel boat, and that is moving beautifully. Clonmel and Commercial now holding the top 2 spots with Enniskillen on the enclosure side. In that third spot, but as they're moving up now towards, they're going to hit the 500 metre mark now, and I would say Clonmel hold a canvas over Commercial, who hold the same over Enniskillen, and then it's slightly back to Lee and slightly back again to Neptune. Neptune probably about 2 lengths down on the leaders now. They go through the 500. But moving beautifully now, these 3 boats, 4 boats in it. Neptune slightly slipping away, but there's 4 boats within a length of each other at this stage. Clonmel still holding that lead that they had from the very start. But Enniskillen now starting to squeeze in. This is a beautiful sight to watch as we look across, and there's 4 boats hammering down. Neptune slightly distanced at this stage now, about 2.5 lengths off the leaders, which I would say at this stage could be Enniskillen. Enniskillen and Clonmel, literally nothing between them. A canvas then back to Commercial. These lads now settled into some beautiful rowing. We're about 750 in, and those 4 boats now of Clonmel, Enniskillen, Commercial and Lee still all in the mix. Neptune slipped back slightly, but it's literally neck and neck, I'd say now, as I look across here, directly across between Clonmel and Enniskillen. We are about 900 in, we're approaching the 1,000 metres. Commercial have slipped back slightly, but only back to half a length, and Lee have come up on Commercial. Lee about a canvas down on Commercial now in 4th place. Neptune slipping back slightly, but still out in front. We have Clonmel, they've led from the gun. Clonmel and Enniskillen, again, these lads looking across. I see the Clonmel stroke looking across, just gauging where the Enniskillen boat is. Again, these lads racing for time, but you cannot the pressure that a boat beside you puts on you to drive harder, push faster, even lift the rate when you shouldn't, can't be underestimated. There's some great rowing here. Clonmel still holding that lead over Enniskillen. Back, I'd say now, a length into Commercial, who have half a length over Lee. Neptune slipped back now about 4 or 5 lengths at this stage. Great racing, these lads are putting everything into it. Again, the Clonmel stroke man looks across, real determination. We are only a couple of metres away from the Clonmel boat, and they are moving beautifully. The bowman looks across just to gauge the Enniskillen boat. These 2 are neck and neck. Look across, then there's a real battle going on for that 3rd position. But again, these lads are racing for time. There's some real rate changes there. Again, the stroke man from Clonmel looks up and increases the rate. They've gone through, I'd say there's about 800 to go. This is cracking racing. These 4 boats haven't really split. The Neptune one has kind of gone off the back slightly, but they're still holding that gap. But there's 4 boats in this mix. Again, the fastest 6 out of 20 will go through, and you have to imagine that 1, if not 2 of these boats will go through. But Clonmel hold that over Enniskillen, and they have a length there from Commercial and Lee, but this is some cracking racing. Lee are pushing through on Commercial now. Lee have up the rail. I see the bowman of the Commercial quad looking around, gauging his position. They've lost almost half a length to Lee, and Lee are pushing through. This is fantastic racing. Lee are really coming through the field now from spending most 1,250 metres in 4th position. They've moved up to 3rd, and they're only half a length down. Have Clonmel and Enniskillen given a little too much too early. Lee are moving through the field. They had a 1,000 metre push and saw them move right back up with the leaders. We're going through 1,500 now. Another couple of 100 metres now. This is impossible to look away from, because Lee have come basically from 4th place right back up into the mix for the for crossing the line first. Enniskillen have reacted to Lee, and I see that the Clonmel man again has wound it up. But Lee have wound it up again. This is fantastic racing. About 300 to go. Woody, I'm going to hand this over to you. This is a cracking race.
Thanks, Alan. Always good to watch the quads, junior quads, in this time trial. Don't forget, looking for that fast time. The lead quad, as Alan's talking about, moving out there, pushing out to the lead almost, I guess, here now at the moment, in the red there, right in the middle. Row out of the Marina in Cork, Lee Rowing Club. You watch them there in the middle. Clonmel on the far side, in the famous blue and white vertical stripes there as you look across on the far side. That's the 1-2. And in fact, Clonmel possibly still leading. It's hard to say as they approach us now at about 2:50 to go. Looking for that fast time. Don't forget, if you finish second or even third, or even, doesn't matter where, you might make that final later on. But it's Clonmel on the far side. They've led most of the way here. The Lee Scullers, who come right back up in the second, about a length off them, and on the near side, Enniskillen, practically dead level with Commercial over on the other side there. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and Neptune in fifth. But it's Clonmel Rowing Club from County Tipperary coming up here now. The club of Tom Fennessy, who's probably watching this race somewhere, listening to it. And as Lee attack again now, I think Lee might just come right up. This is really good to the line. It's Clonmel from Lee. We have to watch who's going to take that from Enniskillen, from Commercial, from Neptune. Alan, I'll hand back to you now after that great race there between Clonmel and Lee. We don't even know who won that one, but it's what a fantastic race. Hope you can send another good one down to us.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, some cracking sculling there from the men's junior for time trial 1, and we're sitting around the 800 metre mark, and coming towards us is that time trial 2. So on the lane 2, Lee Valley, Muckers B in lane 3, Muckers A in lane 4, Skibbereen in lane 5, and on the enclosure side we have Methodist College. Just looking across here, 2, 3, 4. Are we missing? No, I see we have five. We have 5 boats, and just picking it up at the 800 metre mark. Methodist College seems to be holding a lead over Skibbereen. Seems to hold another lead over Muckers A, and then slightly back. Then we have Muckers B and Lee Valley on the far side, who are slipping away from the field. So we're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and Methodist College over Skibbereen over Muckers A. So it's those 3 crews, about half a length between each one of them. Skibbereen rowing really strong and steady. Methodist College with a higher rate, but Skibbereen seems to be closing them down as we hit the 1,000 metre now. Will there be a push, and who will make it first? Muckers A coming back into the swing of things. Further back then we have Muckers B and Lee Valley, probably a couple of lengths now back. Those 3 seem to be out of it. Skibbereen make a definite move. I see the Skibbereen have increased their rate over Methodist College here beside them, and they seem to be making some inroads. So we're 1,000 metres, and those 3 boats have gone through. I'd say Skibbereen went through second place there, but they're pushing for the first spot. Muckers A have reacted to the Skibbereen move, and they're staying with them, so they're about half a length, if that, down. Umpire keeping an eye on this, because Skibbereen and Muckers A are quite close together, but Methodist College on the enclosure side are still holding a very slight lead over Skibbereen. So it's those 3 boats who are commanding this race. Further on back then to Muckers B and Lee Valley, who are probably out of it at this stage, 5 or 6 lengths back. But we're hitting about 1,200 metres gone now, and I'd say it's still Skibbereen and Methodist College. Muckers A haven't let them away. Skibbereen made that push in the middle. Definitely Methodist College now are rating lower than Skibbereen, but and I'd say Skibbereen are starting just ever so slightly to push through on them. Muckers A haven't let them. I see the Batman and Muckers just looking back, just gauging where that Skibbereen boat is, gauging where the Methodist boat is, and they're going to have to react, and they're going to have to react soon, because they'll want to be in the mix for this that the first heat was exceptionally fast, and these three boats will want to make it to that final. Methodist College haven't let Skibbereen go. It's neck and neck really with those two. Methodist College definitely rating lower than Skibbereen, but Skibbereen looking strong. They're putting a slight bit of distance into that Muckers A boat as they pass through with 500 to go. I'd say Skibbereen have gone through first. Methodist College, we're going to have to drop off a bit here to avoid washing anyone out as they move away from us. Moving into the last 400 metres, it is, I would say, Skibbereen and Methodist College closest to the enclosure side, with Muckers A further on back. Then we've got Muckers B and Lee Valley. Buddy, I'll put it back to you.
Thanks, Alan. As these crews come on down the course now at about 400 metres to go, men's junior 18 quads. It's looking like Skibbereen possibly now pushed out into the front there on the second crew across in lane 5 from the near side, and then Methody on the near side in lane 6, Methody College Belfast in second position. Skibbereen now have pushed right through there, and one of their trademarks over the third 500. They've done the damage and now they're taking it away, and that's the way it's looking as they approach about 300 metres, 250 to go. Skibbereen been pushed out to clear water. Great rowing going on there in that boat, and Methody College holding on to second there now from the Muckross A crew in the yellow in the middle there on the third across. So that's the 1, 2, 3 with the Muckross B crew in fourth, followed by Lee Valley, the local club, rowing out of this lake. So about 200 metres to go. Skibbereen pushing the rate up now. They've got that length, a little bit of clear water, possibly from Methody College. Rowing well themselves here, Methody. Good to see them, good rowing program going on up there in Belfast presently, and that's great to see. But it's Skibbereen Rowing Club. They've got a length of clear water possibly as they come towards the line the last few strokes in this time trial. The second one of these junior quads up to the line from Methody, from Muckers A, Muckers B then, and Lee Valley in the following two positions. Alan, time trial 3, is it underway?
It is indeed, Jerry, thanks for that, and we're just up from the 500 metre mark here as they come through. Jimmy O'Neill letting them off thick and fast here, so time trial 3 as they come up to us. It's Athlone holding the lead. Let me just get my bearings here. We're about 700 metres, 800 metres in as they go past us. Athlone looking very steady, not under too much pressure, but again, sometimes it pays to be under pressure because this is a time trial. They're holding a length and a half lead over Shandon, who are beside them. Shandon and Shannon, almost neck and neck, about a canvas in it to Shandon and Castleconnell, with some distance back to the scullers from Tralee. So again, fastest 6 out of these 20 boats will go through. Athlone still holding a pretty steady rate. Strong and controlled, and which is all good if you're in command of a heat. But again, this is a time trial. Now, there is a pickup there. There's a noticeable pickup as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, so maybe that's what they were waiting for. So the Athlone boat has picked up that rate. We move back a bit, and they put actually a nice bit of distance between themselves and Shandon in second place and Shannon in third place, and across then in the enclosure side it's Castleconnell. So through everyone of those 4 boats through the 1,000 metre mark. Tralee, some distance back to Tralee now, who are a bit out of it at this stage. But as they move away from us, I would say now 900 to go. Athlone has started to lift that rate, have put a bit more power and pressure in that. Not as frantic as the first heat that we've seen. Whether that will show up on the time clock, or not, when it comes down to who gets those 6 places in the final for at 11 o'clock today. But Athlone, about 750 to go now. They still hold a commanding lead over Shandon and Shannon. Now, whether that's going to But the motivation of a boat beside you would be helping you along and inching out those few extra seconds that could be needed when the time clock is looked into. Some distance back to Castlecommon and again further distance back to Tralee. But time trial 3 now as they approach 600 to go. Athlone still out in front, they've controlled this the whole way. It's a battle there between Shandon and Shannon for that second spot, with some distance back to Castlecommon and further distance then back to Tralee. But Tralee moving nicely through the water, but just don't have the power that the Athlone crew have. So they're about 550 out from the finish at this stage. Athlone well in command, well in control. Still moving well, still moving strong. Now maybe they're deceptively moving away from the crews, from the competition, but again, they're fighting for that time slot, fighting for every second. Shandon, and Shannon fighting it out there for that second spot, some distance back to Castlecommon. As they move away from us now, I'd say with about 450 to go. Athlone still in command and have been in command of this time trial heat the whole way through. Shandon in second place, Shannon third, Castlecommon in fourth and some distance back to Tralee. But as you approach you there, Buddy, Athlone moving well, moving strong, moving nice, but will it be enough to get them into the final?
Well, yes, Athlone on a purple patch at the moment down in that boat club. I must say they won the junior sculls yesterday. No doubt their man is in there in that boat and trying to retain this championship winners last year. And as they move away about 2 to 3 lengths possibly from the Shandon crew, the Shandon crew in second and Shannon from Limerick in third. They're the 1, 2, 3, followed by the Castlecommon. And so as we approach the finish, we watch a very good Athlone quad, and I would be very I'd be very, I couldn't imagine them not making the final later on this morning. But look at that rowing, absolutely gorgeous rowing from Athlone as they push towards the line in the last 10 to 15 strokes. Athlone leading the way home here in the final time trial from Shannon, desperately trying to get a fast time to make the final 6. So coming towards the line, it's Athlone Boat Club, up they go, looking magnificent from Shandon, who themselves look very good, and Shannon Rowing Club. They're the 1, 2, 3. Well done. And then we have the the Castlecommon crew and Lee Valley. Tralee rather. Alan, are you ready for the final time trial junior quads?
We are indeed, Jerry, and they're underway, and they are about, they are just gone through 500. They're just coming up to us now, but from the looks of this angle here, we're at about the 700 mark. Castlecommon A on the enclosure side are holding the lead over Carlow in lane 4. I'll give you the quick lowdown. So from lane 2, Castlecommon B, St Michael's in lane 3, Carlow in lane 4, Clonmel B in lane 5, and Castlecommon A crew who are holding that lead. Well, actually, as I say that now, St Michael's have put a push on, and it looks like these three are trying to go through the field. St Michael's, Carlow, and Castlecommon A in the enclosure side. Some distance back to Clonmel. Castlecommon B also in the fight, they haven't been dropped yet, but as they pass us now, with about 750 gone, St Michael's looking very strong, and they're holding half a length over the Carlow crew, over the Castlecommon A crew. So it's those three. Castlecommon B not out of it yet and moving very nicely, but St Michael's looking very strong and very much in control now. They look, we're right up with the action here. So at 750, 800 I'd say gone, we are looking at St Michael's underrating Carlow, but still looking very strong. These lads, all hyper fit, fearless, absolutely give their all, and these boats are a pleasure to watch moving through the water. St. Michael's holding that lead at 900, holding about a length over Carlow, over Castleconnell A, and I would say the Castleconnell A crew moving back on Carlow. So those three crews have about 2 lengths on Castleconnell B, and it's further distance back then to Clonmel B, who are moving quite well, but just not at the same power, pace, speed that these top 4 crews are moving at. So Castleconnell A moving back into it now. I'd say they've taken second place over Carlow, but St. Michael's still out in front, and they were out in front when we picked it up at the 500 metre mark. They've gone through the 1,000. They've just gone through the 1,000 now, and I'd say St. Michael's probably about 950 to go, and they're still holding a lead over the field, moving very well, very much in control. No big spike, no big push. They have, just looking at studying St. Michael's now for a minute, moving very well. They have about 3 lengths, I would say, over Castleconnell A, who have pushed back in on Carlow, but there's nothing really between those 3, and Castleconnell B haven't let go. So those 4 boats are holding a nice lead over the Clonmel boat. We're just making sure we don't disrupt the Clonmel B boats, so the lads are moving away, bit of distance between the field. And the further this race goes on, the further St. Michael's are pushing ahead, and they look like they're well within themselves. Carlow also moving nicely, but they're kind of in a head-to-head thing now with Castleconnell A on the enclosure side. Carlow in lane 4, Castleconnell on the enclosure side in lane 6, but St. Michael's commanding this race. Haven't reacted or picked up the pace at all. They've just rode strong, rode steady, and rode away from this field. So really battling for second place between Castleconnell A and Carlow as they push up towards the last, I'd say, 550 left. Castleconnell B have never really got dropped, but they're just a little too far off the pace to contend. So it really is between Shannon and Castleconnell on the enclosure side for that second spot. But St. Michael's have been fully in control of this race. They've gone through the 500 to go. They're at about 450. Jerry, you're going to see these come into sight now. Beautiful to watch. St. Michael's well in control of this time trial heat.
Thank you, Alan. The final time trial men's junior 16 quads coming into view now as they progress down the course. St. Michael's Limerick, of course, winners of the junior pairs, men's junior pairs yesterday. Great achievement. And this squad now looking good, winning this final time trial, home, taking it home in first position. Will this time be fast enough to make the final 6 later on this morning? St. Michael's Limerick leading from Carlow and Castleconnell now, who were having a right ding dong there in second and third, followed by the second Castleconnell crew. But it's St. Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick leading the way home here now, way out in front and pushing on, making sure they make this final. You can't sit back there and just win by what you want. You got to get the fastest time you can achieve here to make it through. So St. Michael's lead the way home here, a good 3 to 4 lengths from the crew from Carlow and the Castleconnell crew on the near side. Nothing in between them now. Good race on between them. They will push each other. That's exactly what you want, these 2 crews in second and third. Push each other to the line, get a fast time. But no doubt about it, as they approach the line, St. Michael's Limerick leading the way home here, taking this final time trial of the junior men's quads. Over the line they go, as we watch Castleconnell push ahead of Carlow now into second position. They got half a length all of a sudden as they charge for the line. So St. Michael's Limerick from Castleconnell, from Carlow, from the second crew from Castleconnell, and then Clonmel B. So we will move on now to the women's junior 18 doubles time trials. Alan, we let you tell everybody all about it.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, so at the 500 metre mark, we've got a full house here. Carrick A, Carrick B, CRCC, Commercial B, Muckers B, and Lee B on the enclosure side. 600 gone. All of these guys, 32 boats fighting for 6 places in the final, and that final is race number 224, and that's at 11:20 today. Coming up, we're right beside it now. These Carrick A, the junior girls of in the double scull, Carrick A holding that lead in lane 1 over League B in lane 6, with Carrick B in lane 2. I see the stroke. Outside the bow of the Carrick B boat, just looking across, checking to where that lead boat is. Some distance back then to CRCC and Commercial and Muckers are together, but this field looks like it's well spread out already after about 700 metres. The Carrick A crew now on the far side, as you look at it from the enclosure, moving very well, very strong, low rate, but real power going through the water there. And it's those two Carrick boats in lane 1 and lane 2 on the far side, and the lead boat on the enclosure side who are moving the best. The CRCC girls are holding that 4th place, but they're a couple of lengths down, and then it's a further couple of lengths back to Commercial, and again another length and a bit back to Muckers. But the 2-3 boats out in front now, and I think they're starting to move some distance away. It's the Carrick A crew in lane 1 and the Carrick B crew. There's about a length between those two, and I'd say the Carrick B crew and the League B crew on the enclosure side, both moving. All 3 boats there moving well and moving away from the field, trying to break the CRCC girls with a great start. But Commercial now in lane 4, they're in 5th place, but they're moving up on the CRCC girls. So there's a good battle here all the way through the field. Again, fastest boats out of these 32, 6 fastest boats will go through to the final. But still out in front now, the 3 boats out in front, Carrick A, Carrick B, and League B on the enclosure side. They're through 1,000 metres now. The top 3 boats are through that 1,000 metres, and there's a couple of lengths back then to CRCC who are holding off Commercial, who are holding off Muckers. So those 3 boats in a kind of a battle for the minor places, but at this stage, the Carrick A crew, there's no big reaction from them. The Carrick B crew have lifted the rate a little. I see the stroke there looking across, more focus on the League B boat, but they're actually closing in on the Carrick A crew. So those 2 crews were right beside them. They've lifted the rate, they've stepped back down a bit, but the lead crew, they're holding about a length and a half over that lead crew, but the 2 Carrick boats are out in front, Carrick A and Carrick B. Carrick A crew in lane 1 have led this all the way, looking very strong, real power in the finishes there. We're right up beside them now, a couple of metres away. We're going to have to drift back a bit just to avoid washing out the rest of the crews. Some fantastic rolling here, real strong, real power from the Carrick A boat out in lane 1. The Carrick B crew, they tried to react to them, but again, I just see the stroke down. Carrick A crew looking across. Those 2 boats, Carrick A and B, have put a bit of distance between themselves and the field. Lee on the far side, I suppose difficult when they're out on the enclosure side, no real boats around them, but they're not letting these 2 Carrick boats go. Certainly there's a good battle for the top 3 spots. CRCC still battling further on down the field, battling with Commercial, and Muckers haven't let go, so there's a cracking race there for that 3rd place, and then CRCC actually are closing, are trying to move up the field. Lee, if anything, Lee could be slipping away slightly, losing a bit of distance. The 2 Carrick boats still out in front. Bit of looking around now at the minute from that Carrick A crew, just gathering an idea of where they are, what they have to do as they come up with 5:50 to go now at this stage. Those 2 Carrick boats led from the start and are still out in front. Lee's challenge for that top spot is kind of waned a bit. Difficult now when you're out on your own. The 2 Carrick boats really working off each other, hammering each other, and that's driving them on. And hopefully we'll see 1 if not 2 of these boats make the finals with some real good strong sculling out there. They're hitting the 500. It's the Carrick A crew who go through that first with about a length over the Carrick B crew, who have about the same over the lead crew on the enclosure side. This field has stayed tight enough together. CRCC are just going through there. They have half a length over Commercial. Real battle going on there for that 4th spot, and a little further back to Muckers. But as we move away now from it, looking as they come into view for yourself, buddy, I would say actually Carrick B and lane 2 have put in a bit of a push. And it could be neck and neck between the top 2 Carrick boats. As they move away from us now, it is Carrick A, Carrick B and Lee, the main contenders in this heat.
Thanks, Thanks, Alan. Yeah, it's about 400 metres to go. Time trial 1, women's junior 80 doubles, 2 cars boats, Carrick and Shannon, County Leitrim. And showing off here now, there are 2 crews in the first 2 positions. So right over on the far side in lanes 5 and 6, Carrick A leading Carrick B, and then the Lee Rowing Club and the red and black on the near side in 3rd position. And then in 4th position, it's Common Rovic, the Colosh and the Corbett, followed by Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, and then we have Muckross B crew. So that's the way it is as they approach this last 250 metres for the leaders, or even less now at this point. So first time trial, women's junior doubles, 18s, so they're under 19 up girls, and rowing magnificently, and it's a credit to them and their coaches as parents and family are all down here this morning watching on this magnificent morning. But it's Carrick on Shannon Rowing Club A crew from Carrick and Shannon B crew, and that's a great credit to that club for producing these 2 good crews. Will they make the final later on though? That's the big question. They've got to keep going all the way to the line. So they're the 1-2 as the B crew attack the A crew now and trying to get an overlap, and a big fight on. There'll be bragging rights there as to who gets over the line and how near they can get the B crew to the A crew. So Carrick A from Carrick B approaching the line the last few strokes. Lee Rowing Club on the near side now coming up about 3 to 4 lengths behind them. Then back to Common Rovic, Colosh and the Corbett, and then Commercial Rowing Club Dublin and Muckross B. So they're the positions as they all hurtle towards the line. Alan, we'll hand back to you now for time trial 2, women's junior double sculls.
Well, they're so thick and fast, Jerry, that we've only managed to pick them up, I'd say, at about the 1100, and as they've gone through there, Clonmel B hold a commanding lead over the field. 5 crews in this. I don't see the Lee C crew, who are meant to be in lane 3. I don't see those, so I'm not sure if they scratch, but the Clonmel B crew are well in front now, battled by Carlo and Neptune battling for that 2nd spot, and further on back then Sligo hold the lead over Offaly B. We'll just have a look around. Yeah, so look well out in front, to be honest. Clonmel, as they passed us, they had a lovely lead over Carlo over Neptune. And then there is a bit of a ding-dong battle here beside us on the far side from the enclosure, Offaly and Sligo knocking chunks out of each other, and Sligo putting in a bit of a push now, but probably all too little too late. Clonmel look like they've controlled this from the start and had a lovely distance over the field, moving really well and really strong. As I said, at this stage now, these girls absolutely have to be getting tired, and you'll see that coming through. Unfortunately, in some of them rowing, really making the effort. But as we look across there to Clonmel on the enclosure side, out in lane 6, have gone through. I'd say now with 4:50 to go, they hold a beautiful lead over the field and are well in control, looking strong. Carlo are in 2nd place, Neptune in 3rd. Looking back a bit further down the field, we've got Sligo and then Offaly. No sign of Lee in this heat. But as they move away from us and move into your view, it's Clonmel, Carlo, Neptune with Sligo and Offaly B. Jerry, I'll let you call this one off.
Yeah, as we watch them approach us now coming down, not sure what happened to the lead crew. I think they're off the course, they're down, and whatever happened now, that's a pity. But coming towards us, leading the way home here, is the crew from Clonmel, the B crew, well out in front from Carlo in 2nd position and Neptune in 3rd position. The Neptune B crew in lane 4. That's the 1, 2, 3. And then we have the Sligo crew in the far station in 4th position and Offaly B in 5th. So that's the positions. All into the last, well into the last 500, about 350 to go now, or even 250 or less for the leaders here. The Clonmel B crew looking very good as they have about 3 to 4 lengths now on Carlo, who have a length and a half on Neptune. So Clonmel leading the way home here now, but they're thinking in their heads, I've got to keep going, I've got to keep pushing, I want to be in the final. I know I've won this race, but the big prize to make the grand final later on this morning, and they've got to keep going for the line. They've got to push on, drive that one home. They definitely won it, but they're looking for a good time. And you can see Carlo doing the same thing in second position, absolutely fighting, getting everything out of it. Neptune in third doing the same. And you can Sligo on the far station. There is a chance any crew can make the final if it's a fast heat. So as Clonmel B take it over the line shortly there now, they will take this time trial race, followed by Carlo in second position, coming up towards the line, followed by Neptune a length and a half behind them, and then a couple of lengths back to Sligo and Offaly. Alan, I can see you hurtling down the course towards us, so over to you.
Well, Derry, there's an absolute masterclass of junior women's double sculling going on here at the minute, and we've gone through about 1,200 to go. In fact, I had to double check they were still in the same race. The Skibbereen crew, who are in lane 6, are actually, they're dominating this field, but leaving aside the other boats in it, they are rowing absolutely fantastically. This is a pleasure to watch. They have a distance on the field, which is second place CRCC. Obviously, everybody's fighting for that top 6. CRCC, Neptune, and Shandon battling it out for that second, third, fourth spot. Some distance back that number, but as I said, I had to double check they were in the same race. This Skibbereen crew are rowing absolutely fantastically. The length, the power, the way the boat's sitting up, the way they're moving together is beautiful to watch as they hit the 500 to go. I would say they have 40, 50, 60 metres on the second crew with the CRCC. Big battle now between Shannon and Neptune on the right beside us here, but miles away coming into view, and I'll let you enjoy the rowing of this Skibbereen crew. We'll hopefully see those in the final, and it should be a real battle. But as they move away from us now, I'd say with about 400 to go with the Skibbereen crew, the rest of the crew maybe 100 metres behind. This is beautiful display of rowing with the Skibbereen crew. Move away from us, it's Skibbereen from CRCC, from Neptune, from Shannon, from Athlunker. Back to you, Jerry.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, as Alan mentioned, Skibbereen way out front there in this time trial 3 women's junior 18 double sculls. But you don't know, you've got to keep pushing it all the way. Just because you're well out in front of this heat doesn't mean, you know, it could be just, you just don't know what the reason is. So Skibbereen lead the way home here by a considerable distance from coming over to Colossian and Corbett in second position, and then followed by Neptune Rowing Club Dublin, and then we have the Shandon crew in fourth, not much between third and fourth presently. And at Lunkert. So that's the positions as they come towards the last 250 or even less for the leaders. Time trial 3, women's junior 18 doubles, Skibbereen Rowing Club. Alan said, let's have a look at this boat and watch and just see how they do it correctly. Lovely rowing. I mean, we all know about the program down at Skibbereen over the last number of years, and here's another double, junior women's double now, looking very impressive as they head towards the line. It's a conveyor belt. They've got about less than 10 strokes now up towards the line, and they must have 200 metres on the second crew coming along. So well done to Skibbereen taking that time trial number 3. So come and roll beat the Colossian and the Corrigan now about right second. They got a couple of lengths on the Neptune crew who've taken third from Shandon. So that's the second, third, and fourth positions. And then we have the Atlantic crew. So Skibbereen will be in on the slip before the second crew comes in almost. It's been such a considerable win by them, and we wait to see how they progress. But in second position now, coming up towards the line, coming off the Colossian Caraba, followed by Neptune Rowing Club, followed by Shandon, followed by At Lunkert. Alan, have you got time trial 4 coming along?
Time trial 4 is just at the 1,000 metre mark, Jerry, as we speak, and it's the Shannon crew in lane 3 that are holding the lead over Castleconnell and Muckers. So those 3 crews now have a nice bit of distance over the 2 Athlone crews. Just to give you the rundown, we have lane 2 Athlone B, lane 3 Shannon, Athlone A in lane 4, Muckers in lane 5, and Castleconnell A in lane 6. So it's those 3 crews of Muckers, Castleconnell and Shannon holding a nice lead over the 2 Athlone crews. And quite a distance between them here. We don't know if we'll be able to follow too far, because we don't want to avoid any, we want to avoid washing out any of the crews. The Shannon crew really went past us now at the 1,000 metre, looked well in control. Didn't seem to have to react now to any big move from the other 2 crews, but the closest to them are Castleconnell on the enclosure side and Muckers beside them. So further distance back, a length back to Athlone A, and then a good distance back to Athlone B, who are having a little bit of steering trouble at the minute. But they're moving nicely, they're right beside us here, but there's quite a distance then to the Shannon crew as they're gone through with about 7:50 left. So those 3 crews out in front, Castleconnell on the enclosure side, bit of a battle there between Castleconnell and Muckers beside them, the yellow of Muckers. So they're on the enclosure side, and a further distance back then to Athlone A in lane 4. But Shannon in lane 3, holding this lead, well in control and well in command of this time trial, and hopefully we'll get to see those in the final. Hopefully that push and that time will reflect it. But 32 boats going for 6 places is no mean feat. It'll be interesting to see the top boats. You'd have to imagine that Skibbereen boat from the last heat will see their way through to the final. Everyone battling for their seconds here. Shannon still holding that lead. No big reaction from the other 2, Castleconnell and Muckers. They're fighting it out on the enclosure side. They're approaching 500 metres left, with the Shannon crew still holding out in front. Castleconnell still holding a lead then, I'd say, of about a length over Muckers. Some distance back to Athlone A crew, and further distance back then to the Athlone B crew. Right beside us here in the boat again, we have to let that Shannon crew off. We want to avoid washing everybody out. So Shannon through 500 will be coming into view. Castleconnell still holding that second place, with Muckers right beside it. So they're working off each other, fighting each other. Further distance back to Athlone A, and more distance back again then to Athlone B. So coming into view with yourself there, Spuddy. Should be in the enclosure side. You're going to see the blue of Shannon in lane 3 coming through, with Castleconnell on the enclosure side being put under pressure by Muckers, and I'll let you call this one home.
So coming into view, we have the time trial 4 women's junior 18 doubles, and as Alan said, Shannon Rowing Club, Limerick leading the way here, right out in the middle there. Shannon in lane 3. So you can see clearly now they have a considerable lead on the crew on the near side, which is Castleconnell, and they've now broken away from the Muckross crew beside them in the yellow, who were sticking with them for quite a considerable time, but now they've made that position. Castleconnell A crew made that outright second position their own. So about 200 metres to go for the new crew. We've got 2 more time trials in the women's junior doubles after this. So as this one progresses down now, coming right up towards you, Shannon Rowing Club leading the way here. They must have 5 lengths now, but they've got to push on. They've got to get that time, make the grand final later on this morning. That's the whole object of this exercise. It's a time trial. So Shannon Rowing Club leading the way here, about 20 strokes or less to go. From Castleconnell and the Muckross A crew in 3rd position. Well spread out these crews, no overlaps at all. So you can see there must be 200 metres between the 1st and the 5th crew, and that's what happens in these heats, time trials. You've got to work out. The best crews will line up for the final, the fastest 6 later on. But approaching the line, it's the crew from Shannon Rowing Club going to take this win. Up they go over the line. They must have about 5 lengths then on the crew from Castleconnell, and then Muckross A in third position coming through now in the yellow. You can see them there, followed by Athlone A and then the crew from Athlone B. Alan, have you got another one coming towards us?
2 to go, Jerry, yes, and time trial 5 has been through the 1,000 metre mark. Again, a big spread here. Great to see so much participation, but big spread of ability, and there is probably, I would say, about 200, 300 metres between the lead A crew in lane 6 on the enclosure side, who are dominating the field, and the CRCCD crew, who are moving quite nicely, but just a little off the pace. CRCCD and Castleconnell B fighting it out there for the 4th and 5th spot, but way ahead and in control of this from the very off is the Lee A crew, followed by Commercial, followed by New Ross. Now New Ross and Commercial battling it out there. Bit of a battle there in the middle of the field. There's probably only half a length between those 2 crews. But Lee passed us at the 1,000 metres now in fine style, and they're setting up for a beautiful, beautiful final. If they, you have to assume they're going to make the time for the top 6 spots. That Lee A crew, some real power, real strength, length of stride, brilliant rowing. And they have dominated the field. They've gone through 500 and they're coming into view probably very quickly. The field is so spread out here at the minute. Commercial holding that second spot just about from New Ross, and then it's further on back to Castleconnell. We've got to the wood washing out crew. We've got to call it here. But Jerry, coming into view there, you'll see Lee on the enclosure side really dominating this time trial.
Okay, we have the Lee Rowing Club, that's for sure, in the red and black. On the near station, lane 1, Lee A crew, dominating this race, just like Skibbereen and others have dominated other races there in the previous time trials. So with about 2:50 to go, the Lee crew leading the way here from Commercial Rowing Club in second position, and New Ross A crew in third to their right over in lane 4. So they're the first 3 positions, followed by Commonwealth, Vieta, Colossian and Carba, and the Castleconnell B crew. So there's no doubt about it now, with about 200 metres to go for the leading crew. Lee Rowing Club A crew from the Marina in Cork, in the red and the black. Building for the line, looking for a fast time. They want to be in that final, so they must have, I would call it a distance now on the other 2 crews now, who are fighting each other, and there isn't much between them at all, between Commercial Rowing Club and the New Ross A crew in second and third. If anything, New Ross A have pushed into second, but it's Lee Rowing Club with about 10 strokes left now, heading towards the line in this beautiful, calm, flat water. With the last couple of strokes, they will take this time trial 5 over the line. They go. Well done to them. So approaching the line in the next 10 to 15 strokes, we have New Ross A crew about a length ahead of Commercial Rowing Club in third. So with about 10 strokes or to go, we have New Ross A from Commercial. And then followed up by Cumbernauld Victor Colush and the Corba and the Castleconnell B crew. Alan, time trial 6, the last of these women's junior doubles.
Yes, Jerry, and they're approaching the 1,000 metres. Well, when I say they are, certainly Ban are. Ban have a distance over the field. Ban well in control of this time trial now. Real battle here going for second place. Lee Valley rowing really, really well, but up against it now with the Offaly crew. Those two boats now fighting it out for second place. CRCC crew not too far off the mark, and then a bit further back to Clonmel, but well out in front, and probably about 150 metres. They're at about 950 to go. The rest of the crews maybe are just through the 1,000 metres now. I'd say there could be 50, 60 metres in it. That are well in control and look well within themselves. Not too rate steady, rate not too high. Bit of a reaction here as I look across there. I see the Lee Valley looking across to the Offaly crew, the bow of Lee Valley, calling for a bit of a reaction, a bit of an increase in pace. The Offaly crew moving quite well, but just don't seem to have the power as they passed us, that crew. The power, the strength, moving through the water, both sitting up. They're dominating the field. Looks like they're hopefully on their way to the final. It'd be great to see them in the battle against some of the other crews we've seen this morning. The last 5 crews of the 32 that we've seen. Be interesting to see who makes the top 6. Will there be any of the real nice crews squeezed out by a second or two? We'll have to wait and see. But that crew controlling, I'd say about 550 out from the finish at the minute, but well in control at this stage now. There must be 100 metres, there could be 150 in it. The real battle then back for second spot between Offaly and Lee Valley. Those two crews neck and neck, bit of a distance back to CRCC and Clonmel, but way out in front and showing some real class, real determination and strength in their rowing. It's that back crew there. They're going to take 500 to go. They're well in control of this. It's a matter of how much energy they want to expend because the final is coming thick and fast. That's race 2-2-4. So 20 past 11 for the final of this race. We'll get the line up quite soon for it. But out in front, as they move across towards yourself, Jerry, there is lane 5. That's the girls from Ban. Bit of a battle, it says, for second place. Offaly and Lee Valley, nothing really between those two as they're fighting it out for that second spot. Further on back, then, bit of distance to CRCC and Clonmel, both of those together. But as they move away from us, and with about 400 to go, that Ban crew are well in control and dominant in this time trial number 6 of the women's junior double scull.
Alan, thanks. Little bit of a slight wind, but nothing important. It's just possibly little headwind coming down the course there now, as you can see, but still lovely conditions there at the moment. As Ban Rowing Club, winners of the junior women's single sculls, considerable distance yesterday, and now we've got a very good junior double here, way out in front here in the last of the time trials of the women's junior double. So Ban Rowing Club, will they do a double here today? Take the doubles with the singles, but they've a lot of work to do into that. If they make that final, hopefully we'll see them later on, but they're winning this one comfortably, and they'll push on and get that time to make it, hopefully. And then, as Alan said, there's a good fight on between Offaly and lane 4, the A crew from Offaly, and Lee Valley in lane 2 on the far station. And you can see that now. Lee Valley possibly have pushed a little bit in front there. They're the 1, 2, 3, and then we've got Cumbernauld the Colush and the Corba on the far station, but Clonmel possibly have pushed in front of them now on their near side in 4th. So all spread out here, but no doubt about it now. Watch this crew here. This is some really good rowing. Anybody looking for any technical stuff now, you just watch this crew absolutely getting it on with the legs here. Beautiful rowing from BAM. Well done to them as they head towards the line. And I think you should give them all a big shout and a roar and a clap. That's really good rowing from BAM Rowing Club as they head towards the line by a considerable distance. And I've no doubt we'll see them in the final later on, I'm sure, unless I'm absolutely know nothing about this sport. But anyway, there we go, BAM over the line as we watch them. Brilliant rowing from them. So look at this fight now on the second, and this is great because these two crews will haul each other along. The Lee Valley crew and the Offaly crew. Oh, we watch them now. There's nothing in this. There's no other crew in this, and this is the final. Wouldn't this be wonderful now? As they approach the line, we can see the Lee Valley and the Offaly crew, and it's nobody. I wouldn't know who's going to take this now as they head towards the line. With about 4 strokes to go, up we go. Well done to them. And then followed up by Clonmel and the Common Row beat the Clutch and the Corva. So now we're going to move on to the heats of the women's intermediate Coxless pairs. Alan.
Jerry, thanks. Just sitting here at 9:50 as they just come past us now, and it's NUIG holding about a length over Trinity. Again, 3 to go through on this. We're back to more traditional qualifying racing here now. As you just noticed in the last couple of minutes, a bit of a headwind has picked up on the 1,000 metre mark there, something you hadn't noticed all morning, so that could affect racing going forward. But give you a quick rundown. 5 crews here, 3 to go through. Lane 2, UL, lane 3, NUIG, Trinity in lane 4, UCC in lane 5, Shannon in lane 6. And the story of this race so far, of course, 1,000 metres is really NUIG and Trinity. Trinity led out there from, I'd say, for about, certainly from the 500 they came clear. NUIG have rolled back through them. 9:50 to go now, and NUIG hold a bit of a length over. But again, the real battle here, we'll keep an eye on it, is Shannon and UL, and they're battling for that 3rd spot. So again, I suppose if you give up your, if you forget about your position on the starting gate for the final, you're looking at that who will get that 3rd spot. UL B crew now, we're on the far side, lane 2, are really up against it now. They're going to have to pull back a length and a half on the Shannon crew on the enclosure side in lane 6. Further out in front, NUIG kind of extending their dominance over Trinity, but again, 3 crews to go through, so the real battle here is for that 3rd spot. At the moment, Shannon holding it well, UL moving nicely, but they're going to have to react, they're going to have to close that gap if they want that 3rd spot. Very impressive was the way that NUIG rode through the ULBC, but again, I suppose can't really tell. They're both rowing steady, they're both clear of the field, so they're well in control. They know they're going through to the final barn disaster, so they're both moving away. But certainly now, just see a reaction in 4th place from that UL crew on the far side in lane 2 over Shannon. They've tried to lift that, they've put a bit more power in it. I see the Shannon bow looking across. They still hold a nice bit of a lead over the UL crew, unless UL react now with about 700 to go. This is the battle for that 3rd spot. Unless they react and react quite soon, they're not going to see themselves in the final. It's going to be Shannon to go through. Further out in front and coming into view for yourselves in the last 500, the NUIG girls have put a bit of a distance between themselves and Trinity, and they have a nice distance over that Shannon crew. UL have 500 metres now, about 520 metres to gain that 3rd spot. But Shannon seems to be holding them off and holding them off well. As they move away from us now and into your view, you'll see the girls of NUIG intermediate pairs well in control of this heat, with Trinity looking like they're going to go through quite easily. Shannon probably will hold on to this, UL further back and then UCC further back again. So we'll hand it home to you, but it looks like NUIG, the ULBC and Shannon could be the search for this. I'll let you call it home, Jerry.
Just to let you know that Ireland have won the final test match against New Zealand in the rugby, 32-22, thus winning the historic first test series.
Yeah.
That's wonderful news, Kieran. Brilliant to hear. But we're watching now this women's intermediate coxless pairs coming into view now. NUIG flashing those white blades. As you can see now out in front, there are 3 crews to qualify for the final later on this morning. And presently, you can see NUIG. They look like they will be there, followed by DUW University Ladies Boat Club in 2nd position, and then the Shannon Rowing Club crew in 3rd. That's the 1, 2, 3, the Shannon crew in the near station. And at this point, it looks like the University of Limerick crew and the UC University College Cork crew will not be there, holding up the 4th and 5th spots. But we can see here with about 200 metres to go, NUI Galway, a strong crew, possibly, I would say now, one of the favourites later on, looking at the way they're rowing here, with about 150 metres to go, as they charge towards the line so well together now. Oh, everything just working together, the force curves on the catch, lovely rowing, straight down between the lane. And they're going to take this about 2 lengths ahead of the DULBC crew in 2nd position, who know they've qualified and easing off a little bit. And there we go, NUI Galway across the line from DULBC, from Shannon Rowing Club. Looks to me they're the 1, 2, 3. And unfortunately, University of Limerick Boat Club B and University College Cork Rowing Club won't be in that final. But as we watch the remainder of the crews head over the line, we've got the Heat 2 of the intermediate women's coxless pairs coming along now. We will pick it up shortly. Alan, semi-final 2, please.
Yeah, Jerry, look at the ULA crew in lane 2 are well dominant in this, and they're absolutely going to go through. And funnily enough, as they pass us here only a few metres away, the stroke said, let's keep it for the final, we overheard. So they're well out of control, well dominant. Shannon seems to be holding that 2nd position very strong. But the real battle here, and I think where everybody needs to look, there's only 1 crew to get dropped out of these 4. Belfast and Trinity are literally neck and neck, and they're coming in with 5:50 to go. I'd say, if anything, Trinity has a slight half length or maybe a canvas over the Belfast Rowing Club crew, but these were neck and neck. And again, remember, 1 to be dropped out of this heat. So these 4 boats looks like UL well in control. Shandon holding on to that 2nd position. These 2 crews now, between the Trinity and Belfast, are one of these are going home early. Won't make the final. So at the moment, Trinity have that half length lead over Belfast. Now both crews rowing pretty steady. We're inside the last 500 now on this battle for that 3rd spot. Trinity seem to be taking half a length out of Belfast, but Belfast are going to have to react. They're going to have to react. Trinity have up that rate now. Have they upped it too soon? What do Belfast have in reserve? Again, we're focused on this battle for 3rd, because as they move away from us now, UL are well in control. Shandon have that 2nd place. Trinity have stuck now a length into Belfast. Can Belfast react? We are down to about 300 metres left, Jerry. They're coming into view. This battle for 3rd place. Trinity seem to have put clear water now between themselves and Belfast. That was a huge battle and big effort from the Trinity girls with 500 to go. Jerry, we're going to let you call this one home, but as they move away from us into the last couple of 100 metres, it's UL and Shannon look secure, and Trinity have really made the effort to put distance between themselves and Belfast and look like they've done enough. I'll leave it over to you.
So approaching the last 250 metres now, the University of Limerick Rowing Club A crew out in front there. You can see them in lane 2, leading the way way home from the Shandon crew, the sky blue on the near side there, the 1-2, and then we have Dublin University Ladies Boat Club now who pushed ahead of the Belfast Rowing Club crew to take that out, that third position, that qualifying last position to make the grand final of the women's intermediate pairs later on. So the 1, 2, 3 as it stands, who will make that final as they have about 200 metres to go, less for the leaders. Taking the way home here is University of Limerick Rowing Club A crew, and again they'll be one of the favourites, no doubt. And there'll be some great racing coming along later in the finals. And as we watch this crew now, University of Limerick with about 10 strokes to go from the Shandon crew in second position, and knowing they've qualified, they've taken the rates down, just taking it home here. This isn't a time trial, they just need the first 3 home to make the final. So University of Limerick A crew take that leading position first over the line in the second semi-final from Shandon. And DULBC thought they were at the line, but they got to go again. They got to be careful. Off they go, and they have another 10 strokes as they had enough of a commanding lead on the Belfast Rowing Club crew to take that third qualifying position from Belfast Rowing Club. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got some mouth-watering finals coming up now. Alan, how long before the Women's Junior 16A final?
Well, Jerry, a bit of a break in racing at the moment. We have 10:40 as the kick-off time for that now, just 10 past 10 at the minute. So it's time to grab a drink, grab a cup of tea, and have a little break, and we'll get the final line-up. We'll call this one from the start. Looking forward to it, as I said. It's a bit windy in the middle of the course there at the moment, but the sun's come out again. Hopefully that'll settle down. Beautiful conditions out this morning, some fantastic racing. So we'll be back at 10:40 for the women's Junior 16As.
See you then. Look forward to it.
is this audio? No. What the heck? Where's this audio coming? I don't know. I have the audio. Test 1 2 3. Test test. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Test test. Test 1 2 3. Seriously, I don't know. What's this audio? What is that?
Hello. How are you? I'm loving it. Living the dream. Just before 8. I had to get up at 6 because I thought we were leaving at like 6:30. So I was like, huh? So I had a big old Irish breakfast as well. You cook me whenever you want. Yeah, he's cooking. Sure. Me. Were you? All of you just went, no.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's still morning. It feels like afternoon. But we have the second session of the morning session. Now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 finals to enjoy coming up. Championship finals starting off with your 16 age. And I'm going to hand you over live to Alan Ludlow, who's up there at the start. Alan, how are you? How's it going?
All good, Jerry. Thanks very much. And just right here at the start, we're
What
watching
the
these
heck
photos
is
line
going
up.
on?
The Senior 16 women's 8 finals. Galway in lane 2, lane 3 St Michael's, Skibbereen in lane 4, and Cork in lane 5. So we're about 20-30 metres off the start here. Weather has, well, I wouldn't say this improved. You can hardly call it bad, but there's certainly a little more breeze around. Small bit of ripple on the at the start here, but wasn't there this morning. So little breeze to contend with now for the next few finals. Some great racing coming up, as we've seen. Some fantastic qualifiers and some great straight finals over all the way up to the 12 o'clock. So I see there's a little bit of trouble from Skibbereen getting on there, but we'll be ready to go in just 1 second.
I don't know what's going on.
So actually, it seems to be the bit of breeze now causing a little bit of hassle for the junior 16 women getting on the state boat. So yeah, they seem to be tilting over. Whatever way the breeze is coming, it seems to be a little bit of a wind away from the boathouse now across the lake. So yeah, as I say that, the breeze has picked up a small bit, so a little bit of hassle in the boat getting straight, but we'll be ready to go. Neil again in the starting box, trying to align these the roll call. Not yet started, no, still trying to get these boats straight, so hopefully now we're ready to go. In a second, Jimmy O'Neill there just saying as soon as we get the boat straight, he's going to go. So here's the roll call, St. Michael's. We have Galway, St. Michael's, Skibbereen and Cork in the final of this women's junior 16-8, and they're off the start, everyone away clean. A lot of power there. Coming right beside us in lane 2 from Galway. Obviously neck and neck in the first 100 metres, but showing actually Galway showing first. Bit of warning there from Skibbereen, a bit of a clash in the middle of Skibbereen, St. Michael's, Cork all together. Umpire very active there on those boats without in front. Galway. I think Skibbereen and St. Michael's came very close to each other there. Cork on the far side to go avoid trouble, but umpire had his flag up. Don't normally see that in these 8, but wind causing a little bit of hassle for the Coxes. They've gone 250 in, and it is still Galway out in front. Galway holding a canvas over St. Michael's. Back half a length to Skibbereen, Cork slightly ahead of the Skibbereen crew. We'll see how this levels out now as they lengthen going into their stride. The Galway Cox now holding 3/4 of a length, moving very well, very strong, beautifully settled now as they come up with about 400 gone. And Galway have managed to stick, I would say, 3/4 of a length into St. Michael's. Very close between St. Michael's and the canvas between St. Michael's and Cork, and then about half a length back to Skibbereen, but out in front and having the best start, avoiding all that hassle, coming up to the 500 metres, it's the Galway crew in lane 2. So they stretch to just that inch of clear water now over St. Michael's in second place. St. Michael's and Cork on the far side. Cork looking, obviously these girls is junior 16, but the Cork crew looking very, moving that boat very well. They look to be a slight crew in lane 2, that's the far side, that's furthest away from the enclosure side. Cork has moved up and moved up well. Cork keeping the weight down, but that power is still moving through that boat, moving really, really well. And they've got half a length up on St. Michael's. Skibbereen and St. Michael's still like all of that action there that the umpire was calling affected those two crews at the very start, but Cork now starting to ease away from St. Michael's. They're up 3/4 of a length on St. Michael's, but out in front and have clear water. But it's under threat. That's the threat is going, but there's still a length and a quarter there. But Cork have separated themselves from the field, and it's these two crews that are pushing out as we hit 750 metres gone. 1250 to go. Galway still in control and has been from the very start. But that Cork crew went from 4th to 3rd and are now in a comfortable second. The real battle there for that 3rd spot between Skibbereen and St. Michael's. They're neck and neck in lane 3 and lane 4. But Galway still in front. I would say a length and a half over that Cork crew. The Cork crew now, who had a steady enough start and have rolled themselves into this, have a lower rate as it would appear than the Galway crew on the far side in lane 2. But they're moving the boat very well, very strong. As we approach the 1,000 metres, let's see where we at. I see the Galway stroke looking across now, just gauging the effort. Looking very strong, very upright now. The Cork stroke leaning a little more into it, a little more, trying to get a little longer on our stroke than the Galway one, but the rate is lower, maybe getting a little more out of the water than the Galway crew, but the Galway crew, these kids, junior 16, so they've energy to burn. But 2,000 metres and it's Galway with a length over Cork. The Cork have really really separated themselves from the battle for the 3rd and 4th there. Skibbereen have a better canvas over St. Michael's, and that's the thing on battle there. But unless they make some reaction quite soon, it's going to be too little too late. So women's junior 16 final, 1,200 metres to go, and Galway still out in front. Understep from 4, difficult to tell from this angle, but I would say there is just barely clear water. I'd say a length and a quarter, if that, between the goal and the corkscrew, and it's going to be Barnes is going to be these two crews that are going to fight it out to see who takes home the goals. Go and maintain that power, maintain that pressure. I see the 7 girl and the goal crew looking across, just gauging that. Obviously, we have to start to hurt at this stage, given they're all the first for everybody. But though still holding the momentum, still holding that rate a little higher than the corkscrew. That corkscrew is going long and strong and it's holding that length. There's nothing between the rest, but I think there's nothing between them. It's still holding that one length, but they just can't seem to close that one length. And the cork might have been a drive at the 7 metre mark. Both crews seem to have rolled through strong and steady. We're approaching 700 to go in this final, the women's junior 16. 8, and there's still that length, so they're still holding that length, and I think they don't look like they're falling. Cork trying to come back, there's a few heads turning. Cork seem to have up the reach, and it's about time they need some reaction here as they close down on the 500 metre mark. There's a little bit of a push from skipping back in third place. They take a half a length over the target. That's the balance for third. As they come to the last 500 now, it's going to be Nolan that's going to hit it first. The Cork stroke has looked across and she's going to have to raise the rate, and she has raised the rate, so this is going to be a hell of a last 500. And they close the gap, is it 2 minutes too late? Going led from the very start, Cork even goes back into it. I see the 4 down on the Cork looking across, reacting to that rate change. Are they going to close that gap? This is going to be good on the call home. We're going 450 left there. This day, going to be half a length, maybe quarter of a length. Cork are inching their way back into this. Again, second place, they're not going to be happy with that. They're inching their way back, and Nolan, who led from the very start, hold on to this. As we let it back to you, Derek, it's going to be Norway from Cork, from Skibbereen, taking the lead up to Michael, but I don't need to call it all. So about 450 metres, 400 to go. It's Galway Rowing Club out there in the middle, leading the way. They've got just about a length, and they're holding on to it. Cork try to attack, try everything, but throw the kitchen sink at them. But Galway maintaining that lead now, looking very strong here into the final. Lots of support from Galway, I can hear to my right. Going very well indeed. Cork need to absolutely go now, or else it's over. Galway out of the lead. Galway Rowing Club from Cork Boat Club. Skibbereen and St. Michael's in third and fourth position. But it's Galway Rowing Club now. Junior 16 women. Rowing magnificently here. A junior 16-8, and what a great crew that they produced here on the day for Galway Rowing Club. Out they go, they've got clear water. They just have to take this home. They have about 15 strokes to win this junior 16-8 here at Cork. Here we go. You can count it out for about 10, 50 strokes left for Galway Rowing Club. We'll have that length of Cork Boat Club and possibly even more. Up towards the line. Tremendous support here from Connacht from the west. Galway Rowing Club lead the way here. Over the line and about 5 more strokes and stairs. The junior 16-8s women. Galway Rowing Club from Cork Boat Club. That's 4-2. Skibbereen Rowing Club have taken third position out right now, have a little bit of clear water on St. Michael's. There's a great race to put down further back as we watch Skibbereen coming in, and that's the third position from St. Michael's. So, after that magnificent race, Galway Rowing Club winning the women's junior 68s. Alan, back up to you for the women's novice cross squad final. Well, Jerry, we got a bit caught up in that and went a bit further up the river than we had hoped, but we're on our way back now just past the 10 metres as we're coming into the view of the race at the women's novice cross quarter-final. So, to give you a little bit, we have Neptune in lane 1, Queen's University in lane 2, NYC in lane 3, GUIBC in lane 4, Commercial in lane 5. So we're just approaching the race Just picking up here, looks like Neptune had some kind of problem there, stopped and sideways in the middle of the course, but they're off the back, so the race continues on, and it looks as though it's NUIG holding the lead in lane 3. We're sitting around the 750 marker here, and the race is just coming up with, but as I said, Neptune, who started in lane 1, seems to have a front with them, and I'm not sure if there's some technical issue, but as the final continues on with 4 just looking across here, NUIG seems to have nicely over the Queen's University and commercial with DLBC slightly also. Women's North Cost Quad lane 3 at the passes at 750 gone. NUIG holding about 2 lengths over Queen's University Belfast. And on the far side then commercial rolling. So those 3 have put a distance into NUIG with Neptune with some issues not really in this race. So 2 lengths I would say NUIG hold as they go through 800 metres. The battle there between Queens and Commercial as I look across here. So the top squad rowers, NUIG very much in control and looking very strong. Looking very smooth for novice rowers. These girls seem to have a lot of skill and a lot of technique. Commercial in lane 3 and a good bit back then to Trinity College. We can't really get out of the race because we want to avoid washing out DLBC. We might actually be able to follow this too much, just to give everybody a fair chance at the course. So it's a little difficult to follow this one, but as they move towards the 1,000 metres, well in control is NUIG, Queen's University, followed by the commercial crew, but I would say in control of this and going very strong. Don't seem to be under too much pressure in the NUIG crew. They will hit 1,000 metres now, then we just can't follow this too much because of the Trinity crew. There's quite a distance between themselves and the leaders of this race, so we're going to have to drop right back. But 2,000 metres now, NUIG, Queen's University lane 2, that's the far side from the enclosure, and then looking at it here, Commercial, who are in lane 5, they're the ones who are holding 3rd place. So a bit of a battle between Queens and Commercial for that 3rd spot as well in front. I would say pushing on 900 to go is the NUIG crew and some distance back then to the Trinity ladies crew.
As the women's North Cost course progresses down the river, continuing to lead the way in the middle there in lane 3 and NUI Galway, they have a lead over Queen's University Belfast ladies both out of lane 2, which is near the enclosure side, and then Commercial running out of lane 3 followed by Galway University ladies both club and Neptune. So our commentary no one couldn't keep coming to this one, but there's no doubt about it as they progress down the course here with about 30-50 gone. You can see the white blades of NUI Galway, and will this be another Galway win, 2 in the trot after Galway runs up women's junior. We made a tremendous win in the previous race. We have the NUI Galway crew leading the way here by a considerable distance. Don't forget, these are novices. They only started rowing last year, and this is their first year of registration, and nobody has won a championship in this boat before. So this is all new to these 4 novice women from NUI Galway leading the way here now, and they've got about 500 metres to go. So as they come on down there, you've got Queen University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club and Commercial on the near side, second and third. You can see that clearly, the 1, 2, 3. So, with about 450 meters to go, they just need to take this one home. What a nice way to win your first championship as long as nothing happens to them now. Anyway, Galway, they've got about 50 strokes here to take to be a champion of Ireland in the novice women's top squad. So we've watched them come towards us now, and there's been no inroads from the Queen's University Ladies Belfast crew. At this point, they haven't come back on them, or Commercial in third position. After this race, you're going to have the men's intermediate single strokes final, and that'll be a great race. Then junior quads men, women's junior doubles, men's senior pairs, women's senior quads, women's intermediate pairs, and the men's novice top quads, all up to 12 noon. So some great racing following this one, and we look forward to that. But there's no doubt about it now, with about 30 odd strokes to go. The Leroy Galway crew,
what's the Prime Minister's
in charge, totally in command of this race, going to take this championship in about 4 or 5 seconds time. So just to remind you, it's Leroy Galway leading the way home here in the championship final of the women's novice top squads from Queen's University Ladies Belfast and the Rowing Club Dublin, Commercial Dublin. So that's the 1, 2, 3. You can see there's well spread out there, good number of lengths between each crew. But up to the line, the women's novice top squad, it's Leroy Galway taking the title. Women's novice top squads, congratulations to them, brilliant rowing, very good quality rowing from a novice crew. In second position we have the Queen's University Ladies crew from Belfast, coming over the line now. And then in third position, with about 10 or 15 strokes to go, Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. That's the 1, 2, 3 of the women's novice top squads. And we will have the DLBC crew following up. The next race on the course, and they're well underway. Alan, the men's intermediate single scores, how's it going up there?
It's a blanket across the first 500 straight. I would say Kelly from NYG in lane 4 has stretched out a little bit of a lead over Brennan from lane 2 from DVC, and then Albert in number 1. Those three had a bit of a stretch, but then O'Neill from UNRC is coming right back into it. And the other two, URC and Tanner from Shannon, just a little bit off the pace. As I see you now, we're about 700 metres in. It is Kelly from NYG who's holding, I'd say, a length and a half or a length over the field over Brennan from Trinity. And it is probably anyone from 4 as I see O'Donovan from UL and Shannon Tanner dropping off a little. So the real contenders in this now, because I can be well proven wrong, the real contenders in this seem to be Kelly from NUIG, Brennan from Trinity, and O'Neill from ULRC has come in with now. We're playing one there, Brennan from Neptune dropping off a little, but again, you don't know what games these guys are playing 800 in. I see the 1,000 metre approaching. All the change there. There was a little bit of a wind we noticed from the shelter on the far side as you look at it from the enclosure that will probably affect lane 1 and lane 2. Flat down conditions, but then they come around the headland and there is a bit of a wind that can affect them. I see Colin Brennan now in lane 1 from Neptune Rowing Club moving back into it. But these 4 boats, that's the 2 Brennans, lane 1 and lane 2. AYG and O'Neill from URC are putting a bit of distance between themselves. That's O'Donovan, URC and 5 and Tanner from Shannon. They're kind of a little off the pace at this stage, but well in front and has held this from a fantastic start headed from NYG in lane 4. If you quick load then, lane 1 from Brennan from Neptune, lane 2 Brennan from Trinity College, O'Neill from URC in lane 3, lane 4 Kelly from NYG, O'Donovan from URC in lane 5, and on the enclosure side is Tanner from Shannon. We're still out in front, and I would say a length and a half in the lead is Kelly from NYG over Brennan from Trinity College. Just looking here, I'd say there's 700 to go, and Kelly has kind of inflicted a bit of domination on this field. Whether he has spent all his matches in one go, but he has certainly overcome that gap. He has length and a half now over the 2 chasers. The near chasers were O'Neill from ULRC and Brennan from Trinity College. Further back then back to Colin Brennan from Neptune Rowing Club. Further back then to Tanner from Shannon and O'Neill from ULRC. I think it's slightly, but the real big battle here as we approach, I'd say, with about 6:50 to go. Looking back on it, Kelly from NYG still holding that. He's headed all the way. There's got to be a reaction now because these guys are still looking strong. Brennan from Trinity College in 3rd place. O'Neill from ULRC in 2nd place. Brennan is coming back into it. There's a little bit of a push now from Brennan. He's right inside of Brennan from Neptune. And he is coaching back up on Brennan from Trinity College. And O'Neill is going to be a reaction here at some stage now. Question remains whether Kelly has gone out too quick, whether he has raced to 1,500 and is hoping to hold on. He is still looking strong. His rate is lower compared to the rest of them, but his strength is up and his power is there. He's moving through the water. There's a bit of a reaction now from O'Neill of ULRC in lane 3, and Colin Brennan now right beside us here in lane 1, and Neptune is coming back at Brennan from Trinity. But still out in front and still holding on is Kelly from NUIG. Now the last 500 is going to tell. These guys have cleared the field. We're going to move from URC and Tanner from Shannon have kind of are well off the pace at this stage. So we're getting 1 from 4, and who's held it the whole way has been Kelly. But this last 500 is going to tell. I can look across there and I can see Brennan from Trinity, BBC really upping the pace. O'Neill reacts as well. O'Neill from URC is in 2nd place. Kelly from NUIG hold on. Colin Brennan from Neptune in lane 1, but the far side from the enclosure isn't out of this yet. He's coming back on Brennan from DULBC, and they're all coming back on Kelly. Has Kelly done too much too soon? We'll see who races to the line. 3:50 to go, I would say, and I don't know what you put it.
Oh, good race on here. Men's intermediate single sculls final. So it's the Can Go and Get Through the Road. T. Kelly from NUI Galway leading the way all the way there. You can see him. He's in lane 3. He's out in front, but he's being hunted down. He's being attacked to his right by University of Limerick O'Donovan. And then the 2 Brennans, the Trinity Sculler in lane 2 on the far side of the Neptune Sculler, Colin in lane 1. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4. We watch this. But leading the way still, Kelly from NUI Galway. He's still got his nose in front in the black boat there. You can see him. He's being attacked now by Colin Brennan from Neptune, who's moving up into 2nd. Don't forget, Colin Brennan is the holder of this championship. He won it last year by the narrowest of margins, doing the same thing. He was hunted down and he won by absolutely nothing. Will he do the same? We don't know. He's hit the 2nd now. He's charging after Kelly from NUIG. Will Kelly hold on? We'll go and get 3 in a row here. We have to wait and see. We're into the final 200 metres. But there's no doubt about it now as it comes straight up here. It's brilliant rolling from Kenny. He's charged on again and he's held off that challenge. He's got about 15 strokes to go. You've got Neptune in second, but he's being now charged down by University of Limerick. O'Neill is now moved into second. So anyway, Keith Kenny out in front. He's absolutely taking it now. He's got out to clear water. He's got about 5 strokes. Anyway, Galway going to take this 3 in a row for Galway. Second position, University of Limerick. O'Neill. Third position, Colin Brennan from Neptune. Beating his brother Rowan from DUBC in 4. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Brilliant race. In 5th position, University of Limerick, Donovan and Shannon Tower in 6th. Alan, after that tremendous final, anyway, he's taking that title, men's intermediate single strokes. Men's junior quads next. Junior quads, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, we're coming down big and fast. We just got past the 1,000 metre mark and Junior 10 past start, but Ginny at the start of the game, obviously a left of goal. But in the quick line on this, Junior quad, then walking from now, Skibbereen in lane 2, Jim Michael's running 3 at low lane 4, he's lane 5 and then Skibbereen in lane 6. You would have seen these guys hammer it earlier, some fantastic racing in the previous time trial to get to this stage, but 32 votes vying for these 6 places, and these lads have well deserved the final as they come towards us. Now it looks like Athlone in the middle are holding a very slight lead over the field, but we're sitting here, I'd say, at the 800 metre mark, and again, this boat is absolutely fearless. These guys, junior men's junior quads, these guys have absolutely no fear of giving too much speed to the fifth spot, but the 3 who are starting to stretch at the 1,000 metre mark are Skibbereen, Athlone and St. Michael's, but St. Michael's calling the shots on this one. Now, will they settle in some big guys in the St. Michael's boat? That Bowman must be, I'd say, 6'2" or 3. I could be proven wrong. It could even be 6'6". He's a big, strong, long, strong rower, and that is really helping this St. Michael's boat along. Athlone still in the mix of that. There's a real battle between Enniskillen and Lee out there as well. There's nothing really between that length of about, I'd say about 2 lengths over the field. So there's battles all over the place. Real fearless rowing here for these guys. Skibbereen, sitting the boat up, they're rowing perfectly. Beautiful across there, looking awfully. Look at Shannon,
1, 2, 3
Lee
test.
in third place, Skibbereen in second, but way out in front and in control of this race. And you've got to feel that if Skibbereen reacted, or if Lee put in a push, that van would just up the rate by a couple of pips and stay in control, because they are so in control of this race now. With such a high standard of
Test.
Very surprised the band is such dominant form, but clearly growing the race of their lives. These girls are, I can see nothing other than goals for these girls. They are flying. Absolutely perfection as they move through the water. Really, really well. Lee now comes over with a from Shannon for that third spot. He's fallen away slightly. Skibbereen has moved up, but again, Banner just putting zero water between themselves in the field. Fantastic going there. Skibbereen goes to second with Lee and Shannon coming back into it, battling out for that third spot. A little further back, Offaly and Connell then on the far side as you look at it from the enclosure, a little off the pace, but well in front, well in control of the approach the last 500. It's Band's race to lose, and they are not looking like they're going to lose anything. In fact, they're increasing the distance between themselves and Skibbereen, Lee and Shannon, their closest contenders. But this one is going to go to the line footing as they approach the 500 mark. Band have a dominant lead now over Skibbereen. Skibbereen looking around, the Band and Skibbereen both they're trying to react, they're trying to up the race, but it is just unfortunately too little too late to look at the girls of the band boat just drift away on the way to victory across this line first, and they're still a long way to go. They're in front of the very top, 150 metres in, they have about a length over the field, and it looks like they're going to have a distance by the time they get to the finish line. So they're moving away from us, approaching 1,500 gone. It is Van well out in front from Skibbereen. From Lee under a bit of pressure, Shannon a little bit back to Offaly, and then back to Connell. But I'll let you enjoy this dominating show from Van as they're on their way to an Irish Championship.
So into the last 500, the women's junior 18 double sculls final, approaching the closures, and as Alan said, the band crew dominant here, showing so well, having won the junior singles yesterday, and now the doubles going to add to that title, and this is incredible growing from them. I picked them out earlier on this morning in the time trial, and they're just a very good crew, and well drilled, well coached, everything, big heavy box. I don't see much wrong with them at all. So they're out there, all got a distance from the crew on the near side, that's Skibbereen A, and then we have the other crew on the other side. Position right now, Band from Skibbereen, from Lee. That's the 1, 2, 3. Don't forget the final this is of the Women's Junior Double Sculls Championship. So, as they approach the last 250 or 200 for the band crew, we watched them magnificently roll past. Just take your hats off and have a look at this, and we need to give them a tremendous cheer, tremendous roar when they get nearer to us, because this is brilliant rowing from them. They didn't just, this isn't a bad field, this is a really credible field behind them. They've left them, and this is really good quality rowing. So as band come up with about 20 strokes to go, they lead the way home in the final of the Women's Double Sculls Championship. Junior Double Sculls from Skibbereen, from Lee. Then we've got Shannon in fourth position, and on the far side the Clonmel crew. Here on the near side the Offaly A rather, and then Clonmel, Offaly in fifth. So there's the positions, well spread out you can see, but there's no doubt about it, with less than 5 strokes to go, it's the Band Rowing Club going to take the title of the Women's Junior Double Sculls Championship of Ireland. Coming up in second position with less than 10 strokes, it's Skibbereen Rowing Club going to take silver as they approach the finish now over the next couple of strokes. Holding on to that second position from Lee Rowing Club, coming up now in third. Lee holding on gallantly to third position as there's a great fight on there between the next two crews home, but it's Band who wins this race, and congratulations to them. Shannon finishing fourth, Offaly, and then Clondale. We've got 4 more races now to go in this morning's session of finals, and it's the men's senior Copper Pairs Championship next. Alan.
Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, so the lineup here, just to make difficult for the commentators, we've got in lane 2 commercial A, in lane 3 commercial B, UCD in lane 4, DUBC in lane 5, and NUIG in lane 6. So it's 5 boat, 4 club, straight final here in the men's senior pair. So we're floating around the 400 metre mark. The race is on the stake boats and just about to get underway. Certainly, as I said before, that breeze has even picked up again, so a few rolling waves on certainly not as nice conditions as we had this morning, but the men's senior pair is off the stake boats, and no one's showing too early. If anything, I would say commercial B in lane 3 a little bit up at the moment, so things start from everybody as they approach the 200 metre mark. We're going to be following this, so we'll get a full-on experience, only a few feet from it, but the best way to watch any racing, and you'll see it yourself once the drone footage kicks in. And we'll see NUIG out in lane 6 showing quite well. So again, quick rundown: commercial A, commercial B, NUIG, DUBC and NUIG on the enclosure side. Really nothing between them as they hit the 400 metre mark. With anything, as I said, I'd say that commercial B crew in lane 3 maybe holding a slight lead. Commercial A in lane 2 dropping off slightly, the other 4 boats still together. Yes, lane 3, commercial B holding a canvas lead now at this stage, which is 400 metres into this race. But commercial A have pushed right back up, and it's literally 5 boats hammering the hell out of each other at this stage. Everyone looking very strong, very controlled, as you'd imagine, with 500 metres in. So hopefully these crews will stick together and give us a real ding-dong battle all the way to the finish. Bow, the commercial A crew, just looking around, seeing where his teammates are, and has upped the race to get back in the fight, because they have certainly dropped off in the first 200 metres. As we look across, the NUIG crew in lane 6, near the enclosure side, have about half a lane on DUBC, who are a little behind the UCD crew in the middle of the course in lane 4, but literally nothing between these 5 crews at the minute. About a length covers the whole 5 crews. B in lane 3 holding that little lead, but they're starting to come under pressure now from both NUIG and UCD. UCD bow, just having a look to the right there, checking out the commercial crew, a look to the left, checking out the NUIG crew, and it's reacted, called a small little push. Again, a lot of these crews reacting on the fly. They have their plan, but if someone else makes a move, you've got to go with them. And as we see here now, commercial B in lane 3, and the late before the length of that UCD crew, who are pretty much tied up with NUIG, a little further back to commercial A, and then a small bit further back to DUBC, who seem to be losing a slight bit of ground at the moment. Now, as we come up, the commercial crew, commercial A crew have up their rate, and they are, it's tough to call it here. There is 3 crews neck and neck. Commercial B holding 3/4 of a length lead, and literally commercial A, DUBC and UCD are NUIG. DUBC slightly off the back. I'm getting confused here. This is exciting stuff. Commercial B still have that 3/4 of a length. NUIG, UCD and commercial A neck and neck for that second spot, and they are just about to hit the 1,000 metres. There is still just that 1 length that commercial B have over UCD, NUIG and commercial A. Can they stretch it? Who's going to react now at the 1,000 metres? Will the 1,000 metres be a trigger point for these guys? By the looks of it, commercial B, who are holding that lead, are now coming in under pressure. NUIG look like they've upped the race. Commercial A have up the race. Everyone has reacted now to the 1,000-metre mark. It is a trigger point, and that leaves that Commercial B is being swallowed up. It's back to half a length. Commercial A, Commercial B, Commercial A on lane 2. That's the furthest away from the enclosure. Are pushing right up on Commercial B crew. Everyone now, these four boats are back in. Commercial B, who had a full length over the other three boats, have now lost out on the others of gauge, and I don't know what to say. There's so much effort going on out there. UCD are slightly off the pace here, but three boats now altogether. Commercial A, Commercial B, and NUIG. Three boats, and there is nothing between them. This is savage racing. UCD, they're not even half a length down, so they're in the mix as well. A little further back to Trinity College, but they seem to be off the pace of this. Commercial A now have come in from sitting in fourth place to third to second, and have now taken half a length on the field. Fantastic racing. NUIG are now holding second place. Commercial B, who spent 1,500 metres, almost 1,500 metres in first place, have faded slightly, and themselves and UCD are reacting to each other, but not reacting to the race. Commercial A have taken half a length over NUIG, and could it be that these two crews are going to race the last 600 metres for the title of Champions of Ireland? And NUIG, Bowland looking across. This is amazing racing. Commercial A, who, as I said, have come from fourth to second to third, and have now first place by half a length over NUIG. Incredible racing. Still holding the power, still holding the length, still holding the strength, but NUIG are not letting them go. As we hit the last 500, Jerry, this one's going to be called to the line, because NUIG and Commercial A aren't going to let this go. Further on back, we have Commercial B fighting it out there with UCD, and a little further back to Trinity. But as they move towards us, this is going to be a hell of a final, because NUIG are going to up this race. Commercial A in the lead on the far side, but NUIG on the enclosure side. This is going to go all the way to the line. Jerry, over to you.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, it sounds very exciting now as it comes into view. We've got the two crews on either side of the lake. Commercial on the far side, and Galway on the near side. Looking down the course, Commercial slightly in front. Will Commercial win their first championship this weekend? Commercial from Dublin over on the far side. Galway on the near side. This race is going to go all the way, I'm guessing. This is a fantastic race coming towards you now. But if anything, Commercial have pushed out now on the far side. Commercial right over there. In lane 2, the A crew from Commercial. They've jumped right out from the NUI Galway crew. You can see that now. Out they go. They must have a length all of a sudden. They've absolutely stood on the stretcher over the last 25 strokes as I was talking. And there they go. You can see them on the far side. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. Men's senior coxers pairs. Will they be championship champions of Ireland in about another 45 seconds? Here we go. They've absolutely opened up an NUI Galway now. So that's the 1-2. And then in third position is the other Commercial boat, followed by UCD, followed by DUBC. So up we go for about 20 strokes to go in the men's championship. Cox's pairs, senior, the top end. Here we go, about 15 strokes. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin leading the way home here from NUI Galway. 10 strokes or less to go. Men's senior pairs. And I tell you, they'll be all delighted in Commercial with this win. Brilliant rowing from them. Up towards the line, Commercial, Dublin, winning the men's senior pairs. Over the line they go. Great victory for them from NUI Galway in second position. And coming up towards the line, two look very tired crews in third and fourth, Commercial B and UCD, followed by DUBC. Alan, as Commercial win their championship, the men's senior pairs, congratulations to them. We move on to the women's senior quads final. Over to you.
As we make our way up through the race, great race there by Commercial. Having watched that the whole way down, they played a very, very intelligent race there. Commercial A to win that. Always looking over their shoulder at the other boats in front, and just moved steadily up through the field. Fantastic finish. Next up, 11:40, so just 3 minutes time to the women's senior quad final. ULRC in lane 2, Lee Fermoy Composite in lane 3, UCC in lane 4, and Killorglin in lane 5, so just 4 boats, one to take the title. We're moving up here, up to the 500 metre mark. We'll get right up to the start. Again, as I said, conditions a little rolly here. Certainly kind of cross headwind now, causing a little bit of hassle on the start. Hopefully it dies down a bit later on today and we can have some of the fantastic racing conditions that we had this morning. But moving up now, we'll jump right back into it as soon as we're getting in position, and we're going to call this one. This is the women's senior quad 1140 start.
Next on the podium, race 220, the women's junior 16-8, and the winners, Donna Run. In the silver position, Purple. So the Seagull Cameron, the relaunch of the group position.
And here we go, women's senior quad final, UL, Lee Fermoy, UCC and Kilorgan, and they are 100 metres off the start, and UL have thrown heart and soul into this, but on the far side, Kilorgan are right at the races there. Kilorgan, UCC, Lee Fermoy crew already down a little, but Kilorgan have come out of the blocks here between Kilorgan and UL, like hammer to hell. They have come out of this block. They're 200 down, and UL still pushing, maybe they're still in their start mode because they've closed the gap on Kilorgan. Kilorgan had a fantastic start and settled into steady pace. UL up the race, but those two boats have a length and a half clear already on UCC over Lee Fermoy, who have dropped back a little. Kilorgan now, as they settle into their stride, Kilorgan are putting a little bit more pressure, a little bit more power. Similar rates between themselves and UL as we approach 400 gone, but Kilorgan seems to be putting distance with every stroke. Just that inch, just that little inch more every single stroke is being moved in, and Kilorgan is putting a little bit of distance between themselves and UL. UL came right back into it, or maybe held that start a little longer, those terrible strokes. Moving quite well, the UL crew, nothing wrong with the way they're rowing. They're moving well through that. Looks like the Kilorgan crew are rowing a little bit longer and just that little bit stronger. As they hit 500 metres, I would say there is 3/4 of a length in it. Difficult to tell now. UL in lane 5 on the enclosure side. Kilorgan in lane 5 on the enclosure side, UL on the near side, and maybe 3/4 of a length in it. They haven't let them go, but I see some of the Kilorgan boats now just looking across, checking that position. This could be down to a 2-horse race with still 1,500 to go, because we've got to go back a little bit to UCC and then back a little bit further to UL, to Lee Fermoy. So we don't want to watch them out. After the 500 metres, the crews have well spread out already. Now, Kilorgan moving quite steady, but UL have called for a reaction already. I see the bow of the UL boat just checking across, and they've called to up the race, but they don't want to let that Kilorgan crew get away. UCC are going to have to react if they want to stay in the mix. Looks like they're a little bit too far off the pace at the moment. I won't say there's panic in the UL boat, but they're certainly just looking around, trying to keep hold of that Kilorgan boat. Bow in the UL boat just won't let the Kilorgan boat go. They've tried up the race, and they've held the position. I don't think they're claiming any water back on that, but out in front, the Kilorgan and UL boats have a distance over UCC already, and it's a good bit back then to the Lee Fermoy crew. This race is well spread out, and it might affect our ability now just to keep up with it, but still out in front with about 750 gone is that Kilorgan crew, and they seem to be holding off UL quite well and quite comfortably. UL up the rate, they've settled back down into it now. Both crews, similar enough rate, I'd say. In fact, if anything, Kilorgan are just rowing lower and longer and stronger, and seem to be just getting that little inch, little centimetre every single stroke on UL, and I don't think UL have what it takes to come back at them now. Early days yet as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. But Kilorgan are going to go through that nice and strong and powerful. They've taken one hit from UL and held them off. There's going to have to be some reaction now at the 1,000 metre mark, because UL are going to find themselves running out of water to make any inroads into Killorglin if they don't do it now. Further back to UCC, rowing well, but well off the pace, and Lee Fermoy then, we just don't want to watch them out, so we're a good bit back from the leaders at the moment. Killorglin now through the 1,000 metre mark, UL through the 1,000 metre mark. UCC coming up there now, and a little further back then to Lee Fermoy. This one is well spread out, and it looks as though from here, with about 900 to go, Killorglin can hold off any attack from UL. They're going to have to make a move, and they're going to have to make that move soon. It's any one from two, but your smart money has to be on Killorglin at this stage. They rode very strong from the start. They reacted and held off the UL push, and you have to think that's going to see them all the way through. Still plenty of racing to go, but the UL crew are going to have to, as I said, lift that rate, make that attack, and as they look, they have done, and Killorglin have reacted. Killorglin have finally lifted the rate, and it more so looks like they're playing with the UL attack, because they're still holding them off and holding them off comfortably. This Killorglin crew in lane 5 down the enclosure side are toying with the rest of the field, I feel, and are well in control of this race. UL are trying their best to try and put some inroads into that lead, but Killorglin are just holding off that attack bit by bit and inching away. They're looking very strong, very powerful. We're going to have to go a further bit back for UCC and then further back again for Lee Fermoy. Field is very well spread out as Killorglin approach the last 500. We're restricted here in what we can do just with the spread out of the field from the Lee Fermoy crew. So we're going to have to let you call it home, Jerry, but as we move away from us here, 500 to go, Killorglin from UL, from UCC, from Lee Fermoy.
So, approaching the last 500, well into it now as they go, all crews go through, possibly all at this point, the women's senior quads final, championship final. It's Killorglin leading the way home here. In the middle there, you can see them quite clearly from the crew from the University of Limerick Rowing Club on the far station. That's the 1-2 with the University College Cork crew in third position, and the fourth crew is the Lee Fermoy composite. So here we go with about 350 to go. Killorglin looking very strong indeed. University of Limerick on the far station don't look like they're getting a challenge in against them. Killorglin holding on to their pushes, etc., and just as Alan said earlier, down the course they just reacted to anything that was thrown at them. But there's still a little bit of a contact. Can University of Limerick do something amazing here on the far station? But at this point is Killorglin, a very experienced crew coming down the course here and looking very strong indeed. You got O'Donoghue and Stroke and Gallagher, Monica Chikowska, Olympian and 2, and Sullivan and Bow. So really good names, quality names there, leading the way home here. And they've got about a length. University of Limerick would absolutely have to throw the kitchen sink at them here to get back. They're giving him a good go. But Killorglin reacting, looking across, able to just push on again here into the last 15 strokes. Women's senior quad championship with about 15 strokes to go. Killorglin just about to take this title home to their club. Looking very strong now. They have a little bit of clear water. Looking amazingly brilliant here towards the line. So, Women's Senior Quad Championship of Ireland. Killorglin take it over the line in first position, followed by University of Limerick. Coming up in third position, we have the crew from University College Cork Rowing Club in the red boat, and then followed by the composite of Lee Fermoy. in this morning's sessions, 2 finals. Alan, the women's intermediate crosses pairs, how are we doing up there?
Well, Jerry, just a couple of minutes to the start now, and we've just noticed some of the crews in lane 1 and 2, maybe lane 3, just having a little bit of trouble keeping straight. The swirling wind here, making things a little bit more difficult now. The pairs obviously have plenty of experience, know how to move the boat around, but just noticing it in the lane 1, 2, and 3 as I sit here waiting for the start. It's definitely something that's could affect the race going forward. This wind will start off a little bit, but something that lane 5 and 6 don't seem to have to deal with, sitting there quite comfortably. So a little bit of chop. We're just awaiting Janine to get started with the roll call, and we'll be away. So this is a full house. We have Shannon lane 1, Shannon lane 2, NUIG lane 3, ULA crew in lane 4, Trinity ladies in lane 5, A crew and the B crew, ULB crew. There's attention and go. And again, just looking, the Shannon crew had a terrible start there in lane 1, and I think that could have something to do with the swirling wind and how they were set. But we're just at the 100-metre mark, and it is blanket across there, except that Shannon crew with that unfortunate start has put them down already. No one really showing at the minute. If anything, NUIG in lane 3 after 100 metres, and UL Rowing Club and Trinity Ladies A crew. I would say those 3 have a little edge over the Shannon crew, over the Trinity B crew, over the Shannon crew who had that terrible start. But out in front and hammering down the course, this NUIG crew and UL crew, they have put themselves right in the pole position now after only 250 gone, so they could still be settling in after their start. But those 2 crews have clear water over the DULBC A crew in lane 5, over the Shannon crew in lane 2, over the Trinity Ladies in lane 6, and over the Shannon crew in lane 1. So, 2-horse race after 300 metres. This is NUIG and UL neck and neck. As anything, NUIG probably has half a length over UL. They had great starts, but again, the blanket start, as soon as they settled down and started to put the power down, it was NUIG and UL and the Trinity A crew that came to the fore. Those 3 crews are starting to separate themselves from the other 3. As I said, full house, 6 lanes today, and NUIG still looking very strong as they're approaching that 500-metre mark. Now, they hold the length currently over the UL crew, who, if anything, are rowing a little bit longer. See how that serves them in 1,000 metres time as they push towards the finish. But NUIG goes through with a length over UL, with a length and a half over Trinity A crew in lane 5. Then it's a distance, bit of a distance back, and we're spread out already over the Trinity B crew, over Shandon, and Shannon have come right back into it. Unfortunately, about their start now, if they got a better start, they could have been well up there, and I would have put them up with the Trinity A crew, but they lost quite a few lengths off the start. The field just after 500 metres starts as well spread out, and as we look, NUIG have put in a push now, whether that's a tactical push, because they certainly up the race compared to the UL crew. It's early days to be putting the knife in, but maybe they want to finish this and finish it early, because they were looking pretty impressive in the heat. And they hold now, I'd say, about a 2-length, maybe 3-length lead over UL Trinity A in lane 5 there, coming back at the UL crew. So nothing much between the ULBC and UL crew, but then a bit of a distance ahead is the NUIG crew. The Shannon crew have come right back into 4th position, and really feel bad for them now with that bad start, that they could have been up there in the next. But as we look up close to about 700 gone, it's the NUIG crew. They've stuck in that dig, and either UL or Trinity have reacted. Trinity on the far side now, maybe it was a little difficult for them to see, because they are right beside UL and they look to be racing UL, but UL didn't react to the move from NUIG, and NUIG have stolen about 3 lengths on it. So how will this work out as we approach 900 gone? 1,000 metre coming up. Have UL sent all their matches? Have they given too much too soon? We're going to have to drop back a small bit now, because the crews are well spread out. 3 have taken the lead on the field. NUIG have really stuck the knife in, and they're holding that lead, and it's probably up to about 4 lengths, maybe 5 lengths as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. Trinity and UL are battling it out there for that second spot. Shannon have come right back into this, and they are probably, I'd say, if they're moving the way they're continuing to move, they're going to close the gap and battle for that second place. But out in front, as the 1,000 metres is behind them and they're inside the last 1,000 onto heading for glory, if they can hold this, is the NUIG crew. And potentially that lead that they made at 500 metres has put that distance that they need to take the title. But NUIG miles ahead now. They are controlling this race. All they have to do is react to the drive that comes from the competitors from Trinity A crew right there in lane 5 and the UL crew. Those two crews are neck and neck the whole time, but they just didn't react when NUIG put in that push at 500 metres. Probably thinking it was too early. We all thought it was too early, but they've got that distance and they are holding that distance. Shannon moving right back into now distancing Shandon and the DULBCG group out there in lane 6. So it is NUIG to lose at this stage, and it's hard to see them doing that because they made that push at 500 metres and they never looked back. They put that distance in, UL didn't react, Trinity A crew didn't react, and they are now holding a commanding position. Can they react any move? If NUIG, or if UL or Trinity want to make an action there, it has to be done now. And Trinity are, as I explained that, with 700 to go, Trinity have up the race, and really up the race, and they are starting to leave UL behind. UL are trying to react. Do Trinity think that they can haul in the NUIG crew? As I look up towards them, they haven't got scrappy, they haven't got messy, they haven't really up the race. They're dealing with a little bit of conditions here because that wind is, they're moving into that headwind now as they come around the headland. It's a little bit more pronounced on the far side away from the enclosure, but Trinity has put about a length and a half into UL, who were in control the whole time. UL haven't up the race to match Trinity. NUIG, as I said, made that move at 500. As they approach the final 500, it's hard to see them being overtaken. They didn't. They are starting to up the race now, whether they need to or not, just to cement their position at the head of this race. Trinity have reacted as well to the UL battle there, but I think the gap is just too much to close. Gary, we're going to turn around and get the last race, and we're going to hand this over to you, but it's looking as they move away from us inside the last 500. NUIG over the Trinity A crew, who hold a nice lead over UL, back to Shannon, Shandon, and the ULBC B crew.
So, coming into view, Women's Intermediate Cox Pairs Final Championship. As Alan was saying, the crew from NUI Galway leading the way here. They're well out, and another convincing lead approaching the last 400 metres of this race. So NUIG Galway with about 4 lengths possibly now, and DULBC, who've done very well now to come back up into second. They have done considerably well to get outright second there from the crew from the University of Limerick, back in third position. So as we watch this race, it's the crew from, no doubt about it, it's the crew from NUI Galway. Oh, the Galway crew's having some great racing this morning. This must be the 4th victory I'm counting to take back to Galway City this evening and tomorrow, maybe more to come. So we're watching this now as the University, NUI Galway, with Emma Waters and Cliona Nolan on board. They're just absolutely now out to about 4 lengths and running magnificently well. I watched them in the heat and I spoke about their togetherness of this crew, and we talk about force curves, power force curves, and you just watch them coming. They put the boat, the oar in the water, and it's just straight down, moving absolutely straight like an arrow. Brilliant going from them. That's why they're winning this race. They must have 4 lengths now on a gallant DULBC crew who've come back into an outright second position and have done really well indeed. The DULBC crew in second from the from the crew from the University of Limerick Rowing Club, and then we have the crew from Shannon in 4th, and then Shannon on the second DULBC crew. So that's it, up towards the line, going to take this. It's Waters and Nolan from NUIG taking the championship, intermediate pairs of Championship of Ireland. Congratulations to them from a gallant second position from the DULBC crew, followed by University of Limerick.
Alan, as NUI Galway takes that intermediate pairs championship, women's championship title convincingly. I'm going to hand back to you now to take the last race of the morning session, the last final, the men's novice top squad. Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, what a great morning of racing we had. Conditions slightly windy now in the second half of this morning. I see now a couple of crews in this final race of the morning session having trouble staying straight, but we're ready to go any minute now. I think all crews are getting straight. Just to give you the lowdown on this, lane number 2, we have UCD, Queens in lane number 3, Commercial in lane number 4, and the green and black of Neptune in lane number 5, that's closest to the enclosure. So, just looking at the watch, it's 11:59. We should be set to go any minute in this final of the men's novice top squad. So Jimmy O'Neill now of Neptune Rowing Club on starter duty this morning. So we've got acknowledgement from all crews and we'll be ready to go any second. So again, quick reminder, from the enclosure side, Neptune, Commercial, Queens and UCD to take home the top spot of the men's novice top squad. And it's attention. And the flag is dropped and they're off on this final race of the morning session. So all crews looking steady. It's a steady, controlled, a little bit nervous start maybe from all crews, but Queens showing early in lane 3. But we are with this.
Very, very nice one.
Queens half a length, or excuse me, Queens half a canvas up on UCD at the minute. We are right beside the UCD boat and they are pushing through. A lot of strong men in this in these boats. At the moment now, 150 metres, you've got UCD, Queens, Commercial and Neptune in that order. And they are spread out, I'd say, by about a length at this stage. Moving well through the water. These guys certainly don't look like novice scullers. Everyone moving long and strong, real power. Low rate there from the NUIG, or excuse me, from the Queen's boat in lane 3 compared to the rest of them, but still they're holding on. There's a lot of power there. Just looking at the Queen's stroke man, drops and pulls, huge power. Same from the Commercial stroke. Neptune just about a length down at this stage over the leading crew, which is right beside us, that UCD boat. And they're all moving really well, really together. And they have a canvas over the other two challengers, Queen's University and Commercial, with Neptune slightly off the back. But all crews now moving very well. Cox is looking across. I see the Queen's Cox just checking out that quarter or that canvas down on the UCD crew. Too early to react. Stick to their own game plan at this stage as they come up, and we're about to hit the 500 metre mark. And there is half a length to UCD over Queens, over Commercial, with a further, there's probably 2 lengths between Neptune and the leading boat of UCD. But as the through 500 at UCD, and UCD are trying to squeeze that length over Queens to 3/4 of a length. I'd say they have maybe half a length at this stage, and Commercial banging away there on the far side, on the enclosure side, right beside Queens. They're about a canvas down, and then a further open water there back to Neptune. Neptune losing a little bit of ground on that. So UCD made a bit of a rogue wave there and has got a bit untidy, whether that's cost them a foot or two. A few rolling waves here. Things are a little bit splashy on the UCD side. They're still holding that lead, but a few blades banging off the water, not as tidy as they were at the start. Whether that will cost them. As I look across now, I see Queens still about half a length down, and Commercial have trouble. Commercial Batman has caught a crab there on his right side. They're in a bit of trouble. They've completely lost ground. Neptune have got them, so unfortunately the Commercial Batman, they're getting back into it now as Neptune go past them, and this is turned from a 3-horse into a 2-horse race. Very unfortunate there. On the Commercial side, Commercial lost a lot of ground, but Queens have got them scrappy in the middle of the course. Now conditions and fatigue will set in and cause that. Certainly the UCD crew, as I look across here, Queens are one length down, but the UCD crew has started to look scrappier now. So there is a little bit of rough water now as we're looking at here. The Queens rate has remained low, but it's remained strong and powerful, and maybe they're dealing with the conditions, even though they're just about 3/4 of a length down at this stage as we approach the 1,000 metre mark. They're about 3/4 of a length down, but they haven't seemed to put in the effort yet. It seems, it's too early to call, but with the race half over, half done, still half to go. It looked like Queens had stuff in reserve, but UCD still holding that half a length. They've tidied up a bit actually from what they were. A few less flashes will come around. There's a bit of a headland to come up now, and how that will affect the conditions. UCD have actually dug in again and reacted very well to a few scrappy minutes there of rowing, but they've come right back in with UCD have regained their composure. Queen's University still have that low rate. Now, they're still a length down on UCD. Can they react? Commercial coming back into it after that unfortunate cramp by the barman there. Neptune still off the back. Commercial moving back up. Maybe that will give them that shot of adrenaline, but will they use up all that energy a little too soon? Now UCD still rowing well, still rowing strong. They've recovered from that bit of scrappy work there. Queen's still holding that low rate, but if they up this rate, you have to feel that they can close the gap. I feel at this stage now, with about 600, 700 to go, now's the time for Queen's to make that move, because UCD look like they're pushing a little bit more every single stroke. The Queen's University crew still holding that low rate, but they've missed it. The two men have missed half a stroke there, and it's they've got to get that back, but they're still holding that low rate. UCD look like they can react at any time. To be honest, they've recovered very well and have started to put some distance into this Queen's crew. I expected Queen's to get back and lift the rate, and he is finally lifting the rate. I think, could it be that little bit too late? Depends now how high this rate goes. Commercial are coming right back into it now. This will be the comeback story of the year if they manage to get back into it, and they are closing with length, but they're just going to run out of water, I fear. Unfortunately, we're inside the last 500. UCD hit that now. They have about 2 lengths over that Queen's crew, who have lifted the rate, and who are difficult to tell if they're closing the gap. The Commercial crew are, again, I'd say, working on adrenaline at this stage. The rowing is scrappy, but they are powering through the water, and they are closing the gap. They're closing the gap on the Queen's crew, but UCD are holding this well. Buddy, I'm going to let you call this as they move away from us. It's UCD from Queen's University, from Commercial, from Neptune.
So UCD continue to lead here, the final race of the morning. Men's novice quad, University College Dublin, I'd say they've got a length, a little bit of clear water from the Queen's University Belfast crew. Queen's will have to absolutely hunt them now and tack them and throw everything they can possibly do at this point if they want to get back. But it's UCD's race. They're absolutely going magnificently along the way here. McMahon, Rafter, Dunleavy, Saunders, Cox by Reed. Amazing race. Novices, don't forget, rowing their first year in competition, learning their trade down this course, and how brave they are here, out in front now. This is a race these guys will remember for the rest of their lives. The University College Dublin leading the way from the Queen's crew of Smith, Rorty, McManus and Drain and Hart Coxing. That's the 1-2. Commercial, who had that mishap further down the field, have gallantly taken back that third position from Neptune. But these crews spread out, novice top squads. We've got about 15 strokes to go. University College Dublin, that's big college right up in the capital. They're going to take this in about 10 strokes time, unless they fall. Oh, now we've got to, come on, let's take it over the line, boys. We've got about 10 strokes to go. There you go, you have it again. And we've got, we're nearly there. And Queens, who are just about a length of distance behind them. It's University College Dublin going to take the title of Men's Novice Cock Squads Championship of Ireland. From Queen's University Belfast in second position. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin taking third position, followed by Neptune Rowing Club Dublin in fourth. So that completes this morning's racing, and we've had some magnificent racing. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. and we'll be racing right through to 16:40, where we will have 9 finals on offer. So get yourself some food, some ice cream, some drinks, put the suntan lotion on, and be back ready to go at 1:30. See you then.
It is blocking the access to the compound, and we need to get those out. That's 131C3954.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay, should be fine. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3. Holy shit, what's that sound? One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three, test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All fine. break time. Przerwa. Break time.
Next race, you know.
1:30. After 1:30.
If any clubs would like to have their presentations in the morning session, can you please come to the podium in the next 10-15 minutes? After that, we can accommodate you in the afternoon session.
out and is like trying to see what happened from the rolling club, what's going on. Congratulations.
Crews must launch from slip 1, not slip 3.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session of day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships for Ghana 2022. We've got a jam-packed afternoon for you, starting off at 1:30 and going all the way through to almost 6 o'clock. Out on the water, we have Jerry Spuddy Murphy going to call the action all the way through. Jerry, great race coming up to kick things off in the afternoon session. I'll leave it over to you.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along here to the afternoon session, day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships for Ghana 2022. First up this afternoon is the heats of the men's intermediate coxless pairs. And we have 6 boats in this heat, only the heat being later on with 6 boats, and 3 will qualify to each heat into the final at 15 boats later on. So orange light is flashing, which means they are under orders from the starter, TK Ryan, Skipper Reeves is the main man this afternoon.
Turn off the radio. Turn off the radio. Turn off the music.
A little bit of a headwind, slight headwind. So
turn off the music.
Now, the most difficult boat of all to get off straight as he calls them to attention.
Broadcast with the music.
In lane 1 we have the UBC on the power station. In lane 2 we've got Paul Boat Club. In lane 3 University of Limerick Rowing Club. Lane 4 St Michael's Limerick. Lane 5 NUIGA and lane 6 Shannon. And they're away. And there's a little bit of a call now as the crews just veer off their lane slightly, one or two of them. As we watch this race come up towards now the 100 metres gone. So as we move away, we have 3 crews have jumped out, but not by much, a half a length. We have DUBC in the fire station. And then in lane 3 it's University of Limerick.
Yeah, I can do
And in lane 5
I just need to check
NUIG. These 3 crews have pushed out from the crew from Cork Boat Club, St Michael's and Shannon, who already are a length and a half behind. So we've got 3 boats jumped out from the other 3 by 3.5, by a length, nearly length of clear water with only 250, 300 gone. So as I said, a tricky little headwind and a beautiful afternoon otherwise, and difficult boat. Don't forget, one boy steering with his shoe, with his foot, trying to keep on between the lanes, so a lot going on. So there's nothing in it between lane 1 DUBC on the far station, and then we have University of Limerick in lane 3, and then NUI Galway A crew, who've now jumped out to a half a length lead. As we approach 500 metres, NUIGA crew in lane 5 on the near side, on the enclosure side, lead through the first 500, and they just have a length now all of a sudden, going very well indeed from the University of Limerick Boat Club crew, and a length, and then a half a length back then to GBC in lane 1 on the far side, and another half a length back to Shannon on the near side, and then we have a length and a half back to St Michael's and Cork Boat Club. 3 crews were qualified for the final, and at this point in time, it's the NUIG crew, the NUIG crew and the University of Limerick crew and the DUBC crew in the first 3 positions. But on the near side, Shannon Rowing Club pushing along in 4th position, not letting them have it all their own way to come to be qualified. So this headwind is tricky enough now as you move on down the course. And watching them progress through 700 metres. So NUIG A crew leading the way here now. They've got a couple of 5 on the near side from the crew from University of Limerick Boat Club, and then a half a length back to DUBC in lane 1 on the far side. But DUBC under increasing pressure now from Shannon on the near side. So they're under pressure for that 3rd spot. Shannon holding on. They're only a length behind the DUBC crew in 4th, and that's nothing in a pairs race when you've only got 750 metres, 800 metres. We're coming up here halfway already now, and it's looking very good from the NUIGA crew in lane 5 on the near side. They're looking very classy indeed now as they stride out through 1,000 metres gone, halfway through. NUIG lead. They've got about 2.5 lengths on the crew from University of Limerick, and then on the far side DUBC. Now they've broken away a little bit from the Shannon crew, who've fallen back, having been trying desperately to stay in touch on the near side. There's clear water between them now and the crew from DUBC. So DUBC in 3rd, holding on to that qualifying position. There's a couple of lengths back to Cork Boat Club then, and another length back to St Michael's. So we're into the second half now, and it's definitely not comfortable for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. NUIGA looking very good as we move along with them. Out in front, a couple of lengths, in control of this race, and watching everybody behind ready to respond if there's any pushes. So they're leading the way, and then there isn't much in it between, I'd say University of Limerick in 2nd position. They have a half a length in DUBC in the white tops in the far station. And Shannon, as I said, have not gone away. So I confidently believe they're going to come back and attack DUBC and possibly even University of Limerick. Could be totally wrong, but they're looking quite good on the near side. So as we approach 12:50, NUI Galway continue to lead, and they're in control of this race. So There's no doubt about that. DUBC now and University of Limerick holding on to second and third, nothing in between them. Okay, I think I'm wrong here. Shannon are falling back now. I thought they were going to mount a big challenge, but they have fallen back now, a couple of lengths behind in fourth position. So it's looking increasingly more so to those 1,300 metres, and that the three crews here at the moment that would qualify are NUI Galway, commanding lead from University of Limerick in second, and then they have a little bit, about half a length on DUBC on the far station in lane 1. They're the 1, 2, 3, and then it's a good couple of lengths back to Shannon now, who that challenge they have has not materialised, and they've got fallen back now by a good couple, 3 lengths possibly in the 4th place, followed by a couple of lengths back to Cork Boat Club and a couple of lengths back to St Michael's of Limerick. So if you watch them through 1600 before we hand over, it's NUIG Galway leading this race from the crew from University of Limerick, and DUBC in 3rd position on the far station. From the Shannon crew in 4th, from Cork Boat Club, from St Michael's. I'll hand it over to you, Alan. Taking this up now with about 300 to go, and those 3 crews, as Jerry said, look comfortable enough. 3 to qualify, race 247 is the final of this, and that's at 3:30 today. Race number 247. So this
3 from this heat, 3 from the next heat. They're speeding down there to catch the second heat, which will see UCD, Neptune, Commercial, NUIG, Commercial, and Shandon as they come towards us again. I suppose racing for positioning on the start for the final from these 3 boats. NUIG looking very comfortable there. UL beside them. Lost a bit of space, lost a bit of distance there to DUBC in lane 1. But it does look like those 3 boats are going to go through. From earlier this morning, there was a little bit of an advantage maybe on lane 1, lane 2, it's a bit sheltered, so that could have something to do with the strategy in where they want to cross the line. Certainly NUIG have slowed it right down. UL have slowed it right down, and Trinity, I think. Shannon, having put that little push in earlier on, I'm just going to miss out as with Cork and St Michael's. So again, just 3 to qualify here. Very comfortable these 3 boats as they approach the finish line, and we're going to see UL from Trinity, from NUIG, and they're going to cross the line. Once we get a white flag, that'll confirm those 3 qualified for the final. We're going to head down to Jerry. He's going to pick up Heat B, which is underway, the men's intermediate second heat of the pairs. Jerry, we'll drop it over to you.
Okay, we're back here now at about 1,000 metres. Heat 2 is well underway. Heat B, rather. UCD Boat Club in lane 1 on the far station. Neptune lane 2, Commercial A lane 3, NUIG B crew lane 4, Commercial B crew lane 5, Shandon lane 6 on the near side. And we're about 800 metres from the finish, so we're watching them come close by us, and it's a much tighter race here now. As we watch lane 5, Commercial B out in front, they've got a good couple of lengths from the NUIG B crew. So that's the 1, 2. The 3rd position now is a bit of, if anything, as we watch them come closer to us now, it's the UCD Boat Club crew on the far station in lane 1. Possibly, but Shandon on the near side. So this is a tight race here now. Commercial definitely leading in lane 5, the B crew. From NUIG in 2nd position, they have half a length then on the crew in lane 1, UCD, but Shandon over on the other side. So there's a real fight on there between UCD on the far side, Shandon on the near side for that 3rd qualifying position. And they're hauling back in the NUIG B crew as well while they try to do it. But out in front, it's the Commercial B crew leading the way here. We follow this for a little bit now. So Commercial B leading the way here. They've got about a little bit of clear water from the B crew, from NUIG we call them, and they have a half a length on UCD in lane 1 on the far side. Now there's a little bit of clear water. Shandon has fallen back again here in the near side. So it's looking a little bit clearer now at this point as we approach 1,300 metres in lane 4, NUIG leading the way, their 2nd crew, 1st crew having Commercial leading, leading the way in lane 5 from NUIG B, and then we have UCD on the far station in lane 3. So they're the 3 qualifying positions and the other three crews are having a right fight now to try and haul their way back in. We have Commercial A in lane 3, Neptune in lane 2, and the Shannon crew in lane 6, but they're a good couple of lengths behind. So there's an almighty job to happen there before they can get back in on these guys. But we're through 1500 and it still stays the same. Commercial B leading home, Heat B of the men's intermediate, Cox's pairs, 3 to qualify for the final. It's Commercial leading the way from NUIG and then UCD on the far side. They're the top 3, followed by the other Commercial crew and Shandon and Neptune. Alan, I'll hand it over to you.
Coming as they come into view now, as I said, similar to the last heat, the 3 out in front look strong, look controlled, don't look in much pressure, so there is potentially a battle for that third spot, but as Jerry said, Commercial B in lane 5, NUIG B in lane 4, holding the lead. As we look at it here, UCD on the enclosures, on Shandon, and UCD, Neptune, and Commercial A. So fighting for 3 spots here. UCD are the crew on the far side. They seem to be holding that third spot. A little bit of an increase in rate there from the NUIG crew. Just to squeeze, just to guarantee that spot. Commercial looking very strong. Commercial B in lane 5. They're going to cross the line first. NUIG putting it up to them a little bit, increased the rate there as they came forward. Finish UCD looking in control. They know they've got this third spot for the final guaranteed. Big fast finishers now. Fast finish on Shandon, Neptune and Commercial A, but I think it's just too little too late. Shandon closing very fast on the enclosure side, but I think they're just going to run out of water, unfortunately, and I think we're going to see, this is going to be close. Unfortunately, UCD look like they're just holding off Shandon, and not too much in that. Shandon just left it a little too late, but I think we're going to see those top three through to the final. That final race 2:47, and that's going off at 3:30. So we're going to rock down the lake. Back to Jerry for the first heat of the men's Junior 18-8. This should be a rocket. Jerry, over to you.
Thank you, Alan. Well, we now have 2 heats of the men's Junior 18-8s, and we've got a mouth-watering heat A coming down towards us. 4 crews in lane 2. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2, St. Joseph's, The Fish, Galway. Lane 3, Presentation Cork. Lane 4, Enniskillen. Lane 5, Lee Valley. So we've got St. Joseph's, Galway, and Enniskillen, who have been the leading contenders in the early part of this season. And we'll see how this heat goes now. And I'm sure, getting through to the final, we've got 3 crews to qualify, only 1 to drop, but still, they want to win it, either Enniskillen or St. Joseph's, and these 2 crews leading the way here as I look down the course. We're at the 1,000 metre mark just before it, yeah. So as they approach us, looking at the far station at St. Joseph's, Galway leading the way here. They have about maybe a length on Enniskillen now, but I'll just wait till they come a little closer, but they're definitely out in front. But don't forget, 3 crews qualify, so this is not, we won't panic here now as we watch them approach us. In the yellow impact boat, St. Joseph's, Galway, The Fish on the far station leading the way. They're out in front, and they probably have a length, little under a length from Enniskillen, and then it's another length back to the other 2 crews, Press Cork and Lee Valley, who are absolutely level. So you can see, though, looking at them, that St. Joseph's and Enniskillen have dropped the rates considerably, and they're just going through the motions here, saving themselves, looking at it. The Fish are I'd say they're at 30 now, if we look to get that. And looking at Enniskillen, both the same, 29 they're at, yeah, both crews are on the rating under 30, just qualifying, just staying ahead of the other 2 boats, who are putting in great performances, Press Cork and Lee Valley, the local club. But there's no doubt about it, the 2 big boats here, and the 2 yellow impackers, the German boats of St. Joseph's, Galway on the far station in lane 1, and Enniskillen in lane 3. Joseph's have let Enniskillen come back up. I think the Pres Cork crew come quite close to them, but I'm sure they know what they're doing. And I would like to have a little bit more in case something happened in the boat. But anyway, that's the way it is. We have St. Joseph's and Enniskillen playing cat and mouse here But less than a length then back to Prez Cork, which is quite interesting. And then another less than a length back to the Lee Valley crew. So we'll watch this for another little bit, and the big final, of course, later on. 3 crews qualified. So, in fact, I took my mind off that for a second, because don't forget the Prez crew are trying to hold off the lead crew, and they have a little bit under a length on them, so they're working quite hard. But out in front, no doubt about it, the St. Joseph's crew now want to win this. I suppose they want to feel good going into the final. They have a length on Enniskillen, and Enniskillen have just under a length on the Prez, and then they look like they're in that, they've got a good third position to qualify with 500 metres to go now, as St. Joseph's go through the 1500 metre mark. There they go, a length ahead of Enniskillen, a length ahead of the Prez Cork, and a length ahead of Lee Valley. So 3 crews qualify, and you can see the top 2 crews rating very low. Prez having to work hard there, but they're going to get that third position, and they're out to clear water now on the Lee Valley. So that's the way it is. We'll hand over to you, Alan. Very easy to see that with St. Joseph's from Enniskillen, from Prez from Lee Valley.
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, very controlled racing from the 2 big crews, and over historically the 2 big favourites in the junior men's 8s down through the years. That's of course Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. Prez Cork and Lee Valley fighting it out there for that third spot. That third spot is the all-important one. That's the last one into the final. As Jerry said, very controlled rowing from St. Joe's and Enniskillen all the way down, keeping that rate low, controlled, saving it all for the final. Of course, that final coming at 3:40 this afternoon. So we're going to need a big push from Lee Valley if they're to overhaul Prez to take this that last spot in that final. But at the moment, very controlled, very together. Prez look like they're coming back, but coming back on the 2 crews who have dropped the race and who have dropped the effort and are saving it for the final. Very well rowed, very stylish rowing now from all 4 crews as they come up to us here. It's going to look like probably St. Joseph's, probably Enniskillen and Prez going through. Lee Valley put in some great effort there over the 2,000 metres, but unfortunately it looks like they're going to miss out as they come to the line. That's going to be St. Joseph's from Enniskillen, from Lee Valley, with presentation in Cork taking up. And we're going to rock back down the lake now. Going to see those 3 into the final. We're going to head back down the lake. We might find out what conditions are like there from Jerry, who's floating around the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. Jerry, over to you.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, the Heat B has started. We can see the blades flashing of the men's junior 18-8s. We've got 3 crews, 2 to qualify here, to join the other 3 crews that first 3 places in the previous race. And we've got in lane 3, lane 1 and 2 are empty. Lane 3 is Neptune Rowing Club. Lane 4, Methody College Belfast. And in lane 5, Castleconnell Limerick. So we're waiting for them to come along now, and we've made it back up to just about 900 from the start. So 1 crew will get dropped here, and very simple. So as we watch it coming towards us now, we just have to wait another 30 seconds before I can tell you, because my eyesight isn't that good, and into the sun as well now. It gets a bit trickier with the afternoon sun and the visiting off the little waves, not big waves, but small little. So it has to play a little bit of beginning on it. Anyway, looking down the course, looks to me like Castleconnell have a lead here, but only just from Neptune, and then not too bad, about another half back to Neptune. So this is a bit of a fight, with about 700 metres gone. Junior 18-8s, men's junior 18-8s, Heat B, 2 will qualify, 1 will go out. That's the way you see it now. So close enough, quite tight. As they approach 900 metres now, I'm going to get right up alongside them on the bows, and I'll give it to you. But you know what? There's nothing in this at all, hardly. Neptune are absolutely still in this on the far station. I thought they'd fallen a little bit, but we'll give it to you now as they approach me. So we're coming up to 900 metres, maybe 850 only, and Castleconnell in lane 5 on the near side in the red and black. They lead. They've a third of a length then on Methody, and Methody have a 2/3 of a length on Neptune. So right now it's Castleconnell from Methody, from Neptune, looking across the lake. 1, 2, 3. Castleconnell, third of a length on Methody, and Neptune 2/3 of a length. So Neptune needs to hang on desperately here now, or else the other two will just move away. Looking at Castleconnell rowing nicely, but they're under a bit of pressure still. There's no way they're doing this one easily like the previous race. A bit of a headwind there now. We're at 35.5 Castleconnell, and Methody College Belfast 37, and Neptune are on 36. So they're all working quite hard there. There's nobody taking it easy. We're through 1,000 metres. All three crews go through, and Castleconnell have third of a length on Methody, but Methody nearly have a length on Neptune now, so that's where the race is on. Neptune need to hang on, or else they're gone. And we're gone through 1,100 metres. One crew will be dropped. Heat B, men's junior 18/8s, and this is always a big one. And we've got the final later on this afternoon, and along with lots of other mouth-watering finals to look forward to. Final at 15:20. So here we go, about 1,250 gone. Castleconnell, just that third of a length on Methody, and that's it. They haven't gone anywhere else, but it's a length back to Neptune, and that's where the damage is being done now. Neptune have just been dropped back to a length, and that's a lot of hard work from them now on the far station to get back in here. Fantastic rowing by these juniors, even getting an H on the water, getting to the start line by the clubs is just fantastic by all the coaches and management, and the big boats. We love to see them, and we love to see as many as possible lining up for the heats and finals. So as we go on down now towards 1400, Castleconnell and Methody relaxing a little bit more now, because they've got a little bit of clear water on Neptune over the far side of lane 3 in the green and black. It's the red and black of Castleconnell from Methody Belfast. They're the two qualifying positions, Alan. We'll watch it another little bit, but it's looking more obvious as they go through 1,500 metres now. It's Castleconnell on the near station, and just holding that canvas from Methody. Probably want to win it. They want to beat them to see what happens there when they go to the line. Will they up it, or will they just paddle over 1-2 the same way? Because Neptune have fallen back to nearly 2/3 of a length of clear water. So that's the 1, 2, 3. We've gone 1,600 metres, 2 to qualify. I'll hand over to you on the tower, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, so with Neptune fading slightly now in the last 500, it does look like the two to go through will be Methodist and Castleconnell, but obviously it's never over till they cross the line. Castleconnell looking strong, composed, steady now, edging that a little over Methodist College. Jerry's heading back down. We've got some time trials coming up next. This will round out the 5 boats then that will be in the final of the men's junior 18. Again, this will go all the way to the line. Neptune certainly not giving up, still in the mix. One mistake can change the whole composure of a race, as we saw earlier on this morning. But Castleconnell and Methodist College both seem to be getting a little excited now as they hear the cheers from the bank. Castleconnell just wanting to stay that little edge ahead. Again, it doesn't really make much odds because it looks like both of these are going comfortably through to the final. There could be coordinating a mistake at this stage because both wants to hammer it out, knock lumps out of each other. The final is the place to do it, but it looks like Methodist are coming back, but Castleconnell keeping a lower rate but keeping more power, and they just want to drive. They're driving it up for each other. Neptune haven't let it go and it's moved up nicely, but there is really hammering out there. Castleconnell are probably going to cross the line first over Methodist College. Both of those crews look like they're going to go ahead through to the final. Neptune certainly not out of it. We'll finish about a length and a half down as they cross the line now, but it does look like the final is going to see Enniskillen, Pres Cork, St. Joe's, Methodist College and Castleconnell. So, mouth-watering stuff, as Jerry said. That final is race number 248, and that's coming at you at 3:40 today. So, those 5 crews are going to head to the final once we get a white flag and confirmation. Next up, we have some time trials for the men's club single scull. Jerry, you might just explain how that time trialing works. Over to you.
Thank you, Alan. So yeah, we are moving on now to the men's club single sculls, and we've got 5 time trials, so a little bit of a different format to what you've had there the last couple of races where you had crews being not getting through. You first 2 or 3 qualified, and that was it, straight and clear. This way, they all race down, and if you're 3rd or 4th in your race, you might still qualify for the grand final. The top 6 scullers will make it through to the grand final of the men's club sculls later on this afternoon. And there's 5 heats of 6, so that's 30 scullers. 6 will make it through. The other 24 will take the riggers off their boat afterwards. So we're heading back up here now, and they've started. And this is the roll call while I'm charging back up in men's club single sculls time trial 1. So on the far station in lane 1, St. Michael's Butler. Lane 2 is empty, I believe. Lane 3 is UCD Boat Club Kelly. Lane 4, Queen's University Belfast Boat Club Mathers. Lane 5, Commercial Key. And in lane 6 on the near side, on the enclosure side, BAM Blends. So that's the lineup as they come towards us now, and we'll talk about it. But again, we don't know how this will go because they're working against the clock. And as I said, you could be in 3rd or 4th, and just keep going as fast as you can from A to B, and hopefully you'll be in the top 6 fastest times to make the final later on. So that's it, very simple. But it's a bit difficult if you're out there in your own by miles, and it might be the slowest heat, for instance. So there's all sorts of things can happen. What's good is if you're beside somebody that's similar distance, speed rather, it can push you along, and that helps enormously. So as we approach us now, we're looking at it here, and the St. Michael's scull on the near side, Butler going well, but over in the enclosure side, it's Commercial Key, probably just leading through the 500, but only just from BAM Flemings. They're the 1-2, yeah, and in fact, you know, if they come right up beside me now, Kelly from UCD is 3rd, and then St. Michael's Butler is 4th, and a half a length back then to the Queen's Sculler Mathers. Yeah, 5 scullers. So we're through 600 metres as we look across the course, and you know, they're reasonably bunched. Sometimes these time trials can be so well spread out, but this isn't bad. Looking at a Key from Commercial now is leading the way here, and he's probably, but don't forget, you know, he needs to keep going. He can't just win. That might not be good enough. He looks like he's just staying out in front and relaxing. He needs to keep going. Looking at it here, and hopefully their coaches will have told them that. And then on the near side we have BAM Flemings in 2nd, and then lane 3 UCD Kelly, just the 1, 2, 3, and then there's a couple of lanes back to St. Michael's on the far station, Butler, and then another length and a half back to Queen's Mathers. So that's the positions. But I have to say, the top 3 scullers, even though they're out front there by a couple of lengths, they're all rating quite low, and it's almost like as if the top 3 scullers will qualify for the final. I'm assuming they all know they have to get down this track as fast as they can. But you know, it's a bit of a stiff headwind, and you know, in fairness, they've been working hard, but it just looks a little low for me, for somebody trying to get down as fast as they can. Anyway, we'll watch it, and we're nearly halfway. Time trial 1, men's club single sculls. So the UCD sculler now has taken up the lead, Kelly, and as we go through the halfway mark, he leads through that point from Commercial, only a half a length to Keeney, and then a length back to BAM Sculler Flemings. Then it's a good couple of lengths back to St. Michael's in lane 1 on the far station, and Queen's another length back to Mathers. So yeah, lovely afternoon out here. Following this race down, they've spread out a bit now. They were quite close earlier on, but they've spread out quite considerably now. And as I said, we've got 5 of these time trials now, single sculls, one after the other, and they'll be coming fast and furiously down at you every 5 minutes now over the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes. But yeah, the UCD sculler leading from Commercial, from BAM, and then the St. Michael's sculler on the far side of Station 1. That's Mr. Butler. And then a length and a half back then to the Mavis Queens. So no change, nobody's gone anywhere differently there. UCD and commercial desperately trying to come back on UCD. That will help him on his time. As UCD looking quite strong there. Kelly from UCD leading the way here. We'll follow it another little bit because we'll go back up and pick the second one soon, Alan. But just to say, I know it's still a bit to go down there, but they'll be flying down at us, and we'll just tell you that as they approach about 1400, it's UCD in the far station. Commercial have attacked again, and he's come back up very close to him now in the middle in lane 5. So they're the 1-2, and then it's a good 4 lengths back to the Bound Sculler right over there in lane 6, and then on the near side, Flemings. They're the 1-2-3, and then a couple of lengths back to St. Michael's on the far station, Butler, and another couple of lengths back to Queen's Mather. So there they are, well spread out now, with 500 metres to go. So we go try and go back up and pick up time trial 2, Alan, and you can take that one home.
Thanks very much, Jerry. So as they approach the final 500, we still have UCD Kelly out in front, Commercial Carney and Van Flemings. They're the top 3, but again, it's all based on time. And again, I suppose worth noting that the women's junior double scull this morning, the top 2 that finished, 2 scullers from Carrick, I believe, 2 sculling boats from Carrick. Neither of them made the final, even though they finished 1 and 2 in their heat. So it really is important to focus on the time, leave it all out there. These lads, I suppose they are into a bit of a headwind. It is quite tough, but the rates are low and the rates are steady, and hopefully they know that this could cost them in the end. So guaranteeing your place in the final by emptying the tank is really the only way. So coming into view a little bit closer, we have that UCD and Commercial. Those 2 boats now have a bit of a distance on the rest of the field. Moving quite well, moving quite strong. Both scullers rating quite low. Commercial sculler just looking across, checking out the UCD sculler back to 3rd there. It is the that band sculler, this field well spread out, as Jerry said, but there is a bit of a pickup there from the Commercial sculler, emptying that over the UCD. So he's moved into 1st place. That's Carney from Commercial. Looks like he's going to cross the line first, but again, it's all based on time. So before we head back now, where Jerry will pick up the second heat, by the looks of this, moving towards the finish and moving quite strongly, we have Kearney, Keaney from Commercial. Sorry about that. Keaney from Commercial, Kelly from UCD, Flemings well in control from Ban, and then further back to St. Michael's on the far side, that's Butler, and then Mathers from Queen's. So that looks like the finishing order. Whether these times will be good enough to make the final or not is another thing. So 30 scullers, 6 spots in the final, fastest 6 go through. They'll have to sit and wait for a while before we find out who makes that final. So as that heat winds to a close, we're going to head back down to Jerry, and he'll pick up the second heat in this time trial.
Yeah, well underway here, Alan. The lineup is Cork O'Sullivan in lane 1 on the far side, Cork Boat Club O'Reilly in lane 2, Carol Feeney lane 3, New Ross Dempsey lane 4, Cork O'Connor lane 5, and Lee Bush in lane 6. 3 Cork Boat Club scullers, but well out in the lead. He must have about 5 or 6 lengths now, and he's gone about 700 or 800 metres. Is the Carlo Sculler Feeney, and looking very long and loose, and you can see why he's leading the way. Very good looking sculler there. Club sculls, don't forget. So it's only a little bit up from novice rowing points wise, and these guys wouldn't have been around a long time. So really good sculling from the Carlo Sculler. And second position is the Cork Sculler O'Reilly, and then it's the other Cork Sculler over on the near side, O'Connor, in third position. So yeah, and we have quite close between the next 4 after the Carlo Sculler. So we lane 2, Carlo is well out of Feeney, we know that. And then about 5 or 6 lengths back is lane 2, O'Reilly from Cork. And then the other Cork Sculler on the near side is O'Connor, he's in third. We're only a half a length ahead of New Ross Dempsey beside him. And then the other Cork Sculler over on the far side, O'Sullivan, and then a few lengths back to Lee Bush. So that's it. Yeah, we've 3 Cork's Boat Club scullers, so they're out in force here this afternoon, Cork Boat Club, but there's no way they can live with this sculler from Carlo, and he's absolutely storming down the course, Mr. Feeney. So that's very good rowing from him. We'll see how he is now. First of all, make the final. Secondly, how he's performing that against the others. We'll watch that name, Feeney Carlo. We've got the 3 Cork scullers now practically level, so they know each other quite well, and there's nothing between them, which is quite interesting. Lane 1, 2, and 5. So O'Sullivan, O'Reilly, and O'Connor, all those, they're all practically level across the course, and then behind them is New Ross, Dempsey, and then the Lee sculler. So that's the way it's looking. If you're looking down the course, you'll see the green one-piece racing vest of the Carlo sculler way out, absolutely way out. Maybe it's a slow heat, I don't know, but he is rowing very well. You don't just do that like just for no reason. So he's leading this race with quite a tricky headwind as well. But he's doing very well indeed, and you can see that as he approaches. 1,500 metres gone, 500 to go as he gets further down towards you there, near the finish line. So in second position, just to tell you, Alan, before we turn back, the 3 Cork scullers still holding second, third and fourth. Lane 1 on the far side, it's O'Sullivan. Then we have lane 5 on the near side, O'Connor, and then lane 2, O'Reilly, and then the New Ross sculler in fifth, Dempsey, followed by the Lee sculler Bush. So that's the way they stand, and this wind is a crosshead, little tricky, especially for scullers. And well done to them now. They're doing tremendously well indeed as they head down towards you there. Alan, I'll hand over to you there to take this one home.
Yeah, Jerry, so the Carlo sculler really strong there. I know he's starting to, just looking through the binoculars here, starting to fade a little, starting to labour, but I mean, the hard work seems to be done with having distance the field, but again, he's up against the clock. It'll be interesting to see how these times level out, but he has got a distance over the field. As Jerry said, that there has to be plenty of ability in the field behind him with those 3 Cork scullers moving quite well. But Feeney from Carlo is dominating this heat. No one to push him on, which could slow him down. It's good to have people racing around you because it just drives it on. You're working off his own motivation, his own. Hard to believe he won't make the final with a performance like that. Fingers crossed. We'll keep an eye out for him because head-to-head racing, I'd really like to see him up against some competition because he certainly didn't have any in this heat. He's going to approach the line now and he's going to command this. He's certainly going to cross first, but looking really well and really strong. But as Jerry said, that little bit of cross headwind that we noticed this morning picking up from about 10:30 onwards is going to make life a little tricky for these scullers. As they come to the line, it's Feeney who's going to hit the line first by a commanding distance. Then we have to wait, I'd say, 30 seconds or more for the Cork scullers. Bit of a battle again, everybody just gunning for time. The Cork sculler there, O'Sullivan and O'Reilly. New Ross scullers come back into it a bit. The unfortunately Lee sculler is a little bit back out of the distance, but the New Ross sculler has come right back into it up against O'Connor from Cork. So the 2 Cork scullers, New Ross, Cork again, and it's going to finish off with Lee. So we'll see how these times compare to the overall. Again, fastest 6 out of 30. So some nice sculling there in some starting to get difficult conditions. I wonder, will that over the next 10 minutes now, 10 or 15 minutes as the rest of the time trials go on, will that affect what is happening out on the course? Jerry, we're going to go back to you and you're going to pick up time trial number 3.
Thanks, Alan. This race is into the second half already, and we've got St Michael's on the far station, Carney, and in lane 1, Cork O'Leary lane 2, St Joseph's Coyne lane 3, Lee O'Brien lane 4, Shandon Flaherty, O'Flaherty lane 5, Skibbereen McCarthy lane 6, and they've gone through 1,200 metres. I mean, we'll just mosey along here with them a little bit. It's so well spread out though. I'd say there's about 400 metres between the first and last sculler. But leading the way is St Michael's Carney over in the far station in lane 1 from the St Joseph's sculler Coin in lane 3, and then there's the Shandon sculler O'Flaherty in lane 5, nearer to the sky blue. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and then a couple of lengths back to Skibbereen McCarthy, he's in 4th place, and then about a 3 lengths back to Lee O'Brien, and a considerable distance back to O'Leary from Cork Boat Club. So that's the positions. There's quite a considerable number of lengths between all these crews as we watch it come towards through 1500 now. St Michael's Carney leads the way. No change at all. I don't think there will be between now and the end. So the roll call, or the order of positions rather, is St Michael's Carney over in lane 1, from St Joseph's Galway Coin in lane 3, and then and then the Shandon sculler O'Flaherty in lane 5. So that's the leading 3, followed by the Lee sculler O'Brien. Alan, I'll let you take it home from there.
So the field well spread out at the moment, so good bit of mixed ability, but brilliant to see these club scullers taking part, racing over the 2,000 metres at the Championship Regatta. So well done to everybody getting into the start line. Congratulations to the coaches and the athletes for putting in that kind of commitment that sees them there. But again, the cream will rise to the top, and we have Carney from St Michael's well out in control here. Again, they look quite controlled. You'd have to imagine that winners of everything, winners of these heats will make the finals, but nothing's guaranteed, especially if you've got a ding-dong battle up at the sharp end as they come to the line. So St Michael's Carney pushing towards the line. There we're going to see second place there, St Joe's Coin, and third Shandon O'Flaherty. So those 3 lifting it now over the other contenders. So we've got Skibbereen McCarthy and O'Leary from Cork, a little off the pace, but and Lee O'Brien from Lee, he's also out there. So hitting the line, we've got Carney from St Michael's, well in control of that. Will that time see him make the final? I suppose we can. We'll wait and see. But big spread of ability on the course there today. But well done to everybody for getting stuck in on the start line and seeing it through to the end. So 2 more time trials to go. The final of this race is going to be 2:49. That's at 3:50 men's club single scull. So these guys will find out now when the heat's complete, or when the time trial is complete. They'll find out who the fastest 6 are. Could be second in it, could be half a second in it, could be down to split seconds. So every stroke counts in this. We're going to go all the way back down to Jerry. I see him floating around the 1,000 metre mark. He's going to give us an update on how things are going in the next time trial. Jerry, it's over to you.
Thanks, Alan. And this time trial 4 is spread out again. UCC Rowing Club Condon in lane 1 on the far side, Shandon Diffley lane 2, Neptune Crooks lane 3, University of Limerick lane 4, Ben Nazar, Skibbereen Horahan lane 5, Kilogla McHugh lane 6. But it's the Skibbereen sculler Horahan. He's got about the same distance ahead now as the previous sculler from Carlow did. He must have 7-8 lengths on the Neptune sculler Crooks in second position in lane 3, and then he's got a length on the sculler on the far station Condon from UCC Rowing Club. They're the first 3, and then about 3 or 4 lengths back to Shandon Diffley, and then it's the Kiloglan Skull of McHugh, another length back, and just watching them now, they're very far, they're very well spread out here, but no doubt about it, leading the way here, coming up towards 1500 already, is Skibbereen Horahan in lane 5 over near the enclosure side there. You can see him now with the white blades coming towards you. So time trial, don't forget, they're looking to get the fastest time, keep going, pushing hard all the way down, trying to get to the final later on. Top 6 fastest scullers make it. So Horahan leads the way. from Crooks Neptune, as this wing gets a little bit trickier, and not easy on the scullers, I have to say. So, and then in third position, it's the UCC sculler on the far side, Condon. They're the 1, 2, 3, with Shandon Diffley in fourth. And looking across, hard to make out now what the other two scullers, but it's Killorglin and University of Limerick. I think that's correct. So that's it. You can see them coming towards you there now, and it's so well spread out. So as we say goodbye to this one and head back up, Alan, it's definitely Skibbereen Horan leading the way home here in time trial 4.
So picking up here, Horan of Skibbereen, well in control of this time trial, but again, pushing for time. We have one more time trial coming up, and then we are into to some real good heats, the Women's Club 8s. So 2 heats of that coming up. 5 boats in each, there's 10 boats with 3 to go through till 2 will drop out. So we have this finishes this time trial, one more time trial, and then we're into the Women's 8. So well spread out field at this stage. Skibbereen sculler really digging in there. He knows he wants to make the final, so that's Horan of Skibbereen. Crooks of Neptune is holding off the UCC sculler Condon. Hopefully that's going to assist him, give him a little bit of drive to push on to cross the line, inch another couple of seconds out of that time, and we'll see how this plays out when we get the final listing. But Skibbereen Horan well in control the whole way of from that time trial. Crook looks like he's going to finish second. UCC Condon is going to cross the line third, and then we have a distance back to the other rowers. That's Diffley of Shandon, Bin Nasser from UL, and McHugh from Killorglin. So that's going to round out the second last heat. I was just looking at the 1,000 metre mark, and I see Jerry's floating around there for the final time trial. So Jerry, you might let us know how that one's going. I see you down there at the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. As they come towards me here now, we're beyond the 1,000. It's the Neptune sculler leading the way here. Gillick in lane 4. He's got a couple of lengths on the St. Michael's sculler Rafferty in lane 2. And then he's a length up on Cappoquin Quinn in lane 3. So they're the 1, 2, 3 positions as they go past me. And then it's a couple of lengths back to the way over on the far side, Ken Mayer O'Sullivan in lane 1. And he's a length up then on the sculler from University of Limerick, and then followed by Shannon. So they're the positions. Just to give you the roll call, which I didn't there, I always give that. Ken Mayer O'Sullivan in lane 1 on the far side, St. Michael's Rafferty lane 2, Cappoquin Quinn in lane 3, Neptune Gillick lane 4, Shannon Murtha lane 5, University Limerick lane 6. But leading the way here is the Neptune sculler, the junior sculler Gillick, in this Club 1 single sculls time trial 5, the last of these time trials, hoping to get the fastest 6 times to make the final. They've gone through 1,500 now, most of them, and it's Gillick from St. Michael's, Rafferty over to his right in lane 2, and then we have Cappoquin Quinn, Mr. Quinn from Cappoquin in third position in the dark colours in lane 3, and then over on the other side it's Ken Mayer O'Sullivan in lane 4. So that's the leading 4, and then we go over nearer to the inside again, the Shannon Scull and Murtha, followed by University of Limerick Horan. So there we go, that's the last time trial, Alan. You can see them coming closer and closer to you there with about 300, 250 to go. I'll hand it over to you.
So into view, those 4 scullers seem to be in control of the field. Gillick from Neptune over Rafferty from St. Michael's, over Quinn from Cappoquin, over O'Sullivan Kinmare from Kinmare. So those 4 probably driving each other on, and you could find that 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3 of these guys to make the final, depending on how fast they've pushed each other all the way down the field. So some real exhibits of sculling from the club sculling men this afternoon. Gillick still in control, moving well, holding off the field. We'll see how his time fares versus the rest, but again, as I said, 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of these could qualify. So field is well spread out. I see Jerry's heading back down there, so we've got the, as I said, the Women's Club 8s coming up, so real battles there. in the heat. They come towards the line. It's going to be Gillick who's crossed the line first, so we'll be anxious to see now what time he'll get. Will we see the green and black attack of Neptune in the final coming up at men's club goal 3:50 this afternoon for the final there. So we'll get the lineup for that as soon as it becomes available. Gillick's going to hit the line first, and then we've got St. Michael's, Cappoquin, Kinnair, and then a bit further back to the UL and Shannon pair, who are bringing up the rear of the field. So next up, as I said, 2:20, so just off the start boat, off the stake boat now, the women's Club 8. So Jerry's heading back down there to pick that up. I'm not sure if the women's Club 8 has started yet, Jerry, but you'll give us an idea of the lineup and how the conditions are down in the middle of the course.
Yes, Alan, little gentle headwind, but it's eased off a little bit again. It's good. It's okay. Don't panic. Anybody sending your crews out, we're okay here. Everything's good, and what a wonderful afternoon. Certainly a big difference from being in the rain or the wind or the cold or whatever we've had to endure over many's a regatta we've gone to. But anyway, we're on to the next race, the 14:20. The women's Club 8s. We've got two heats, and we've got a heat of 5 and a heat of 5, and 3 will qualify. 2 boats will go home. They'll be taking their riggers off in the next half hour from each heat. And that's just being blunt about it. I know it's not fair, maybe it is fair, but it is, of course. That's the way it goes. Somebody has to go out. And the reality is there to be seen when they come down towards you with the two crews that won't make it in each heat. So the orange light is flashing. That means they're under starters orders. TJ Ryan is giving the roll call, and we're about 250 from the start. And in the first heat, we have lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 is Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. Lane 3 Colosh Lignoid Galway, the Jazz. Lane 4 NUI Galway B crew. Lane 5 UCD Boat Club B crew, and Lane 6 NUIG A crew. So we have 2 NUIG boats here, the A and the B crew. Only 3 will qualify, 2 will go out. And we're waiting for the start as we just gently tip along a little bit more up towards them as we watch it. So yeah, we'll let you know when they start moving. You'll see the blades splashing along and the tops is roaring. Yeah, so we'll come back to you in a minute. Settle down there now, and we'll be back to you shortly. They're just trying to straighten them up here.
If anybody wants to stay in touch with up-to-date results, just check out Twitter. We have, if you go to the handle at Rowing Ireland, you'll see all the latest results, including the lineup for the time trials, results of the time trial, and pretty instant results of all the races that cross the line for. So if you just hit at Rowing Ireland, you'll find all those details.
So this race has now started. He's given a quick start, so that means he doesn't give a roll call. He just quickens everything up because of the little tricky wind, and everybody has to be absolutely ready. And all crews are away very well indeed. I don't see any white flag being shown by the umpire telling them to get back in their lane. That's always a good call. So as we watch it here now, coming up towards us, we're only 200 off the start. Already there's a little showing from the NUIGA crew over. They're on the near station. They're on the enclosure side, your side, the nearest to you. And they nearly have a length already. They've only gone 250 metres. And then on the far side, Commercial and Lane 2 are in second position. So that's NUIG from Commercial, both sides of the lake. That's the 1-2. And then another half a length back to the others. I'll tell you, NUIG B crew in third position, that's correct. And then we have the UCDB crew in fourth, and then Colosh Lignoid in fifth. So we've come about 400 metres. NUIG now, they haven't quite got a length on commercial. But they're looking very strong already. They haven't even gone 500 metres. They're out to a length now. There you go. They have a length on commercial. They've only gone 450. And we'll hold along. We're riding along the bows here now. I've got the best seat in the house, and I'll try to tell you what's going on here. But it's NUIG A crew, women's club 8s, rowing very well indeed now. As they go through, we give you the call here through the 500 metres. NUIG going through now at 36.5 from commercial. They've a length on commercial over in lane 2, rating 34.5, and they've a half a length then on the second crew from NUIG going at 34. So they're the top 3. They're the ones who are in the qualifying positions, and there's a little bit of clear water now to this to the other 2 crews, the Jazz and UCDB crew. So that's the way it's looking here through 600 metres. NUIG now looking very good as they move on towards 700 metres out of a 2K. This is the heat, 3 to qualify. So these 3 crews that have broken away, the 2 NUIG crews in commercial, if they get a little bit more water, and then they can afford to just take the foot off the pedal a little bit and relax. But right now it's NUIG Clearwater from commercial rowing club, who've got about a third of a length on the second NUIG crew. So very strong NUIG, 2 boats in here, and they're both, at this point they will qualify for the final. So strong rowing program in NUIG, women's club rowing. A lot of Galway clubs doing very well this weekend indeed. So as we take in the scenery here, looking at this women's club 8s, as we approach about 850 metres, we'll wait till we get to 1,000 and we'll give you a road call, we'll give you positions rather, as to where everybody stands. But there's been no change, still the same. As we come up to 1,000 metres now, NUIGA leading the way here from the NUIGB crew, who probably have canvas on commercial. They're the leading 3 crews. At this point in time, they're in the qualifying positions, and it's looking more and more obvious that they will be the 3 crews to qualify. So they've all gone through the 1,000 metre mark. The B crew from UCD going through now, followed by the Jazz Galway. So these 2 crews, the UCDB crew and the Jazz Galway, are falling back all the time. So this race is becoming clearer all the time as we move on down the course. Women's Club 8s, Heat A, 3 to qualify. And since this morning when it was like glass, this lake, it's still very rowable indeed. But there is a little, bit of headwind there crosshand at times, and it varies slightly too, but very fair across all the lanes. So we're coming up towards 1350 now, and we're watching NUIG ahead of us there. You'll see them coming down towards you, rating 33. So the rate's dropping all the time. They're well in control here. They're just going to qualify, and they'll qualify in first. There's absolutely nothing will happen there looking at this. NUIG and commercial, practically nothing in it between them, but they don't look as comfortable as the NUIGA crew, looking very classy indeed. So we've gone through about 1250, 1300 now, and we watch this race as it spreads out even more. There must be 300 metres between the first and second, or last crew rather, but as it stands now, NUIG nearly at the 1500 metres mark, and they continue to lead the way here. You can see them coming towards you. The A crew from NUI Galway, from commercial and NUIGB, nothing between them. They know they're going to qualify. They're just going along beside each other there now and trying to keep the energy levels lower. They want to keep it all for the final, on the hold back, not waste energy, and just get home and qualify without any mistakes. So Alan, it's 1600 gone now from the UCG NUIG crew, the A crew, from the B crew and commercial, who are quite close there. I think the NUIG B crew might be slightly in front. They're the 3 qualifying positions, and then a good few lengths back to UCDB and Kalosh Dignoy. I'll hand it over to you to take it home, Alan.
So all these crews racing for the final. That's race number 250, which is at 4 o'clock. So they have about an hour and a half once they cross the line to relax, but it is pretty spread out at this stage, as what you were saying. So NUIG A crew, who are on the near side, moving slow, steady, rate drop down. We've got the NUIG B crew and commercial then battling it out for second place, but there isn't really much of a battle because there is quite a distance then back to Clostignod and UCD B crew, who are well back down the field. So Jerry's going to head down to pick up the second heat. Very decisive win here by NUIG A crew on the near side, on the enclosure side. They're quite dominant now over the commercial and NUIG B crew. It's going to see those three crews through to the final, barring disaster. So once all 5 crews cross the line and we get the white flag, we'll see NUIG A, NUIG B and commercial all the way through to the final. So that's going to be at 4 o'clock today. So those 3 crews very comfortable over the field. Clostignod and UCD battling it out there for 4th and 5th. Front as they hit the line, it's NUIG A crew. It's probably going to be commercial NUIG B putting a little bit of a push towards the finish just to loosen out the body. So those 3 crews going to have an hour and a half off before they're back up for the final at 4 o'clock today. So we're going to head down the river and we're going to catch Heat B, which, just looking down here, I don't see it on the way just yet, but we'll catch up with Jerry and get a roll call from him. Jerry, you might just run us through the crews in Heat B of the women's 8s. Thank you.
Yes, Alan, orange light flashing under starters orders here as we head back up for Heat B. And we've 5 crews in this with 3 to qualify. Yeah, so after that then we have some heats of the women's junior 18 coxless 4s, and then we've women's intermediate single sculls, 3 heats of that, and then we're into the finals, afternoon finals, and looking forward to them. So we need to get through a few more heats though to make their way into the final. We've got the roll call for this Heat B women's club 8s. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2, Galway Rowing Club. Great win this morning at Junior 16 8s. I'm wondering if there's any of them in this Club 8, I don't know, but you know, you never know who ends up in these boats. In Lane 3, the UCD Boat Club A crew. In Lane 4, Shandon, Cork. In Lane 5, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. And in Lane 6, on the enclosure side, Skibbereen Rowing Club. So these crews will be away now very shortly. I see one crew a little bit skewy, so just waiting for them to get their bows between the boys and make sure. Of course, in the olden days, the cox was able to put the hand up and they wouldn't go till the hands all went down, and you might be there forever and ever until they all took their hands down. Now it's at the starter's command for the go, and that has absolutely changed the whole thing, and it's quickened it all up and taken the nonsense out of it completely. And that was a great big change in the starting system. Although I believe they can still hold their hand up in Henry, but that's only a 2-boat race, and it's interesting to watch that the old-fashioned way, waiting till the cox puts the hand down. It's interesting, some of the old coaches still tell their coxes to put their hand up before the start, which is not the right way, telling the umpire, or the starter rather, that they're not ready. But there's no hands go up from coxes, that's not the way. Anyway, yeah, oh, here we go, TJ now from his best Skibbereen accent has just said go, and we are away, and great view here in front of me now with these Club 8s charging towards me. We gave you the roll call, and we're watching them now coming up, and nobody's fallen back straight away. They're all going cleanly, I have to say. This is good. If anything now, the yellow M Packard of UCDA crew have jumped into a slight lead, but it's early days. We've gone about 200 metres now. Nobody's come off their seat or anything terrible, so that's good. Everybody's rowing away. Coxes are yelling and roaring. UCD definitely, lane 3. The A crew, they're out. It's only about less than a third of a length from DULBC. 3 crews will qualify, don't forget now. So this is where you do the work and try and get out, get a commanding position into those top three and hopefully not have to work the whole way down. But it's UCD there now, absolutely hammering it down with the legs, and we're coming up to about 350. They're out to 2/3 of a length already from DULBC in lane 5 in the near side, and then it's 1/3 of a length back to the Skibbereen crew, and another 1/4 of a length back to Shandon, and then another 1/2 a length back to Galway Rowing Club. So they're the positions now. We're coming up to the 500, and we'll give you a call here, but it's UCD out to a length nearly, rowing very well indeed. Some of these girls I recognise as rowing in their intermediate age yesterday, successful crew. The Dailies there again in the 3 seat and the stroke seat through the 500 in the yellow Packer boat. UCD lead the way from the DULBC in the yellow Packer boat by a length, and they've about 2 feet on Skibbereen on the near side. So they're the top 3, and it's only 1/2 a length then back to Shandon. So if Shandon can hang on here now, we have a race on for that 3rd qualifying position, 2nd and 3rd. Keep it interesting. And then another length back to Galway Rowing Club. Everybody's well through the 500 metre mark here. Heat B, women's club 8s. 3 will qualify. 3 have already gone through in the previous race. You watch that. This one heading down towards you now. Be with you in about 3 minutes. And you can pick up there with Alan. But as we ride along here beside them, UCD, University College Dublin, they're out to a little bit of clear water now. They've broken that rubber band between them and the rest. But it's the Skibbereen crew now on the near side, gone into 2nd by about a canvas from the DULBC crew on their right. And then it's 2/3 of a length back to Shandon. So Shandon keeping them all on their toes, because if Shandon can stay in this race, it means Skibbereen and DULBC have to keep working. And that's critical here for this race to see how it develops. And it's a little bit of clear water back then to Galway Rowing Club. We've gone about 750 now. UCD looking good. They've taken the rate down a little bit now, and they're just having a look. They're in total command as we watch them. They've got that clear water, looking very relaxed. Rating 31.5, so plenty there. Skibbereen now are gone into 2nd, 1/2 a length from DULBC. But DULBC having to work hard. They haven't broken free, but they're doing a big push now as they come towards 1,000, trying to get a length on Shandon. So this could be where they break free of Shandon and make that 2nd half easier. We'll see if this happens now. But they're trying to desperately get out to a length from Shandon, as Skibbereen move out to a 1/2 a length from DULBC in 2nd. So we've gone, everybody's through the 1,000 metre mark now. UCD holding on to that 1 length lead. Happy enough to keep that. They don't need to do any more. But you know what? They have to work a little bit hard, because what's happening on the other side is Skibbereen in 2nd. Sorry, on the near side, Skibbereen in 2nd, have a 1/2 a length in DULBC. But DULBC are rowing as hard as they can to shake off Shandon for that 3rd qualifying position. So that keeps everybody going a little bit harder than they want to. So DULBC rating 37, so they're right up there. And Shandon, who are desperately trying now to keep with them, 35. So we'll see if they can. They're still on their stern. They're still, Shandon are on the stern of DULBC for that 3rd spot. So they need to just hang on, and then mount a big challenge over. But it should be around now, the 3rd quarter. But UCD continue to lead from Skibbereen, looking very well on the inside now, and rowing very well indeed. In the 8 on the near side, Skibbereen are now making 2nd outright for them. They're pushing on to nearly a length on DULBC. Okay, DULBC now desperately trying to get that length on Shandon, and they just have it now. So that's good for them. That's really good for them as everybody heads towards 1,500 metres. 3 will qualify. That's why we're focusing in on the DULBC and Shandon crews for that 3rd spot. But right now it's DULBC's. And UCD have come up towards the 1,500 now, maintain that 1 length, doing enough. Having to keep it up over the 30 though, working quite reasonably hard. Would have liked to probably gone a little easier maybe in this heat. Skibbereen going very well on the inside. They're in 2nd. They have a length on DULBC, who have a length on Shandon. So Shandon need to throw the kitchen sink at DULBC, or else it's all gone. They're done. Right now, Alan, it's the UCD crew out in front in the yellow Ampacker. leading the way from Skibbereen on the inside, who were going very well, and it'll be interesting to see them now in the final. And then the DULBC crew holding on to third position by just that length from Shandon, being made to work for it though, and then a length and a half back to Galway Rowing Club. Alan, I'll let you take this one home.
Yep, as Jerry heads back down the river, we see UCD still in control of this race. Don't look like they'll relinquish it at this stage. We're in control, but certainly a very strong push there from Skibbereen, who are holding off the ULBC. But the battle there really is the third spot. You'd have to say that Skibbereen and UCD are well in control now at this stage, as they come within the last 250 metres of this heat. Battling, of course, for the top three spots, who threw already NUIG A, NUIG B and Commercial in the previous heat. So this is to see who will line up for them, against them in the final at 4 o'clock. Of course, a little bit less rest for these ladies. But as they come up to the line, probably 150 metres to go, UCD still out in control. Skibbereen still holding off DULBC, who are still holding off Shannon, and Shannon are going to have to make a move, and maybe it's just a little too late, too late from Shandon. Trinity College seem to have just done enough. There's about 2 lengths between UCD and Skibbereen, who are of a length and a half over Trinity College, who are going to hold off Shandon, it looks like it, to get that all-important third spot. Anything can happen in the final. You've got to get there first, and it looks like Trinity have done enough to claim that third spot. We'll wait for the white flag, but Trinity are holding off Shandon for that all-important third spot, and it looks, once we get the white flag, it looks like the final lineup will be NUIG A, NUIG B, Commercial, UCD A, Skibbereen and Trinity College, DULBC. So that final is race number 250, and that is coming at you at 4 p.m. today. So looking forward to that one. Next up on our list is the women's Junior 18 Coxless fours. So that's going to see 2 heats of 4 boats. So there's one going to be dropped out. So pretty fast racing. These junior women are absolutely fearless. Jerry, we're going to go back down the river to you, and let's see what we get from the women's junior Coxless fours.
Yes, Alan, they're well underway here now. They've gone about 600 metres, 700 metres. We have Heat A, 2 heats. Heat A, 4 crews, 3 to qualify. Only 1 crew will get dropped. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 on the far side, Colosh Dignoid. Lane 3, Ban Rowing Club. Lane 4, Commercial Rowing Club. And Lane 5, Galway Rowing Club. And at this point, as we swing in here to watch it now, and the wind is behaving again now. It's lovely conditions down here. Ban in lane 3 leading the way here. From Colosh Dignoid in lane 2 on the far side, and St. Michael's on, Galway Rowing Club, apologies, on the inside. And there's nothing much in the Commercial there as well, and they're all tightly bunched now. As they come right up beside us, I'll give you a much better call here. So leading the way in lane 3, Ban having a great regatta, already won the junior singles and junior doubles. Will they win the junior fours? They've got a length now on the crew from Galway. Galway are in second position, so they have a half a length then on their neighbours, Colosh Dignoid, who have a half a length on Commercial. So with only 1 crew to be dropped now, these 3 crews all tightly bunched, with Ban out with a little bit of clear water. So we're coming up to 1,000 metres. We're halfway through this race. Women's fours. There's nobody steering this. No coxswain in the boat steering this. Somebody is steering it with the shoe, keeping it in the lane. A lot of technical work. This is a tricky boat, trying to stay in their lane, and you can see the odd time they come very close to hitting buoys, and they got to get back in. And when you put that tiller on, that affects the boat, the run of the boat, sitting it up, and there's a lot going on here. But Ban rowing very well indeed. Some great rowing out of Ban Rowing Club. These girls leading the way here in the first heat of the women's fours. Remember, 3 qualified, and there's a good fight, good battle here, a big fight going on, whatever you want to call it. It's Galway Rowing Club holding on to second by about a half a length from the Jazz on the far side, by a half a length from Commercial Rowing Club. Now Commercial need to watch it. They're just, every stroke is falling back a couple of inches. So they don't want to be the one that goes out of this, out the back door. And they're in between the two crews, the two Galway crews, Galway Rowing Club on the near side and Coláiste on the far side. As they have a little look across the Coláiste crew, and they're under pressure because Commercial are pushing up the middle. And as long as they're doing that, these two crews, the Galway Rowing Club and the Jazz, they will be under tremendous pressure. But it's BAM Rowing Club out in front, striding out. They got a couple of clear lengths of water and totally in control of this race. Heat A women's fours, junior fours, and all these girls under 19 years of age, and it's great to see this. A very technical boat, Cox's fours, very difficult to get up and running, and have to have good technical ability to be able to go into that. Commercial haven't given up here now at all. They're still in that fourth position, the non-qualifying spot. So BAM lead the way as we come up towards 1500. BAM lead by about 3 lengths from Galway Rowing Club, who have about a canvas on Coláiste in lane 2 on the far side, and then 2/3 of a length back to Commercial Rowing Club. So BAM lead, it's 2 lengths, still maintained through the 1500 metres. And it hasn't changed as everybody goes through 1500 metres, Alan. In second position, if anything now, Coláiste have moved into second on the far station. They have about a canvas on the Galway Rowing Club crew, who have only got 2/3 of a length in Commercial. Commercial is being very brave here. They're not giving up, and if they can just mount a challenge here and go after them, they'll catch that Galway crew, I'd say, and even Coláiste, but they need to go now. So watch the Commercial crew. Can they get back into it? One crew will go out here. BAM will certainly qualify. The Jazz on the far station, even though they're still in second, they're under tremendous pressure. And then Galway as well, because Commercial have stuck in the middle there between the two boats, and they just need to kick it up now. Alan, I'm going to let you have a look at this one now, and we're going to hand it over shortly. But watch Commercial at the back. They need to go. They need to split these two crews. Let's see what happens.
So BAM in full control, but the real battle here, as Jerry said, is for that third spot, that third qualifying. One boat to go out of these four, some cracking racing. So BAM, you can take it, they're going to go through, rowing beautifully the whole way through. But Commercial, through the centre, they're mounting the big charge. The big charge is they're putting it up to Galway, they're putting it up to Coláiste, and they're clawing back. They're clawing back Galway. As Jerry said, he watched it the whole way down. Commercial coming back, and they're coming back hard on Galway. Galway are under pressure. Don't forget about BAM, they're going through. Commercial are putting a real drive through the middle. Galway are responding though. Galway aren't letting up easy. This is cracking racing. And you know who could get swallowed up? Who could get swallowed up on this one? Coláiste could be the victims of this. Commercial have to react again. Coláiste look like they're going backwards. Coláiste for being second for so long could give this up right at the end. BAM are going to cross this line first. Remember, one boat to go out. One boat to go out. I can't believe, looks like Coláiste are fighting. Commercial are coming back. This one's going to go right down to the wire. This battle for second and third, they hit the line. BAM are going to win it. Commercial Galway, Coláiste who's going to go through? That was right on the line. Amazing comeback there by Commercial. Did they do enough? We'll have to wait and see. We get the white flag. That was some massive racing. One boat's going to lose out. That's hell for leather. That's absolute commitment from Heat A of the women's junior fours. Coláiste, BAM went through comfortably. Coláiste, Commercial and Galway. One of those boats won't make the final. We're going to have to wait to find out how that turns out. I'm breathless after that. Jerry, massive finish. We'll have to wait on the photo finish to see who gets through, who goes out. Commercial with a huge comeback. We're going to go down to you for Heat B. Hopefully it's as exciting as that last one.
Thank you, Alan. Great stuff. Well done, everybody, in that race. So we've got Heat B, as you said there, Alan. Women's junior 18-4s, and they're underway. We can see that, but we're trying desperately to get back down as far as we can. The roll call is lane 1 of the far station is empty. Lane 2 is the Lee Valley, the local club. Lane 3 is Shandon from the Marine inside in Cork City. Lane 4 is Cork Boat Club, just up the road from there near Blackrock Castle. And in lane 5, Enniskillen from Fermanagh. So we have 3 Cork crews in Enniskillen here as we try to get up as far as we can, and we're going to pull in now and wait till they get to us. We're at about 8:50 from the start, so that's not too bad. Again, 3 crews will qualify, 1 crew will be dropped. As they come towards us now, I'm looking here, and it looks like the Enniskillen crew now on the near side have moved out to the front. They've nearly got clear water on the crew from Shandon in lane 3. That's the 1-2. But there's nothing in it between Shandon then and Cork, who are beside them. So we watch them, we wait till they come right up on us now. But it's Enniskillen on the near side, definitely leading the way here. They must have 3 lengths now through 600 metres. Cork Boat Club, it looks like they're in the yellow end packer, can't miss that. And they are in second position, but only by less than half a length from Shandon. And then it's a couple of lengths back to the Lee Valley crew. So this race doesn't look like it's going to be as exciting as the previous one, with 3 crews to qualify. The Lee Valley crew will drop back a couple of lengths in second and third. But Enniskillen looking very strong there now as they go through 700 metres. Women's Junior 4s Championship semi-final. 3 crews will qualify. Yeah, we've just travelled down alongside them now. A little less stressful this one. It's easy to watch and easy to see. The crews in second and third position aren't as under as much pressure as in the previous race. So Shandon and Cork Boat Club, the 2 local crews from the marina, rowing absolutely alongside each other, dead level in second and joint second. But Enniskillen out in front, looking very strong there in the white caps, about 3 lengths in front of the 2 Cork crews. And then the local Lee Valley crew who row out of this area here on the lake in lane 2, a couple of lengths adrift. So yeah, we're travelling along now, and what a pleasant afternoon it is to be taking on this job. Brilliant. We're not all huddled under umbrellas and whatever, looking at damp paper, trying to write on damp paper and all that sort of stuff. That's not going to happen this weekend, which is absolutely brilliant. So after this race, we have the Women's Intermediate Sculls, 3 heats of that, and hopefully we'll have some good racing there. But no change here in this race. A bit of a procession now. Enniskillen, a couple of lengths ahead of Shandon and Cork Boat Club. Shandon now taking second position outright. They're all through 1,000 metres now. Lee Valley in fourth, gone through now. So we watch this as I look down towards you all there. It's a magnificent view. This course this afternoon, the sunshine. Somebody from we're right back here with the Lee Valley crew. As one of them shouts instructions, gallantly trying to row along and keep up. But Enniskillen, of course, they've been doing so well over the last number of years. And their head coach, Derek Holland, the lead coach, great program going on up there, wonderful things happening, and great to see that. They lead the way here, 3 lengths possibly, just cruising along. Shandon now in second position from Cork Boat Club. So they're the 3 leading positions. And they'll make that final later on with the other 3 crews from the previous race. And that final will happen at 4:10. So, nothing changed here. We're just having a nice easy one because it's easy to call. 1, 2, 3, 4. Enniskillen, Shandon, Cork Boat Club, Lee Valley. Alan, I'll let you at some point pick this one up and watch them come in safely over the last 500 metres or so. We'll head back up then and start picking up the sculls, which will be coming down very fast very shortly.
So just picking up the info from the live events, live results, which are available online. It does look like commercial were the ones that just lost out on that position there. in the last heat. I have down here on the official results band, Coach North followed by Galway. So Commercial unfortunate to lose out. A hell of a push and a hell of a finish. Interestingly enough, I see the 6 qualifiers for the men's club single scull are announced, and funnily enough, 3 of them from the final heat. So 0 qualified from the first heat, 1 from the second, 1 from the third, 1 from the fourth. We had 3 qualifying from that last heat. Gillick of Neptune, Capriquin, and St. Michael. So even though he finished third in the heat, he still qualified for the final. So every second counts. That's the rule in that one. So as this one comes to the finish, again the battle is fairly clear. Well out in front in this second heat. Lee Valley, Shannon, Cork, and Enniskillen. Not as much excitement as the last episode, which was some fantastic racing, but Enniskillen well in control of this one, and they're just going to tip along to the finish over Shandon, with a bit of distance back to Cork and a further distance back to Lee Valley. But it looks like Shandon, Cork and Enniskillen will go through on this one to team up with Galway Ban and Coláiste North for the final. So the final is race number 251 at 4:10, the final of the women's junior 4s. As they come to the line, well spread out. Enniskillen completely under no pressure, completely under control. They're going to be followed across the line by Shandon, Cork, holding that over Lee Valley, who I think just unfortunately might have both in fourth there. The stroke had a bit of an issue. Unfortunately, that Lee Valley stroke had a bit of an issue, but they're back up and running now. They're going to cross the line, but that's pretty clear cut. We're going to head back now. We have 3 heats of the women's intermediate single scull. So we're going to go back down to Jerry on the lake, and he's going to pick up some action from there.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, heat 1 of the women's intermediate single sculls well underway here. The roll call is in lane 2, DULBC Healy, lane 3, Killogan O'Donoghue, lane 4, Coleraine Grammar School, Dalzell, lane 5, Skibbereen Pickett, lane 6, Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, Curry. And right now it's the Queen's University Sculler Curry leading the way here, nice and handy. She's let her rate drop right down. She's a couple of lengths on the Sculler, right over on the far side, who's working very hard because bit tight now for that second position. Only 2 crews will qualify. DULBC in lane 2. That's Healy. She's holding on to that second position on the far side, right over here in lane 1. In lane 2 rather. Lane 1 is empty. And then in lane 3 beside her, she's only got about a couple of lengths, nothing in single sculls. The girl in the blue boat from Killogan O'Donoghue in lane 3. She's in third position and a half a length ahead of Skibbereen Pickett and a couple of lengths back to Coleraine Grammar School. Dalzell. So that's the positions, but the Queen Sculler just doing enough here out in lane 1 and in full control here. DULBC now making that second position hers. Healy has moved out now to 2 to 3 lengths on the Killogan Sculler. It was quite tight over the first bit as we approached 1300, 1250, 1300. 2 to qualify right now. It's the Queen Sculler and the DULBC Sculler. Curry and Healy. Right now they're going to head to the finals later on at 16:20 women's intermediate single scull. So you know these girls will be around the blocks a bit. They'll have been rowing quite a few years, some of them. Intermediate scullers, it's quite a high standard. And you look at that Queen Sculler, Curry in lane 6, Queen's University Ladies, Belfast Ladies Boat Club leading the way here, just taking the rate right down and loving it. And that's her over there nearest to you on the enclosure side. And well done to Healy DULBC holding that second position outright her own in the yellow Empacher boat over in lane 2. They're the 1-2, about 3 lengths back then to Killogan O'Donoghue. But I think the game is up for them. She's in third position, and then we have Skibbereen Pickett in 4th, a length behind her, and a couple of lengths back into Coleraine Sculler. So that's it, Alan. I'll hand over to you to take this one home.
Yeah, I was going to say,
So as Jerry said, just 2 to roll through on this, and those 2 are both in lane 2 and in lane 6, and that's Curry from Queen's University and Healy from Trinity Ladies. So they are really in control of this race.
Okay, we have representatives of Galway and Commercial to the Alpha Simulation to the Women's Junior 4, please.
Well, that saga could continue in relation to Women's Junior 4. Unsure what that's about. We'll bring you any news that we have. Nothing official, but the story may not be over. So we have Curry from Queen's, Healy from the ULBC, and those 2 are well ahead, holding a nice lead over Killarney O'Donoghue and Skibbereen Piggott with Dalzell from Coleraine Grammar School. Still in the mix, Hunting trying to lift the position there to close in on the Skibbereen Sculler Piggott, but well out in front and in control. And actually, as they come into view, Healy rowing really, really nice. Curry from Queen's, beautiful long stride, just letting the boat run. Knows that place is guaranteed, and would really love to see her racing under pressure, because that is absolutely beautiful rowing, getting the most out of the boat. This is tied up. These top 2 positions are in the bag. The final is going to be race number 252 for anyone who has the program. That's at 4:20, the final of the women's intermediate single scull. But we're going to see, all things being equal, and a white flag is Curry from Queen's University and Healy from the ULBC. They should go through, and be really interesting to see now, after that display of really controlled rowing by Curry from Queen's University, how that pans out when she starts getting under pressure. We're going to zip right back down to about 7:50 left. Jerry, you're down there. Let's get some action from the lake.
Yes, Alan, it's Heat B well underway here. In lane 2, University of Limerick Casey, lane 3, Carrick Low, lane 4, Fermoy O'Mahony, lane 5, Neptune Power, lane 6, Commercial Maloney. And leading the way here is Elaine Power from Neptune Rowing Club. She's rowing along, doing enough in front, about a length of clear water from the Commercial Sculler Maloney. So that's the 1-2, and then only 2 qualify now. They look like they're. The Fermoy Sculler looks like she should be trying a little harder there, O'Mahony, to try and desperately get back on Commercial there to her left on the enclosure side, because only 2 scullers will qualify here. But Elaine Power from Neptune leading the way here now, in control, looking at everybody behind her. She can see anybody if they mount any challenge on her, and she looks back at the Commercial Sculler, Maloney, Eva Maloney there on her left. They're the 1-2. They are the 2 scullers in the qualifying positions as they go through 1,500 metres, Alan. So it's Neptune Power from Commercial Maloney, and then on the other side, O'Mahony from Fermoy. They're the 1, 2, 3, but it's Neptune and Commercial are in the 2 qualifying positions at the moment, and a couple of lengths back then to University of Limerick Casey, and beside her the Carrick Sculler Low. As the wind picks up a little bit more here, getting a little tricky again, as they've all gone through 1,600 metres, Alan. It's the Neptune Sculler and the Commercial Sculler in the qualifying positions in this heat B of the women's intermediate sculls. I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, certainly. We've noticed up here on the balcony the wind has picked up, bit of a headwind, which no sculler enjoys, but doesn't seem to be putting off Elaine Power of Neptune or Maloney of Commercial, as they're holding those top 2 spots. A little bit of a challenge now being raised in the middle of the course there by the Fermoy Sculler, so it's certainly not over, but if there is going to be a move made, it's going to have to be made now, because Power and Maloney have held this lead as far as Jerry has seen from about 7:50 on, been in control of that race now. They could be toying with the opposition at this stage, because we know top 2 go through, do as little as possible to cross the line in the qualifying positions. There is a bit of a reaction now from that sculler. That is the Fermoy, I think that's the Fermoy Sculler pushing in. That's the Fermoy O'Mahony, Low from Carrick and Casey from UL slightly off the action here. There is a drive being made there, a big push at this stage, and don't know if now you could say that Commercial Sculler Maloney is under pressure at this stage. He could have done enough, but there is certainly a drive. Power seems to be in more control than the Commercial Sculler Maloney. But lane four is certainly fighting back at this stage. That's the Pomoy sculler, but has she left it a bit too late? In fact, the reaction from Maloney in Commercial has driven her up beside Power from Neptune, and it does look like, as they come into the final few strokes, that Power from Neptune is going to go through along with Maloney from Commercial. Great fight back by O'Mahony from Pomoy, but just a little bit too late on the push. One more heat of this. I'll just have a look down the river. They look like they're at the 1,000-metre mark. Jerry, you might pick it up and let us know how this final heat is going.
Yes, Alan, Heat C, women's intermediate sculls, 2 to qualify. In lane 2, Tribesman Coakley. Lane 3, Kenmare Sheehan. Lane 4, Belfast Boat Club of Lamont. Lane 5, St Michael's Limerick Coffee. Lane 6, Shandon Mers. So, leading the way here, 2 to qualify. We have the Shandon Sculler Mers looking very strong indeed. Over there on the inside in lane 6. And then we have in second position Kenmare Sheehan. But she's under quite considerable pressure from St Michael's Coffee. 2 qualified.
Can we have a representative of Galway?
The yellow Empacker boat, and who's giving it everything she can now, putting on a big challenge here through about 1250, 1300 metres. And then it's about another 3 lengths back to the tribesman Scholar Coakley, Leah Coakley, and another couple of lengths back then to the Scholar from Belfast Boat Club, Lamont. So that's the positions. Out in front though, Shandon in the sky blue. It's Merce, and got control. She has control of this race, and there's definitely a fight going on for second though. It's not easy. In sculls you can jump up now a couple of lengths very quickly, and as the girl from Kenmare Sheehan looks across, she knows she's got a little bit of a fight. The St Michael's Sculler Coffee is having a right go at her, but she's reacted well. Kenmare Sheehan has reacted well and has about a length, little tiny bit of clear water. You can see her on the far side in second position. Shandon lead from Kenmare. Can St Michael's mount a big challenge in the yellow boat there? You can see her coming in the middle in third. That's the big race, but I'm not sure. You can see it unfold as they all go through 1500 metres. This is the last heat, Heat C, women's intermediate single sculls. 2 boats will qualify for 1620 final. So right now it's Shandon. Definitely she will win this race. And looking across then, as I said, Kenmare Sheehan. I think she's under a lot of pressure. St Michael's is fair play to her. She's giving her a good race, but she's holding on to that second position. And you'll see it unfold there now with about 250 metres to go. So it's Shandon Allen, the Kenmare Sculler, watching on the far side from St Michael's. I'm not sure if St Michael's can mount a challenge at this late point from tribesmen Coakley from Belfast Boat Club Lamont. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. And as they come into view, it's Mers from Shandon in lane 1 is still very much in control of this. So we've seen some beautifully controlled rowing, and sets us up for a lovely final. There's some between Curry from Queens and Power from Neptune, who won the last 2 heats, Maloney from Commercial and Healy from DULBC. Looks like they're going to be joined by the Shandon Sculler and Kenmare Sheehan on the far side. Probably just that little bit too late from the St Michael's Sculler, who's going to miss out, I would think, unfortunately, on that second spot, but rowing very well towards the finish with the last 80 metres or so. It's Mers from Shandon who is going to be chased to the line by second place Sheehan from Kenmare, and it looks like those 2 are going to go through. Valiant from St Michael's, Coffee from St Michael's, but it looks like she's going to miss out by about 2 lengths. Difficult conditions with that little bit of headwind, but as they cross the line, it's going to be Shandon in the final. That's Mers and Sheehan from Kenmare. Those 2 are going to go to the final. Once we get the white flag, they're going to be joined by Maloney from Commercial, Power from Neptune, Curry from Queen's University, and Healy from Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. That final is race 252, and that's coming at you 4:20 today. We just have a little bit of a break now, and then we're straight into this afternoon's finals. So next race up will be the final of the men's junior 16-8. That's going to be at 3:20 p.m. and that's going to see St. Joseph's A, St. Michael's, Colostignon, St. Joseph's B, and Skibbereen. Big names and a lot of passion for rowing from the junior 16-8 men. They're on the water, ready to start at 3:20, and we'll be back to you then.
Can Carl Callahan come to the regatta office, please? That's Carl Callahan.
from 3:20 to 4:40, so some cracking finals coming up. And we're going to finish the day from 4:45 with the men's junior 16 single scull time trials. We've got 6, 7, 8 of those, and then we're into the women's junior 16 time trials as well. So racing all the way through till just before 6 p.m. this evening. But next up, fantastic finals: men's junior 16 eights, men's junior pairs, junior 18 eights, which is always a hammer fest. These guys love to knock the head off each other in the race. Men's club single scull, women's club 8, junior 4s, intermediate single sculls, senior quad, and senior pairs. Jerry is heading down the river now as I look down. Getting a bit overcast here. We'll try and get some idea of the conditions. Looks decent enough as I look out from the balcony here. So Jerry is about at the 1,000 metre mark. Jerry, getting a bit hazy. Big finals coming up.
Welcome back, everybody. After that slight little break, we've got lots of finals here now coming up, starting with the men's junior 16/8s. About to start in a couple of minutes, and that will be a big one. Boys, junior 16s. Then we've got the intermediate men's coxless pairs final. Then the men's junior 18/8s. Whoa, big one. Then the men's club single sculls final. Women's club 8s. Women's junior 18/4s. Women's intermediate single sculls. Then the men's senior quads and the women's senior pairs. That takes us up to 16:40. So we'll concentrate on those finals for now. And I don't think you should be going anywhere now if you want to see some good races. Finals, all finals for the next hour or so. Championships, Irish championships on the table. And we're just about to start with the men's junior 16/8s final. The orange light is flashing. They are under starters orders here. But there will be another minute or two because they're just moving in now onto the starting blocks. We are watching the crews. We're right up here in the action. And we'll take this race from the start. No doubt, there's a lot of you there, supporters, mums, dads, grannies, granddads possibly, brothers, sisters, wanting to see the junior 8s, the 16s, and then the 18s. They're coming closely after them, so lots of junior races. Yeah, I'm even looking forward to this. Why wouldn't I? So it'll be another minute or two. Just watching the one of the fish crews getting on there. They're just backing it in. So it's calmed down a little again now. It's good conditions. Yeah, it's interesting how it goes, and hopefully now it'll continue to calm down over the evening and have nice, comfortable water to row on, especially for the smaller boats. Can be quite challenging when there's any little bit of wind at all. They don't call us flat water rowing for nothing. So, somebody's got a warning being late to the start. I'm guessing it's the St. Joseph's crew over there in lane 5, the B crew, because they look like they're the last crew on. So that means if they break the start, they'll be disqualified. But that's not, very rarely happens. Breaking the start nowadays, the way it used to happen in the past. So we'll start this race now shortly. So it's interesting here. 3 crews have been awarded false starts for being late. Didn't get the other 2. So let's hope it goes away first time now. We don't want to see anybody disqualified. That would be just a terrible tragedy indeed. I haven't seen anybody disqualified for a false start in the whole weekend. It's quite a number of years since I've seen anybody. People don't practice to do that anymore, like we did in the olden days. But anyway, so of course back then when you went to foreign regatas it was in French, and by the time you said go it was nearly 5 minutes later with the Et vous prêt partez. So anyway, here we are, these junior 16 boys all lined up now. What a selection of boats. We've got Felipe's Packers, top of the range. Great investment by the clubs, brilliant programs by these clubs, bringing these boys to the starting line, the junior 16s, maybe next year's 18s, over the next 2 years. So the roll call is on now, as TJ Ryan brings them to attention. And we are away. Final of the Junior 8s, men's Junior 18, Junior 16, 8s final. All crews pushing away, nothing in it. Canvas between all 6 boats over the first 100 metres. No damage, nothing, no equipment failures. Brilliant. Here we go. We're riding alongside them, right up on the bows. Oh, there's nothing in it at all. Maybe the Jazz have a foot in lane 4 and the rest of them from St. Michael's in lane 3, and then out the far side, the Bish in lane 2. They're the 1, 2, 3 now. In fact, yeah, now they have jumped out, so there is a little bit of something happening already. 250 into this race, fast and furious as they run down here in lane 4. Kalosh Dignoy leading. They have a canvas on the crew in lane 5 to their right. Sorry, in lane 3, St. Michael's. They have a canvas on St. Michael's, who then have a half a length on St. Joseph's A crew. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and then they have a half a length back on the other 2 crews, Skibbereen on the near side, and beside them is the B crew from the Bish in Galway. Here we go now. We're already coming up towards 500 metres, and Kalosh Dignoy Galway leading this, but only by a canvas. There's nothing absolutely in it at all, and about 2 feet even from St. Michael's Limerick. Beside them on the right in lane 3. That's the 1, 2, and then these 2 crews trying to push out now to nearly 2/3 of a length on the crew over in lane 2, the St. Joseph's Galway in 3rd position, and then another 2/3 of a length back to Skibbereen on the near side, and then they have a canvas on the second St. Joseph's crew. Through the 500 metre mark now. Everybody's gone through it. Junior 16 8th final. As we keep up with this crew, fast and furiously coming down the course towards you there. We're into the second quarter, the second 500. This is where now they settle down, and looking at the Jazz crew leading the way here, we'll just see what they're up to. They're at 34, so that's not too high. And then St. Michael's to their right. There's still only a canvas or a quarter of a length, nothing more between first and second. But there's a length now back to the crew over in lane 2, St. Joseph's A crew. So it's the St. Ignatius leading the way here. In lane 4, a canvas on the crew from St. Michael's Limerick. Only rating 34, that's nice, controlled stuff, plenty of ammunition left in their guns now, I tell you, as they eat into this second quarter of the 2K race. St. Michael's to their right, rating 34.5, so nobody's up high, they're just rowing nicely along here. Junior 16s, good rowing. There's a clear water now between the second crew, St. Michael's and St. Joseph's over on the far side in lane 2. And then it's about 2/3 of a length back to Skibbereen on the near side in lane 6, and then another half a length back to the second St. Joseph's Galway crew. We're coming up to halfway already, and Kalosh Dignoy out in front here. They'd be loving this now, leading 2 St. Joseph's crews behind them in their wake. I must say, they'd be thinking that. We're coming up to halfway now, and but it's St. Michael's Limerick who are putting the pressure on them and absolutely keeping them on the edge here. They're through the halfway mark now. Kalosh Dignoy are in a fight with St. Michael's Limerick. This is the big battle here now. They've gone through halfway, so it's a half a length or even a third of a length, I'll call it, from Kalosh Dignoy and St. Michael's Junior 16's final. And here we go. They've gone through 1,000. It's the St. Joseph's crew on the far station now, making a little bit of inroads. We won't leave them out of it yet. There's only a length between them and St. Michael's in second position. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and then another length and a half back to Skibbereen and a half a length back to the second St. Joseph's crew. We're through 1,200, 1,250, and Kalosh Ignite are doing a big burn here now. They're out to half a length. Look at this, going well. We look at them here now, they're at 36. They've moved up a couple of pips. You can see the push, big push on. The coach must have told them to go around 1100. You can see that. St. Michael's desperately trying to hold on to their shirt tails. They're at 33, so they need to kick on. As the wind picks up a little bit again, a little bit more of a headwind again here as we move into the second half, deep into the second half, into the third quarter of this final. It's Kalosh Ignite, a half a length from St. Michael's. The big push from St. Joseph's on the far station and lane through hasn't materialised. They have a little bit of clear water between them, between St. Michael's and St. Joseph's. So that's not happening yet, if it will at all. So we'll ride along beside the leaders. This is where we want to be. Up with the action. It's Kalosh Ignite. It's the Jazz from Galway. Galway club's doing so well this weekend here at the championships. They have a half a length of St. Michael's Limerick, and they're looking the better crew. I put my money on them here as we approach the three-quarter marker, 1,500 metres. Through to 1,500. Kalosh Ignite leading by just over half a length, 2/3 of a length from St. Michael's Limerick, and looking really good here into the last quarter. And let me call it here for a little bit more, and we let it go to you then in another half a minute. It's Kalosh Ignite leading half a length, maybe 2/3 of a length from St. Michael's Limerick, and then it's a half a length of Clearwater back to St. Joseph's in Galway, and then it's a good couple of lengths back to Skibbereen and another length back to the second St. Joseph's crew from Galway. But Alan, it's the Jazz. It's the Jazz from Galway. Kalosh Ignite leading the way home here in the Junior 16 finals, 2/3 of a length, desperately trying to get a length on St. Michael's Limerick. They're the 1-2, and then Clearwater back to the St. Joseph's crew Galway. Alan, I'll let you take this one.
So Kalosh Ignite, Jerry's pinned his colours to the mast there and stated that Kalosh Ignite all the way up have looked a better crew, but St. Michael's are not giving this up. No, these under 16s don't know any pain, don't know when to stop, don't know when to quit, and they're powering on. But Kalosh Ignite still holding that lead over St. Michael's. Looks as though it has it's got just that little bit tighter. This is going to go to the line. Kalosh Ignite still holding out. These two boats have taken control. St. Joseph's A crew out the back, but I don't know. I think Jerry might have written off St. Michael's a little too early. Kalosh Ignite still holding that lead. I'd say they have about a half a length, if that. It might even be a third of a length. They're really digging up as they come to the line. There's about 150 metres to go. I'd say Kalosh Ignite really digging in now. That rate has come right up, and they have taken that 1/3 of a length back to half a length. Then it's probably going to be 3/4 of a length. Kalosh Ignite are rowing through. They're going to take the last 10 strokes. They're going to come home as men's junior 16-8 champions. They have a storming finish. They put St. Michael's to the sword when the questions were being asked. They put St. Michael's to the sword. That was a fantastic finish. They had a little lead. St. Michael's were coming back, but they absolutely had a storming finish. Put St. Michael's to the sword. That's a fantastic win, and well done, Kalosh Ignite. Jerry was right. He pinned his colours to the mast early. He saw the quality all the way down. He's going to rock down the lake, and we're going to pick him up for the men's intermediate pair. Fantastic final there. Great rowing from Kalosh Ignite, and they held off St. Michael's and even put a bit of length into them at the end. Jerry, good call on Kalosh Ignite on that one. You're back down the lake. Let's see what's coming up next.
Yes, Alan, we'll settle down again now for this one. That was a great race. I love watching the Junior 16s. Loads of energy. I think you alluded to that earlier on today, Alan. But next up is the men's intermediate Coxless Pairs final, and they are on the way down the course. We are watching them coming, heading straight at us, and we'll ride alongside them very shortly. The roll call as follows. Final, they've had heats earlier on. University of Limerick in lane 1 on the far station. Lane 2. NUI Galway B crew in lane 2, then the NUIG A crew in lane 3 beside them. Commercial in lane 4. If they're B crew, we call them commercial. There's no A crew in this. And then in lane 5, Dublin University Boat Club. And then on the inside, nearest to the enclosure, University College Dublin Boat Club. Men's intermediate Coxless Pairs final. They've gone about, I would say, 600, 700 metres now at this point. We'll pick them up shortly. So looking at them heading towards me now, I'm looking at the DUBC crew. I'd say they have a slight, no, it's hard to say actually, because the crew on the very far side, University of Limerick. No, it's University of Limerick. My eyes deceive me there. University of Limerick right over on the far side, leading the way here. DUBC and NUIGA crew then, not far behind them. In fact, this is a really tight race. I would, do you know, as they come right up beside me now, it's University of Limerick in lane 1 on the far side, it's University NUIG in lane 3 and DUBC in lane 5. There's probably less than half a lane between these three boats. NUIG probably just nudging in front now. They're the 1, 2, 3, and then it's the crew, the second NUIG crew in 4th, and commercial just another half a lane behind them, and then back to the UCD Boat Club crew. So let's watch this now. We are heading towards 1,000 metres, and we have a good race. We have a good race. Let's see what happens here now. You could throw a blanket over these three crews nearly. But in lane 3, in the middle of these two boats, right in there where they want to be, is NUIG. They're leading the way here. They're beginning to show their form now. They're trying to push on. Here we go. They're saying, we've gone through 1,000. Let's say goodbye to these lads. Will they? Or will they stay with them? University of Limerick over in lane 1 now. Haven't reacted. Or DUBC. They've let them jump out to nearly a length there all of a sudden. So, NUI Galway. Will we see another championship go to Galway? NUIG there in lane 3. Looking very good. Nice rowing. Love the Coxless pair. Really tricky boat, but when you get it up and running, it's so good. One of the guys steering as well, keeping it between the boys. Lots of technical stuff. Love this boat, I do. So, here we go. Yeah, this is a really good crew. But University of Limerick in lane 1, there's only a length. You know, that's not an awful lot. It's not like an 8. Maybe a slightly little bit more than a length. They're desperately looking to push away NUIG, but University of Limerick over in lane 1 on the far side, not letting them go. DUBC hanging on to their shirt tails in lane 5 in the near side in the white tops. You'll see them in the distance. They're the 1, 2, 3, and another half a length back to the second NUIG crew, doing very well indeed in lane 2. And then a length back to Commercial, and another half a length back to UCD. So we've gone through, well through halfway. We're coming up to 1400 nearly. We're into the third quarter here. NUIG. Now, can University of Limerick mount a challenge? This is the question. If they just have a little look over their shoulder, maybe they're told not to, but they'd see them there. There's just a little bit over the length. Yeah, Bellman's had a look. Yeah, I don't know where, but here we go. Let's see now if he calls anything. They need to go now. Don't let them get any more. They can't let them get any more, or they're gone on them. Because NUIG, they're absolutely on fire here. They're standing on the stretcher. That force curves bang on together through the connection. What wonderful rowing from NUIG. University of Limerick trying desperately now, but they're just nudging away every stroke a couple of inches. NUIG, as we move into 300 metres out, Alan, it's NUIG. Look at this lovely rowing as it heads down towards you guys, girls, towards the enclosure. I'm loving this. From University of Limerick on the far side, and then there's a good 3 lengths back to DUBC, and the second NUIG crew going through them into third. So here we go, Alan. There's about 250 metres to go. NUIG leading the way home here in the men's intermediate Cox's pairs final from University of Limerick on the far side. From DUBC have reacted and go back into third from the second NUIG crew, from Commercial, from UCD. Alan, it's all yours. Take them home.
NUIG not having everything their own way. That UL crew on the far side really putting it up to them. So those two, it's only 1 from 2 there, as they did before. DUBC with a late charge, it got them through to the final, but I think it's too little too late. NUIG had a storming heat and were dominant, and it does look like they've held up. This crew, they have a length on UL. They're running out of water, and this does look, unfortunately for the UL crew, it does look like NUIG, who have held the lead all the way through, are going to see this through, and they're going to probably see it through by about 2 lengths. They're not going to get caught now with 50 metres left. It's going to be, you're going to see NUIG from UL, DUBC on the push as well, but the other boats are just unfortunately second best to that NUIGA crew, and they're going to hit the line, and they're going to take the Irish Rowing Championship Regatta. Fantastic race. They dominated the heat, they dominated the final, they were never in trouble. Few iffy moments, a little bit of pressure, but great result, and well done to them. Beautiful exhibit of rowing. Jerry's going to fly back then, because now we have the untouchables, the men's junior 18-8, Pres Cork Methodist, St. Joe's, Castlecommon and Enniskillen, 5 boats final for the Irish Rowing Regatta Championship 2022. These junior rowers, they don't know when to quit, they don't know when to stop. The sky's the limit when it comes to the rate, the power, the speed. Jerry, exciting race coming up for the men's junior 18s.
Alan, thank you. Junior 18-8s, men's junior 18-8s, yes. Mouth-watering stuff coming down here soon. We have 5 boats in this final. They had heats earlier on. A little bit of cat and mouse. We had the 2 favourites in there in heat 1. Enniskillen and St. Joseph's Galway playing games with each other. But let's see now, the real thing is about to unfold in front of us all. We're heading down, and hopefully we get down before it starts. Right now that is happening. And we'll pick it up very shortly. And we'll give you a roll call. Come back to us in a minute.
So following this, the men's club single scull, women's club 8, women's junior 4s, women's intermediate single sculls, men's senior quad, women's senior pairs. So all action between now and 4:40 as the finals come thick and fast every 10 minutes or so. Some seem to have disappeared. Hopefully it makes life a little easier for the guys out on the water, but at this stage now everybody's so focused on the final, getting across the line first. But we're excited now to see this men's junior 18 final. Jerry's going to pick it up as soon as they come into view, as soon as they're off the start. 3:40 starts, just 1 minute to go. Jerry's going to get down as far as he can and bring this one with the best seat in the house. He'll be about 5 metres from all the action, and he'll bring you cycling sounds and the flavours of these junior 18 men as they hammer up this 2,000 metre course. So Jerry will be with you in 1 second.
Welcome back. We're about 200 metres off the start, and the final, the men's junior 18-8s, has started. In lane 1 on the Far Station Presentation Cork, lane 2 Methodist College Belfast, lane 3 St. Joseph's Galway, lane 4 Castleconnell Limerick, lane 5 Enniskillen. And we got some funny looking clouds above us. Hopefully nothing will come out of them now before the end of today. But as this race progresses down the tracks towards us, we are watching wonderful boys, big strong lads coming at us like trains. And if anything, out in front now, the 2 favourites have jumped. St. Joseph's Galway in lane 3 and Enniskillen on the near side in lane 5. And there's nothing in between them, but they've got clear water on the other 3 crews already. They've only gone 200 metres. So Enniskillen have about a third of a length on St. Joseph's, and they've gone about 350 metres, 400 metres, and we're up there riding alongside them. So Enniskillen out in front, both of these boats, yellow M-Packer boats, you can't miss them. And St. Joseph's are all having a look around now. That's not a good sign already, and they haven't even got to 500. Enniskillen, because they jumped out on them, they might have frightened them and not expected that. So as we come towards 500 metres now, we'll call it. So Enniskillen leading the way here, rating 40.5 still through the 500. St. Joseph's a half a length behind them, and they've gone through now 39.5. So they're screaming through the first 500, and it's a half a length of clear water back to the other 3 crews who are practically level. Pres Cork and the Far Station, Methody beside them in lane 2, and Castleconnell on the near side in lane 4. Nothing between those 3. You could throw a blanket over them. But the business end, Enniskillen have absolutely jumped. They are out here now. This must have been the plan, and they've got a half a length on St. Joseph's. They have rattled them. Look at this now. They're out there, and they have a half a length. They've gone through. The wind is picking up slightly again. A good headwind, sitting up to it. Both crews, and they must have 2 lengths of clear water back to the other 3 boats. So 2 races going on here. We're watching this one. Enniskillen out to 2/3 of a length. This is going very well for them if you're an Enniskillen supporter. St. Joseph's now just need to relax, stay calm. They haven't even got to halfway yet. There's lots of time. They just need to hold on to them. Don't give them the clear water. If I was the Cox, just stay there. Keep it quick, keep it fast. Don't let them go anymore now. They've done damage, but that's it. That's what I would be telling them. But it's about 2/3 of a length, and they haven't got any more now. So they've settled down, and both crews still screaming along here now. We're nearly halfway, and we look at it again, and we look at it at 37.5 now, Enniskillen. St. Joseph's on the other side, 36 and a half. A little bit more acceptable, but there's, you know, it's not too high. That's good, but let's see what happens now. Can St. Joseph's turn the screw over the second half? They've both gone through 1,000 metres. We're into the third quarter. We're into the business end. We're into the really, well, the last quarter's the business end. We're into the hard endurance side of what you did, all your winter's training, everything is now coming into account here. We are watching this. St. Joseph's are just, they look a bit edgy, they look a bit panicky. They can't get back on Enniskillen. They're beginning to wonder what's going on here. Enniskillen rowing the race of their lives here. Brilliant racing from them. The two yellow boats way out. They must have 4 or 5 lengths on Prez Cork now in lane 1 in third position. And they've got a half a length. The other two crews, Methody and Castle Connolly, were dead level in 4th. But out in front, Enniskillen continue to lead now through 1250, 1300. They're trying to get a length almost in St. Joseph's. We've got to pull back here because it's such a long gap back to the other 3 crews. Unfortunately, we can't ride along the bows with them. But it's Enniskillen continuing to lead. We're watching it here now from behind. And they have, it's like watching a Henley race now in the umpire's launch, the way I am here now. But they have about, they haven't got any more. I don't think they have the length. They have just under 1 length on St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's need to do something dramatic here to catch up, because Enniskillen are on fire. They're cruising along here now, rowing really well as they approach 1500. Enniskillen have won this event so many times. St. Joseph's have won it more. They have been so consistent over the years. Enniskillen then took over. St. Joseph's back there now again. These are the 2 big club junior crews at 8s at the moment. And here we go. Approaching 1500 now as they move away from me now. I'm not as accurate here anymore now watching it. I'm as far away from them nearly as you are the other way. And as we watch them, Alan, I'm going to hand over to you shortly. But Enniskillen continue to lead. I'm guessing they nearly have a length from St. Joseph's. And as they move now, you can see them. They're absolutely feeling like they've gone through 1700, nearly 37. They've got another big kick in them there. Alan, it's Enniskillen from St. Joseph's and quite a considerable distance back to Prez and Methody and Castle Connell. Over to you in the tower, Alan.
2-horse race as they come into view, 300 left. Enniskillen have raced this like they were racing 500-metre sprints, except they've got 1800 metres down. There is a fight back from St. Joseph's out there in the white. Enniskillen have raced and raced hard, and they've raced from the off, and they've rattled St. Joseph's, but St. Joseph's haven't lifted. That rate is probably upper end in the 40s at this stage. St. Joseph's have come back. That rate is unbelievable. This is these two hammering the heads off each other. St. Joseph are on the way back. They're on the way back. They're closing in on Enniskillen. This thing is going to go to the line. We've got to get a better view. This is going to go all the way to the line. St. Joseph's have mounted a massive comeback. They're inching every stroke. It's one, it's the other, it's one, it's the other. Enniskillen just holding on. This is going to go right to the line. 2 packers driving towards the finish. This was anybody's race. Too close to call from my angle. That was an absolutely incredible finish. Enniskillen raced as if they were racing 500 metres, and not to give any disrespect to Prez Cork, Methodist and Castle Connell, who are just rolling across the line now, but that was an absolute 2-horse race. That was an incredible finish. Whoever won that, there were 2 crews absolutely going head to head. You're not going to get closer. The passion, the commitment, fair play to both those crews. That was incredible. Couldn't get a winner from my angle here. We're going to have to wait for the official result. We'll go back down to Jerry. Jerry, that went down right to the line. Photo finish from what I could see, but somebody might have a better angle on it. That was incredible racing.
Wow. Incredible indeed. That's an understatement. I didn't expect that St. Joseph's came back from the dead there, and well done to them for making it such a tight race. And whoever won, it was an incredible race. Well done to everybody involved. Brilliant stuff. So we're heading back up, Alan. Let me know who won, please. Yeah. But Club Men's Sculls final coming up now, and we will pick it up shortly. We're on our way back up, and come back to me there shortly. Okay.
So we'll wait for the official result on that, but absolutely amazing rowing there. Enniskillen, 1900 metres, they were in control, but they upped the race. St. Joe's with an incredible finish. Was it enough to see them across the line first? We're going to have to wait for the official result. That's going to be decided by centimetres, if that. Incredible racing there from the off. Enniskillen made a massive jump off the start as if they were racing to the 500 only, and they had a length on St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's inched their way back, but Enniskillen never gave up. Two of the best crews in the country, just hammering at each other. Put distance between themselves to Pres Cork Methodist College and Castlecommon. Three excellent eights with excellent crews and coaches. And they were just dwarfed by those two incredible crews from Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. We'll await the final result, but respect to everybody involved in that race. That was one of the best of the day.
Welcome back to the start. Yeah, after that amazing junior race. Whoever finds out who won, let me know. Send me a text, please. So Club 1 finals now coming up. Men's Club 1 single sculls. And we have the lineup as follows. They have started in lane 1, it's empty. Lane 2, we have Carlo Feeney. Lane 3, Skibbereen Horan. Lane 4, Neptune Gillick. Lane 5, St. Michael's, Limerick Rafferty. And in lane 6, Mr. Quinn from Cappoquin. He's on the near station. As they move now out through 200, 250 metres, just poking his nose out in front is Horan from Skibbereen. He's got about a half a length on the St. Michael's sculler, Rafferty. There's another, about a third of a length on the Neptune sculler, Gillick, who's practically level then with the sculler, Carlo sculler, Feeney. And the Cappoquin sculler then just another half a length behind again. So 5 scullers here, and it's the Skibbereen sculler, Horahan, who's jumped out here by a couple of lengths, and the next 3 scullers are practically dead level in lanes 2, 4 and 5, which is Carlo Feeney, Neptune Gillick and St. Michael's Rafferty, and they need to haul this man back in or he'll go away from them. So we're through 500 metres in the final of the men's club single sculls final. Horahan goes through leading. He's got a good couple of lengths then, and I'd say just about in second is the sculler from Neptune Gillick, but only just from St. Michael's Rafferty, and then another couple of feet back to the Carlo sculler Feeney, and then another length back to Quinn from Cappoquin. So they're all through 500 metres now in this final. Men's single sculls, club single sculls. It's a bit weird watching it after the fast 8s before them. Back to the single sculls. These guys, though, putting in a tremendous effort. They came through the time trials earlier on this afternoon, and these guys are the top crews, the fastest 5 guys. Not sure what happened to 6th guy named 1, Carney from St. Michael's. So lane 1 is empty on the far station. But out in front, still leading the way, is the Skibbereen sculler, a big, strong lad. He looks like he could have been playing for Ireland this morning against the All Blacks. He's that big. He looks very strong indeed. Horahan, he's got 3 lengths now, and we're just watching them here now. And it's the St. Michael's sculler, Rafferty now, who's just poked his nose out into second from the other two scullers who were practically level, Carlo and Neptune in third, equal third we'd say, and another couple of lengths back to Quinn from Skibbereen, or sorry, from Cappoquin. Skibbereen leading here. We've gone about 800 metres. The others need to start attacking him, hunting him, work together as a pack to see how they can get on. St. Michael's has jumped to a half a length lead now, and the other two guys, Neptune and Carlo, but nothing in it hardly at all between these three rather. If the Skibbereen sculler wasn't in it, this would be a fantastic race now between the other three scullers out for outright position, leading. So we've gone through 1,000 metres in this Club Single Sculls Championship of Ireland final. Skibbereen leading the way. They have 3 lengths, and I mean good to the others when I say 3 lengths. And then equal second is Neptune and St. Michael's, and a half a length back to Carlo over in lane 2, and then Cappoquin. So as the evening settles down, the wind has settled down, lovely sculling conditions now for everybody, and that's certainly good to have. But Skibbereen now, he's got that lead, and there's a little bit of a challenge now coming from the Neptune sculler in lane 4. He's moved into second in lane, but he's got 3 lengths to catch up. There's a long way to haul this Skibbereen guy back in, and but Gillick from Neptune in lane 4 now has a half a length from the St. Michael sculler in lane 5, and another third of a length back to lane 2. Carlo on the far station in lane 2, and then Cappoquin a couple of lengths back to him. So there are the positions. For all you supporters, you know where all your guys are in this final of the men's club sculls. Skibbereen leading the way. He looks very strong. I'm not sure whether they'll catch him. He'll have to collapse here, but you know what? They're doing a very good job. I'd say they've probably picked up a length now. Whether he's letting them, and he's got loads of gears there, we have to wait and see. But the other 3, it's interesting because they're working off each other. And St. Michael's has come back up level with Neptune now, and it's only a half a length back to the Carlo sculler. If you look down the lake, you'll see those 3 right across behind the Skibbereen sculler. But he's dictating this race. And as we approach 1,400 metres, 1,350, 1,400, the others, you never know when you get going, just like that junior race, the previous race, how you can mount a challenge and go, and anything can happen over the final quarter. We've nearly finished the 3rd quarter of this race. The big business end now about to start. Will Skibbereen hold on to this lead and take home the Club Single Sculls Championship for men? These two 1,500, Alan. He's about 3 lengths, and it's Neptune Gillick just nudging into second again by a canvas from St. Michael's on the inside, and then a half a length back to Carlo Feeney in 4th, and then Cappoquin. But we watch it here through 1,600. It's Skibbereen leading. Horahan, he's held on to that 3 lengths. The others, I don't think they're going to do it at this point. They have a great fight on for second though. You've got the St. Michael sculler on the inside, the Neptune sculler in the middle, and the Carlo sculler on the outside. So they're fighting a great fight for second, third, and 4th position. But leading the way home in this final of the men's Club Single Sculls, Alan, is the sculler from Skibbereen, Horahan. Over to you.
Yeah, so Skib Horahan really looking confident and strong, and dare I say effortless as he comes inside the last 300 metres of this men's Club Single Scull. Looks like the quote Spuddy has a lot of gears to go through if he needs them. The real battle is on for second place there between Feeney from Carlo, Rafferty from St. Michael's, and Gillick from Neptune. And maybe we need to relax a bit after that men's junior 18-8. Still no results up online that I can see yet, so no formal results that I can see, but the attention here is really how Horahan has dominated the field. He's dominated from the off. Battle for second place, Gillick from Neptune looking quite strong, and Rafferty from St. Michael's having a ding-dong battle there for that second place. But lifting the rate now, and I'm sure pretty confident that he's on his way to the Irish Rowing Championship Regatta victory, is Horahan from Skibbereen. Has been in control the whole time. Huge effort there from Rafferty just to try and seal that second place from Gillick. Gillick responds, but it's too little too late, and I don't think Skibbereen Horahan has been under any pressure once he established that lead, and that's going to be a fantastic win. A beautiful bit of sculling, beautiful exhibition from Skibbereen Horahan. to take the Irish Championship regatta. Second place looked like it went to Rafferty's and Michael. Gillick responded there from Neptune. Unfortunately, probably a bit too late. Feeney from Carlow and Quinn from Kappa. Quinn rounds out the final of the men's club single sculls. Next up, just in 2 minutes' time, with a 4 o'clock start time, we have the women's Club 8 final. So that's going to be a 6-boat race. One I can see here: NUIG-B, Skibbereen, NUIG-A and UCD-A in the middle of the park. Commercial in lane 5 and DULBC in lane 6. So hopefully some close racing here in the next one. That is up in 2 minutes' time. So we're going to see where Jerry is as we look down the river. He's probably down at around the 7:50 marker. He'll give us the lineup. He'll chase it down and bring it all the way to about the 2:50, and we'll call it home. So hopefully some tight, exciting racing coming up. Jerry, you might let us know. Conditions look really nice out there once the sun has gone in. Wind seems to have dropped. Perfect rowing conditions out there at the minute. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, lovely. It's nice and cool as well now with the cloud come over. As long as no rain comes out of it, we'll be fine here. And the conditions are just lovely. Little gentle tail breeze, or I'm not sure what it is. Not going anywhere much, but it's lovely. Absolutely lovely now. We've got some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more finals to go before we finish up all the finals of the day, and then there's some time trials which have been moved forward to this evening from tomorrow. But coming up now is the women's Club 8's final, and we got 6 boats, and hopefully we'll have a close one and exciting one, and when they get down towards you there, they'll all be nicely bunched up. Let's hope for that. I'll give you the roll call in a couple of minutes. This race is scheduled for 4 p.m. and I'm looking there now, they're all on the blocks. So I'll give you the roll call. Yeah, we're bang on time here. We're about 150 metres off the start. The orange light flashing. TJ Ryan has them under starters orders. And the lineup is as follows. In lane 1, on the far shore, is NUI Galway B crew. Lane 2 is Skibbereen Rowing Club. Lane 3, NUIG A crew. 2 crews in it from NUI Galway. Lane 4, UCD Boat Club. Lane 5, Commercial Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. So we've got 6 crews. Final of the Women's Club 8s. They got through heats earlier on this afternoon and earned the right to line up here for the final of the Women's Club 8s Championship of Ireland. So we're waiting for the go now, and we should hear the roll call from the starter very shortly. Women's Club 8s.
In relation to the men's junior 8, we are still awaiting the result of the photo finish. We hope to have that for you shortly.
After this race, we'll have the women's junior 18-4s final, and then the women's intermediate single sculls, then the men's senior quad and women's senior pairs. They're the order of the following finals coming up shortly. Now, a little bit of a hold up here, not sure why, but we'll go soon. Now, I'm listening to the starter giving some instructions, and we'll be off shortly.
Following the review of the photo finish of that highly exciting Junior 18 eighths race, the winner is St. Joseph's College from Galway.
Okay, we're back here now, ready to go. The roll call is happening. There was a little slight delay there for some reason. Not sure what happened, but we're about to go here now in the final of the women's club 8. And okay, clear away. So in lane 1, Far Station NUIG, lane 2 Skibbereen, lane 3 NUIG, the A crew, lane 4 UCD Boat Club, lane 5 Commercial, lane 6 Dublin University Ladies Boat Club on the near side. All crews away and cleanly, brilliant view here. And as previous commentator used to say, a kaleidoscope of colours coming at me here as they come right up on me, and it's dead level between lanes 2, 3 and 4 right now, and that's very early stages. So that's Skibbereen, NUIG and UCD, but there's, you know, okay, so the crew in lane 1, the B crew from NUIG have dropped back. That's all I can see as we move up, trying desperately to stay with these girls, and we looking at the yellow Empacker of the UCD crew, the A crew in lane 4. They're out to about 2 seats on NUIG in lane 3. So here we go. This is looking really promising now for an exciting race. UCD leading NUIG by about a quarter of a length. They're the 1-2, and then it's back about a half a length back to the DU LBC crew on the near side in lane 6, and Skibbereen in lane 2. They're dead level in third position, and Commercial then another 3 or 4 feet behind them, and then there's the NUIG second crew in lane 1 on the far side at lane of drift. So we're coming up to 500 already. UCD Boat Club, they've got about a quarter of a length or a third of a length even. It's very little on NUI Galway. Through the first 500, that's the positions, and then 2/3 of a length back to DULBC, and another half a length back to Commercial and Skibbereen. Commercial about 2 feet up on Skibbereen, and a little over a length back to NUIG second crew. So we've gone through 600 metres, Women's Club 8's final, and okay, so 2 crews have broken free. UCD Boat Club holding on to that third of a length from NUI Galway, and they've got a little bit of clear water now, just about on DUBC on the near side, who've got a half a length on Commercial, Rowing Club and Skibbereen. So we're looking at this race unfold in front of us. 2 crews have jumped out now. It's between UCD in the yellow Empacker, who are holding on to that third of a length, nothing more. They haven't got any more from the NUIGA crew. So looking at them rowing very well indeed, and we'll try and pick up some rates now very shortly. But it's still a third of a length. UCD Boat Club from NUI Galway charging down the course at 36. NUIG racing 37, so not much between them. They're all up around the 36-7, these 2 crews, and they've got a little bit of clear water on DULBC, who need to come at them very hard if they want to come back into this race on the near side, and then a length back to Skibbereen and a half a length back to Commercial, and another length back to NUIG second crew. As we come up to 1,000 metre mark very soon, absolutely nothing's changed here. UCD holding on to that third of a length from NUIG. They're stuck to each other. It's like as if there was the one boat nearly. Nothing has happened, and they go. It's amazing, really. Through the 1,000 metre mark, UCD continue to lead, but only by a third of a length from NUIG. This is a 2-boat race now, as they push out to a length of clear water from DULBC in third, and then Skibbereen and Commercial. The coxes are roaring at them. We're watching them now through 1,100 metres. And I tell you what now, this NUIG, it's only about a canvas in it. We're through about 1,200.
This is an incredible race. These girls are on fire here. They're absolutely throwing their life on the line here now for this. Who wants it more? Who's the fittest? Who's done the most work? NUIG are pushing hard. They're pushing hard. They're actually leading into it now. Here we go. Here's a big push by them. NUI Galway. Right up. Both crews are level. We've gone through 1200. UCD on the near station. We're watching them there now. And they're just absolutely level now at this point. We'll have to pull back a little bit, unfortunately. But we're watching them through 1300 metres, Alan, and they're absolutely level. There's nothing in it now. NUIG did a massive push, took back that third of a length that they couldn't get right through the first half. Now they're level. So what happens here? Can UCD respond? We watch them through 1350. Going well indeed. 36 UCD are at. They've maintained that rate. I'm watching NUIG now. 37. So they've held on to their rates. UCG, NUI Galway. They've maintained that rate, overrating UCD by a slight bit. This is an incredible race now. So what will happen here? We've gone through 1400. These two crews out there now. I would say NUIG have pushed into the front now a little bit. Yeah, they've gone about a third of a length in front. They're the crew now who are nudging. Every stroke, a couple of inches. Can UCD respond? Otherwise, NUIG will move on and move on. They're through the 1500s. They've gone through 5th. They're into the last quarter now in this Women's Club 8 final championship. NUIG were down for the first half. They got level through 1100. They're now gone through UCD. I reckon they've gone now into a half a length as they move away into the final quarter. NUIG from UCD, and then it's a couple of lengths back to DULBC and Skibbereen, who are very close together in third position, and a couple of lengths back to the commercial crew and the second NUIG crew. And then you can see it coming in front of you there. It's NUIG now, who look the stronger crew from the UCD crew. They're the 1-2 in the final of the Women's Club 8. Over to you.
NUIG seem to have rolled through UCD at this stage, the two hot favourites, because they qualified winning both their heats. NUIG were under a little bit of pressure there from UCD earlier on in this race, but NUIG have really put the hammer down, and now we're going to see another Championship of Ireland go west to the Challenge to Galway direction. And I think NUIG have really put the hammer down, and they look like they put UCD to the sword. They have NUIG up the race. UCD have not responded. They have not responded. They are so underrated now at this stage, NUIG. Maybe they know they're heading for the finish. There's about 20 more strokes to go, and NUIG are hammering it home, and they're going to take this one home. They're going to have two lengths of over this UCD crew. They never up the race, never responded to that push from NUIG, and NUIG are going to dominate this, and they're going to come home, and they're going to win the Women's Club 8 of Ireland. They cross the line. It's NUIG from UCD, and making up the rest of the numbers. Some good quality rowing there from Commercial, Trinity, Skibbereen and NUIG B crew. But it's NUIG A crew who have dominated that ever since they pushed back on UCD. UCD just were unable to reply, unable to respond. NUIG up that rate, UCD never up the rate, and we're left behind. We're left back wanting on the line, and NUIG take home that Women's Club 8 final.
So we're heading back up the lake now for the next final coming up shortly, the Women's Junior 18 4s, and just having a little conversation here with Joe, my driver, and we're absolutely so impressed with the quality of the standard of rowing here this afternoon, and possibly something to do with the system, the way you could mix and match club with intermediate, and you can come down from senior, have one or two at intermediate and one or two intermediates into club. But really high standard rowing there, especially from the women now at club and intermediate level, and juniors as well. Obviously in the big race there, the boys 18s and the junior women's fours coming up here now shortly. You'll see a couple of cracking crews coming down, Ban and Enniskillen to name two. So we're going to pick that race up next, and the lineup as follows. They've started, and we will pick them up about 7:50 out. And lane one, Commercial, who very bravely fought back in to gain a place in the final in lane one on the far station. Lane two, Shandon. Lane 3, Ban, who won their heat convincingly. Lane 4, Enniskillen, who won their heat as well. And they're in the middle, they're in the centre lanes. In lane 5, Colosh Dignoid Galway, and on the near station, nearest to the enclosure, it's Cork Boat Club. As they come along towards me now, we're watching them, and I'm looking at an Enniskillen crew, possibly yes, in lane 4, who seems to be out in front from the Ban crew in second position. So Enniskillen leading the way from Ban, yes, absolutely. They're not right up beside me yet, but they've gone through 500. All crews have now gone through 500, and Enniskillen, we'll give you a call here now where they come right up beside me. But it's Enniskillen by about a length from the Ban, flowing up through further over to their right in lane 3, and then it's another less than a length back to Colosh Dignoid on the near side in lane 5. And Commercial out in the far station doing very well too. So right up beside me here, it's Enniskillen, and they have about less than a length of Clearwater on Ban in lane 3, and then it's a half a length back to Colosh Dignoid on the inside, and then another length back to Commercial in lane 1 on the far station, and another length and a half back to Shandon and Cork Boat Club. Yeah, that's the positions. So they're well spread out here. They've only gone just coming up to 1,000 metres. But it's Enniskillen leading the way here in the final of the women's junior 18 fours. They have that length of Clearwater from Ban. Ban looked very impressive earlier on in the heat, but Enniskillen looking better in this final now indeed. So will they take some pain away from that junior 18 boys 8 from earlier for the club? Will they hold on to this lead now over the second half? They are through 1,000 metres. Enniskillen girls junior 18-4 lead the way here through the first half. We are now into the third quarter. It's Enniskillen, a length of Clearwater from Ban, and then on the inside it's another length back to Colosh Dignoid, and then another length back to Commercial on the far side in lane 1, and a couple of lengths back to Cork Boat Club and Shandon, who are practically dead level. So well spread out for a final. You wouldn't normally see that so well spread out. We're having come through the heats, but we have two very good crews out in front here. Enniskillen lead from Ban. Can Ban mount the challenge? They haven't gone away anymore. It's, if anything, they've nudged back a little bit as the bow girl has a little look, and here we go. They're doing a good push, Ban are, but it's staying at about that length. Enniskillen in control well into this third quarter of the final of the women's junior 18 fours. Steering very well down the course. Nobody has gone off the tracks, and that's incredible. That's really good. That's such good work by all these girls taking these boats down. Don't forget, they're coxless boats. They got to steer it with the foot. Going backwards, where else would you have to do this in another sport, going backwards? But it's Enniskillen leading the way here, still holding on to that one length lead. Still holding on to that one length lead. And then another length and a half back to Colosh Dignoid. Commercial on the far side, holding on to fourth position. And then followed by Cork Boat Club and Shannon, who are practically dead level. I would say they are level actually. But Enniskillen leading the way here. We've gone through about 1250, 1300 even. Well into this third quarter now. Heading towards 1500. Women's junior fours coming towards you now, coming into view as you watch it. Enniskillen from Ban, that's the 1-2, and then Colosh Dignoid on the near side there behind them, followed by Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, followed by Shandon now, who's moved out ahead of Cork Boat Club. So, through the 1500, well through it now. Enniskillen leading the way home here. It looks like it's going to be theirs unless Ban can do a St. Joseph's on them. But they are about 400 out as the wind picks up a little bit again. Now a little bit of a breeze, so it'll make it a little bit uncomfortable for them as they square the blades and drop them into the water at the connection. Here we go. 350 to win a championship. Enniskillen Junior Girls 4. They have about 30 strokes left. 40 strokes, Alan. We'll watch them and take over. It's Enniskillen from Ban. They're the 1-2. Then Kalashniknoid on the near side. Then Commercial. Then Shandon. And then Cork Boat Club. Alan.
Enniskillen have bossed this from the off, and Ban are going to have to, if they're going to do anything, it's going to have to be now. Enniskillen, the guy's heartbroken, I'm sure, from that junior 8 loss. Can this cushion the blow? Can these junior women knock this one home? They look like they're in control as they come into view now. It's Enniskillen over Ban, over Clontarf, with Cork, Commercial and Shandon well distanced out now around the field, but it's a 2-horse race. It might need to be a 2-horse race because Ban maybe have left it just that little bit too late to attack. Ban, as we look across, Stroke has upped the rate, but Enniskillen are responding. Ban have certainly upped the rate, but Enniskillen have fought them off. About 3 kicks there, and Enniskillen have upped the rate and have stuck a bit more distance into Ban. Enniskillen, these girls are feeling fantastic and they are storming home, and they have taken about half a length out of Ban again. Ban aren't dead in the water yet because Enniskillen, that little pop has dropped, and but they go again, and they've lifted it, and there's going to be clear water at the end, and we're going to see Enniskillen take this one home over Ban. Ban left it just that little bit too late. It's going to be a length and a half at the finish. Enniskillen are going to come home to win the Irish Rowing Regatta Championships Women Junior 18-4. Hard fought, 2,000 metres down, all the way down with Ban, and we're going to see Clontarf and Commercial rock in there with Cork and Shandon a little bit off the pace, but fantastic racing and fantastic response from Enniskillen, from the junior girls of Enniskillen, to fend off the attack from Ban, and they're going to take this. Enniskillen win the Irish Rowing Championships Regatta 2022 for Junior 18 Women's 4. The action never stops here with 3 more finals to come on to close out Saturday's final programme. So women's intermediate single sculls, men's senior quad, women's senior pair, they're the next 3 up. So fantastic racing on the course, and it's just about to kick off. Curry from Queen's University, Elaine Power from Neptune, Healy from DULBC, Mers from Shandon, Maloney from Commercial, and Sheehan from Kenmare. Curry, who had an easy trip through the heat, along with Elaine Power, 2 great scullers well in control. So we'll see how this one plays out in the final. We're going to go and hit the lake, and we're going to catch up with Jerry, see where he is, and see can he bring us most of this race from the off. Jerry, you might give us an update. Thank you.
Yes, Alan, thank you. We're up here now, and this final of the women's intermediate single sculls is well underway. In lane 1, Commercial, Maloney on the far station. Lane 1, lane 2, Shandon, Merce. Lane 3, Queen's University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club, Curry. Lane 4, Neptune, Power. Lane 5, DULBC, Healy. Lane 6, Kenmare, Sheehan. And as they come up towards us now, we're about 500, we're 550 metres, we call it here, as they go through. But out in front, it's the Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club leading. She's got a length on Elaine Power from Neptune, and it's tight down. You've got a bunch, they're bunched up there. You've got Commercial, Maloney in the far station on lane 1, and on the near station you've got Kenmare, Sheehan. They're practically level down on either side of the course, and then a half a length back to the Shandon Sculler Merce, another half a length back to the DULBC Sculler Healy. But out in front, She's got Clearwater Curry from Queen's University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club from Neptune, who's in second position, Elaine Power. She's got a length down on the sculler on the near side, Ken Mayer Sheehan. That's the 1, 2, 3, but all very tight behind the Queen's sculler, who's looking very relaxed, sitting out there now waiting for anybody to have a go at her and then possibly react. That's how calm and collected she looks to me as we go through 600-700 metres. Queen's University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club, Curry leading the way here. Women's Intermediate Single Sculls Final Championship of Ireland. So she's going very well indeed. Elaine Power in second in the black boat for Neptune, and Ken Mayer not far behind her on the near side. Then we have in third position on the far station Commercial. It's Maloney, and she's a half a length up on the Shannon Sculler in lane 2. So as we move along the course and follow, DULBC. I knew there was a 6 sculler, so I was trying to add them up there. DULBC in the yellow alpaca, and she's there another length behind Feely. So as we come towards the 1,000 metre mark already, these girls need to mount a big challenge. They need to help each other and get back at this Queen Sculler. She's looking so calm, so relaxed. She's out for a stroll almost. Tall girl, very good technique, and she's underrating everybody. So I'm not so sure if they can catch her. She's like only about 28 strokes per minute. That's all I'm getting. And the others are up in the middle 30s, nearly 32.3. So the through 1,000 metres, it's Queen's University, Belfast Ladies, Curry leading the way here through the halfway point as we enter the third 500. Carol from Neptune holding on to second. She's got a little under a length down from the other three who are right on her heels, and that's the Commercial Sculler, the Shandon Sculler, and the Ken Mayer Sculler. So great race going on here for second, but even if they came right up with this Queen Sculler, I think she could just take off. That's the way it looks to me. She's still got about 3 lengths though on Elaine Power from Neptune holding on to second, but now as the others come right back up on her, the Shandon Sculler in lane 2, Merce from Shandon, she's doing very well indeed in lane 2. She's just nudging ahead, a level with the Neptune Sculler Power in second. And then Ken Mayer holding on to third on the near side, and just behind her is the Commercial Sculler on the far station Maloney. So we're well into the third quarter. There's been no change on the leader. It's Queen's, it's Curry. She's led the whole way here and just looks like she's out for a stroll to me, to be perfectly honest. So well done to her now, and she's continuing to lead down the course here as we approach about 1,300 metres. Power from Neptune probably moved back into second just about from the Shandon Sculler in lane 2. So these two are fighting away behind the Queen Sculler, and then it's another link back to Ken Mayer and Commercial, and a link back to DULBC. So Queen's leading here, continuing to lead. Now the Shandon Sculler has jumped out in lane 2. Can she do something? Come back on the Queen Sculler. She's taken a length on the Neptune Sculler all of a sudden there. She's done a big push. So she's now got outright second from Neptune in third, and Commercial in fourth in lane 1, and half a length up on the Ken Mayer Sculler in the near side in lane 6. But all the way down this course through 1,500 metres, now into the final quarter of this final of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. It's Curry from Queen's University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club leading the way here. You'll see her coming down towards you, getting closer all the time, and looking so relaxed. You'll notice that as she comes towards you, about 3 to 4 lengths up on Shandon now, who's got outright second from Neptune Power, and then the Ken Mayer Sculler and the Commercial Sculler on either side of them, followed by DULBC. About 250, 300 to go on. It's Curry continuing to lead this final, about 2 to 3 lengths. The Queen Sculler from Shandon, from Neptune, and then Commercial and Ken Mayer out in the outside lanes, and then DULBC. I'll hand over to you to take this one home, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, we saw it in the heat. We saw Curry be totally dominant at such ease in the heat, and really looking forward to seeing her, hoping to see her come under some pressure in the final. Unfortunately, I just don't think the field is there to challenge her. She is certainly a unique talent, and Jerry was talking about a rate of 28. I even think she might be down around 26 at the minute there. There is a bit of a battle for that second place. Can the Shannon Sculler-Nurse, who took a big leap out there and took over Elaine Power's second place, make any challenge to her at all? You do feel that Curry, it's hard to imagine that she doesn't have a rate of 30, 32, 34 if she needs it, which I don't think she does. She's actually putting distance between herself and Merce from Shandon by just holding that low rate, steady control. This is probably one of the most commanding performances now we've seen today over the field. Really dominant. Look at that for beautiful sculling. They're both doing all the work, and she's going to waltz her way to an Irish championship. Fantastic result here. We saw it in the heat. We wanted to see it in the final. Love to see her put under pressure, but unfortunately there's just no one to challenge her. It's Curry from Queen's University who's going to take that home. Valiant fight by Merce and Shannon. The green and black attack and power just came up a little short with Healy, Sheehan from Kinnair and Maloney from Commercial making up the field. But what a dominant performance there by Curry from Queen's University to take that women's intermediate singles gold title. Jerry, there's a few big guns about to come down the river. Hopefully you've got enough speed in that engine to keep up with them. You might let us know what's coming up next.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, we've got the men's senior quads now coming up next. 4 boats in this final, straight final. And they're under starters' orders and they are off. So we are back down at about 250 out. And the lineup is as follows. We've got 3 composites in this. You're allowed 2 clubs in a composite in a 4-man boat, 4-person boat. In lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 is University College Cork, Queen's University Belfast Boat Club composite. Lane 3 is University of Limerick Rowing Club and Castleconnell composite. Lane 4 is Queen's University Belfast Boat Club, and lane 5 is Commercial Rowing Club, Neptune Rowing Club composite. They're heading towards us now like a train. Out front straight away is, not by much though, is the crew, the composite crew, Commercial Neptune, just about, there's nothing in it. In fact, they've come right up on us now. We're watching them here. The Commercial Neptune crew composite are out by half a length. And then on the near side, we have the UCC Queen's University Belfast composite. So coming up towards 500 now. This is a big strong crew on the far station in lane 5. They've come right back up together now as we try to ride up beside them. They're moving so fast. Bit of a headwind coming up again. So as we approach the first 500, it's the UCC Queen's composite now, probably nudging in front. None other than Paul O'Donovan stroking this, our Olympic gold medalist, and they are through 500 metres as we come up right beside them. They're just about nudging in front now from the other composite, the Castleconnell ULRC and the Neptune Commercial composite. There's nothing in between those 3. So these 3 crews out in front, then there's another couple of lengths back to Queen's. But all of a sudden now, the UCC Queen's composite have taken nearly a length over the last 250 metres. So here we go. This crew, very strong. Interesting combination. UCC Queens, some big guns in this now as we watch them come down the course. In lane 2 on the far station, they're out to a length now already on the Castleconnell ULRC composite, who have a half a length on the commercial Neptune boat and about 2 to 3 lengths back on Queens. So heading towards the 1,000, well, about 800 metres gone already now. These guys are looking pretty big, pretty strong. Stroke by none other than Paul O'Donovan as they move along towards the first half, and they're nudging along at, I'll tell you now, 1 second, 37.5 strokes per minute, and they've got about a half a length of clear water through 1,000 metre mark now. UCC Queens lead through by about a half a length of clear water on the Castleconnell University of Limerick composite. We've got a length then on the Neptune commercial composite and a couple of lengths back to Queens. We're watching this University College Cork Queen's University composite. This is a really strong crew. This boat would go well at any international event now. Absolutely pumping along here, and my guess is they can only pull away even more as we come down beside them and look at them rowing in big long strokes as O'Donovan just pumps it along. The guys just pick up behind him. What beautiful rowing, just picking up this boat. Oh, I'd love to be in there now. I'd love it didn't go in that just for a few strokes. I'd love that. I'm sure most of us would. It's just majestic. It's just oh yeah. Look at that stern. There's no dip. It's just coming up, gone. Coming up, gone. It's brilliant rowing. We're riding alongside them. They're out to a length and a half of clear water now on the University of Limerick Castleconnell composite, with a length on the Neptune commercial boat. They're the 1, 2, 3 men's senior fours, the senior quads rather, championship in lane 2 over on the far side. You'll see them in the distance there, the Queen's UCC composite coming down. Of course, you've Rowan Byrne as well in there, Olympic silver medalist in the 2 seat for UCC. Big names, under 23 British medalists as well in there for Queens. I mean, these guys are big. You watch them come closer to you now. This is great to have them here today at our rowing Irish rowing championships. They moved out to 2.5 lengths now on the other composite as they approach 1,500 metres gone on, and we'll watch them for another little bit now. But they are just pumping along. They're sitting up and they're just taking that boat past the oar. Lovely rowing. We're watching them here now for another few strokes before we hand over, and they're just taking this one home now, moving out, and it's just comfortable, absolutely gorgeous rowing. UCC Queens leading by a couple of lengths from the University of Limerick Castleconnell composite, who have a couple of lengths on the Neptune commercial composite in the senior quads final. Alan, I'll hand it over to you to take it home.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, on the far side, UCC Queens dominated this race, and you feel that they just have more to give if they need it. UL Castleconnell in second place, holding a nice lead over the Neptune commercial composite, but again, too little too late. Nobody can touch these guys as they're moving in towards the finish. Jerry had the best seat in the house there to watch those guys, and they've upped the rate again. They really want to hammer it home. They're just replying to a little kicker from UL Castleconnell, but they're putting distance in every single stroke, taking a foot, taking half a foot, and they are going to romp home to this. Beautiful rowing, a lesson for everybody. That's how to do it. The 4 in perfect unison, and we're going to see UCC Queen's University take home this men's senior quad. 3 or 4 strokes to go now, and they're going to cross the line, and they were comfortable the whole way. Great victory there from UCC Queen's University. UL Castleconnell chasing them up behind. Never really got dropped, but never really in with a shout. Commercial Neptune in after that, and Queen's University bringing home 4th place on that. But a fantastic win from UCC Queen's University composite to win the men's senior quad. So, final of the day, the women's senior pair coming up. That is in 3 minutes' time. We'll give Jerry a chance as I see the comms launch head down the road. Just rolling away there. I think that's the Victoria St. Joseph's crew after collecting their medal. Well done to them. What a fantastic race, best race of the day. And well done again to Enniskillen. Unfortunately, like all races, is a winner, and everyone else comes up second place at best. But what a way to win at St. Joseph's. Well done in the men's junior 18 age. They'll remember that for many years to come. The lineup for this women's senior pair final, we have Neptune, Capricorn, and UCC. So just 3 boats, one to take home the glory. And this one, as I said, the final of today. Up after that, we've got some time trials, men's junior 16 single scull and women's junior 16 single scull, and that will see out the rowing for the day. Really appreciate your support, and thanks very much for attending today. Fantastic display of rowing, some absolutely cracking races. We're going to head down the course to Jerry for this women's senior pair. Jerry, last final of the day. You might give us a lowdown.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, we're heading up here now for the women's senior pairs final coming up shortly. And we'll pick it up now in just a moment. So we're back now for the women's senior pairs championship. It's a 3-boat race, straight final, and in lane 2 on the far station we have Neptune Rowing Club. In lane 3 it's empty, lane 4 Capricorn, and lane 5 University College Cork Rowing Club. 3 boats, and this will be easy to follow, and we pick it up now very shortly. We're about 300 off the start. As these crews come down towards us now, we watch them, and I'd say just jumped out at the front of the Neptune crew on the far station. But very early days now from the UCC crew from Capricorn. But this is very early. They probably have a half a length on UCC. These 2 crews on either side with Capricorn in the middle. So here we go. We've gone about 300 metres. And women's senior pairs final, straight final. Up towards 300 metres now, we're right up beside them, and we have Neptune in the far side in the black boat coming past us now, and we probably have a half a length on the University College Cork crew through 400 metres. As we watch them now come past them, we're right along beside them. So we've gone about, we give the call at the 500 when we get there. A little bit of a headwind, nothing crazy, but it's there, they feel it in their backs. Only 3 crews here, so we're coming towards 500 now, and there's nothing in it. These crews are dead level heading towards 500 metres, absolutely nothing between them now, so it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. UCC looking very strong on the inside lane, so through 500 metres. Whoa, I'd say they're dead level. We call it dead level. Yeah, so it's, but UCC now jumped to a canvas all of a sudden. So we've gone through the first 500 UCC, a canvas on the Neptune crew, and then about 3 lengths back to Capricorn. So Neptune need to hang on here now. UCC have pushed out to all of a sudden as they go through the first 500. That UCC crew with Tara Hannah and Emily Hegarty, they're the 2 girls in that boat. Looking at them, I can see them there, and all of a sudden they've got a length on the Neptune boat, Queen Dempsey and Claire Ferry. So these girls all a lot of experience, but UCC, University College Cork, they've got a length all of a sudden. They just jumped out as they went through about 500. All of a sudden they have a length, but they haven't got any more now. It's settled down again. That's the 1-2, and then it's a few lengths back to Capricorn. As that little wind picks up, you can feel it there. as we go through 650, 700. It's UCC from Neptune by a length. So Neptune need to hang on now. They need to hang on to them. They need to be brave. They need to just stay in touch, or else it's so difficult to come back. And they're right over on the other side of the course as well. But UCC looking classy there on the inside. As we watch them head down now, we're nearly up to halfway all of a sudden. This second quarter is going by very quickly. Feels like it anyway. But UCC rating 35.5. The Neptune boat, the black boat on the far side, rating 34.5. They need to keep attacking, they keep challenging. Don't let them go anymore. Otherwise they're gone. They'll be gone. They'll never see them again. Coming up to halfway. University College Cork lead through the halfway now. And they've got a length of clear water all of a sudden now on the Neptune boat. So that's the positions, the 1-2 with a few lengths back to Cappoquin. 3 boats race this. That's what we have here in front of us as we head down the course now into the second half, into the third quarter, whatever way you want to look at it. So here we go. UCC maintaining that lead now. They're out in front. They've got a lead, and they're in control of this race now. That's what it's looking like here. We push on now towards 12:50 of the final of the women's senior pairs. It's the University College Cork, Hamlin and Hegarty leading the way here now, and very much in control. As the Neptune boat on the far station desperately try to hang on. But they're not making any inroads back there at all at this point now. And this race is slipping away from them. We watch them now very easily, recognizing the fact that University College Cork continue to lead. You'll see them there, the black and red stripe, looking down the course. Continuing to lead the way here through the third 500. As we approach the 1500 shortly, it's University College Cork. We pulled right back here now just to stay with the Cappoquin boat. But it's University College Cork. It doesn't take an Einstein to figure out that one. They're leading here by a couple of legs from Neptune. We're heading towards 1500 now. The final, the women's senior Cox's Pairs Championship of Ireland. We've gone through 1400. And University College Cork, Hamlin, Hegarty continue to lead from Dempsey, Ferrick, Neptune Rowing Club, 1-2. That's the positions. As we approach 1500 now, UCC go through 1500. We're into the final quarter. We watch it for another minute or so, another half a minute anyway. It's looking ominous now here for this Neptune crew on the far side. It looks like they are not getting that challenge in at all, and it's University College Cork continuing to stride away here now, Alan, with about 1650, 1700 gone. Women's senior Cox's Pairs, it's University College Cork, about 2 lengths from the Neptune Rowing Club on the far station, who've got a good few lengths back to the Cappoquin crew. They're the 1, 2, 3, Alan. I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, UCC came under a little bit of pressure earlier on from the Neptune crew, but weathered that storm and stuck a length into them and never looked back. So UCC still in control. Neptune going to have to react now, and they're going to have to come up with something a bit special now if they want to put UCC under pressure. But these boats, when they move, and UCC are certainly humming along, and they've upped the rate. Maybe potentially a little bit dangerous, preempting a strike from Neptune, but always difficult to change the rhythm and up the rate. But these guys from UCC now, these senior ladies in this pair, have dominated this for, I'd say, about 1200 metres, and they're going to come home. They're going to rock home now. Comfortable winners, find disaster. They've upped the rate, they've lengthened the stride, and they're really looking good now as they come towards the finish. They're going to have comfortable clear water over Neptune, and we have to go a good way back for Cappoquin. But coming up to the line, it's going to be UCC who'll take this last final of the second day 2 of the rowing championships. UCC are going to cross the line first. Neptune put up a valiant challenge, but UCC were able to answer everything they had. And UCC cross the line and take this. Neptune coming up to the line. Cappoquin a little way off, but some nice rowing. Lovely rowing conditions now as the day settles down. But well done to UCC. That's the last final of the day. Next up, we've got men's Junior 16 singles gold time trials and women's Junior 16 singles gold time trials. Racing all the way till 6 o'clock.
So we're back here now for the Junior 16 single sculls time trials. We have 8 of them, and everybody looking to get the fastest time, 6 times for the finals tomorrow. In lane 1, Muckross Stack on the far station. Lane 2, Shannon Balf. Lane 3, Great Namana Lawler. Lane 4, St. Michael's Dolphin. Lane 5, Athlone Kenny. Lane 6, Commercial Curran. And as they went through 500-600 metres, the sculler from Shannon Balf led the way from Athlone Kenny, and then in 3rd position we had Commercial Curran on the enclosure side. In 4th position, Muckross on the far station Stack. In 5th, St. Michael's Dolphin, and in 6th position, Great Namana Lawler. They're the positions, and this time trial one of the men's Junior 16 single sculls. We've got 8 of these coming up, and they're all looking for the fastest 6 times to make the grand final tomorrow, Alan. And we pick up time trial through 2 and 3 shortly.
So again, just a reminder, these guys are fighting for time. So 8 time trials. Muckross Stack, Shannon Balf, Lawler, Great Namana, Dolphin from St. Michael's, Kenny from Athlone, and Curran from Commercial. No guarantee that any of the ones from this each will get through. Everyone's got to hammer down the line and see who comes up with the fastest time. So out of this, there's an awful lot of scullers here with only 6 to go through to the final tomorrow. Let's just do the maths here pretty poorly. 12, 24, 36, 46 scullers with only 6 to go through, so you're going to have 40 scullers who are going to miss out. That could be seconds, it could be milliseconds, so every stroke needs to be fought for here on this. But time trial 1 is coming into view now. Time trial 2 is already on its way, and they're coming thick and fast every 5 minutes after that. So, as I said, it's difficult to tell who's holding the lead from here as they come inside the last 500. We'll pick it up as soon as we can. So it looks like Bannon from Shannon is holding this one, leading this one home. Kenny from Athlone putting in a bit of a challenge there. A good nice move from Commercial Curran, but again, all goes down to the time of the line. From here, looks like Shannon Balfe is going to lead this one, home. Very spread out field here, as you can see. Quite a distance between these scullers in this time trial. Looks a bit closer in the second heat. We might go down as far as Jerry and see what's happening in the second round of this time trial. So as this time trial one comes to a finish, we've lost communication there with our boat on the water, so we'll be back to you as quickly as we can. Great testament to all the coaching staff and commitment to volunteers and club officials to have 46 junior 16 single scorers out there fighting for a place in the final. Brilliant provision of equipment, dedication of coaches, and commitment to the athletes themselves to have that amount of rowers out on the water. Again, this is where they kick off. And we've seen the type of the standard of junior rowing, and that's back to that amazing race in the 8 and onwards and upwards to that fantastic display in the men's senior quad. So we'll get back to Jerry on the water as time trial 2 is coming into view now. The field doesn't seem as spread out. This one could be a closer race. So these guys will be pushing each other on. Again, remember, 46 athletes with the fastest 6 to go through. They could come from any heat, so you're fighting for every second. So just a rundown of the participants in this on the enclosure side. Murphy from Cappoquin, Murray from Shandon, Friel from Clonmel, Mellerick from Clonmel, Rowan from Athlone, and Athlone Claffey on the far side, the 2 Athlone scullers. So all the action seems to be with that one Athlone sculler. That could be Claffey on the far side out in lane 1. Seems to be holding a bit of a lead over his compatriot Rowan in lane 2, but then on the enclosure side there's a bit of a battle going on between Cappoquin, Murphy and Murray from Shandon. That's the way it looks here. Those 4 scullers holding a bit of a lead over the other 2. The 2 scullers being Mellerick from Clonmel and Friel from Clonmel. So the Athlone sculler there on the far side of the out in lane 1 is Claffey. Seems to be moving very well. 2,000 metres is a long way for anybody, never mind a junior 16 single sculler. No doubt their tongue is hanging out of their head at this stage, but on the near side, Cappoquin Murphy is making a bit of a comeback, a bit of a push on Murray from Shandon. Again, the more that these guys drive each other on, the more likely they are to have a faster time, the more likely they are to make the final. So, as we look at it here, Cappoquin Murphy is making a big push towards the finish and reeling in Claffey from Athlone. It looks as though that push from Cappoquin from Murphy has been responded to by Claffey from Athlone. Those 2 are going to be fighting it out to cross the line first. Shandon and the other Athlone sculler there, Rowan, in the mix much closer, a bit more exciting racing than the first one. That one's going to go all the way to the line to see who crosses first. But again, these guys are fighting for time. Great stuff by Capricorn there on the enclosure side. Looks like he took it ahead of Flappy, but again, we'll see how that plays out. Again, this is down to time. Time trial 3, which is on the water at the minute. I'll check where Jerry is if we still have issues with communication. So, men's junior 16 single sculls time trial 3, which looks as though it's hitting at the headland around the 1,000-metre mark at this stage. Sees Coffey from Muckross, Roycroft from Skibbereen, Shaw from Enniskillen in lane 3, lane 4, Butler from Shandon, O'Barton from Clonfignaw, and Hurley from Clonmel. So this is the race that's on the water at the minute, roughly about the 1,000-metre mark. I'll see if we can get hold of Jerry on the communications launch and see if we can get some action from the water.
Okay, everybody, hiya. We're back for time trial 4 of the women's junior 16, our men's junior 16 single sculls. They're just underway here. We've got Enniskillen Halliday in lane 1 on the far side, St. Michael's Rafferty in lane 2, St. Joseph's in lane 3, Mount Jack O'Donnell, Capricorn Murphy in lane 4, Commercial Miller 5, and Leo O'Brien 6. And we're right with them here now at 2:50 off the start. Straight away in lane 2, the St. Michael's Sculler. Rafferty has jumped out to a length lead from the Capricorn Sculler. Murphy in second position. And then he's just slightly ahead of Commercial Miller in third. He's slightly ahead of Leo O'Brien in fourth. Very early days though. A couple of lengths back then to Enniskillen in lane 1. And the Sculler there in lane 3 in the middle. Joseph O'Donnell. So that's the positions here, but very early days. So after all that fantastic rowing, we've had finals coming down there, the junior men's 8, some great racing we've had this afternoon. We're doing some time trials here now, and all these junior 16 boys are trying desperately now to get a fast time and make the final tomorrow morning in the junior 16 single sculls. These races were brought forward because of some weather conditions that might be coming in, and this is why this is happening this evening. So as you come up towards the first 500 of this time trial 4, we are looking at St. Michael's leading the way through here from Limerick, Rafferty, and then we have Capricorn Murphy in lane 4. Great to see Capricorn doing so well. Great rowing program going on there now. I've watched them, the younger boys then last weekend in the 1K Classic, and now here we are, a good looking Sculler Murphy from Capricorn there now, behind St. Michael's Limerick. So these are the 1-2, and then on the near side we have Leo O'Brien in third position, and not far behind him is Commercial Miller, and a couple of lengths back then to Enniskillen in lane 1 on the far side, and the other Sculler there beside him. So, trying to establish which one. St. Joseph's, Galway, sorry. So, they're the positions now. They're well spread out here. We'll follow this for another little bit. Alan, time trial 4. So, we've got 8 of these, men's junior 16 single sculls. So, that's incredible. I mean, when you think about it, 8 by 6, 48, yeah, my maths isn't that bad. We've got 48 scullers looking for 6 positions in the final. So, that's what we're up against here, and a lot of guys will be dropped. 42 scullers will go home and they won't make this final. There'll be in other events, obviously, I'm sure, but anyway, that's this event. But St. Michael's continuing to lead here, Alan, and Rafferty is gone now, coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. We probably won't get to see as much as the other races because we were up at the start. For this one, we were able to go right all the way down towards for about 1,300 metres for this race. So St. Michael's continuing to lead Rafferty from Capricorn Murphy couple of lengths in it, and then another couple of lengths back to Lee O'Brien, and another couple of lengths back to Commercial Miller. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and St. Joseph's in 5th, and Enniskillen in lane 1 on the far side in 6th. So well spread out here as we watch them go down here now, as we move into the late evening rowing, and rowing continuing on till 10 to 6 this evening. We've got another 50 minutes of rowing, which will wrap up day 2 of these Irish Championships. So we'll watch this for another little bit, but St. Michael's continuing to lead from Limerick, from the Cappoquin Sculler Murphy in 2nd, no change at all there, and we have the Lee Sculler O'Brien in 3rd, and they'll be still like that when they get down towards you, towards the finish, Alan, before we turn back. And then in 4th position Commercial, 5th position St. Joseph's in lane 3, and in 6th position in lane 1 on the far station Enniskillen. There the positions well spread out. They'll be down with you very shortly. We'll go back up and pick up the other race now for time trial 5.
Thanks, Jerry. So, Jerry commentating there on time trial 4, which is on the water. What just finished was a great win across the line first there from Hurley from Clonmel. Well done to that. So we'll see how that time fares. And a good battle there on the far side between Roycroft from Skibbereen and Coffey from Muckers. So we'll see how those times fare, and if they're enough to get them on the start list for the final tomorrow. Time trial 4, as Jerry was commentating on, has come into view now. It's about 700 metres to go. Time trial 5, which he'll pick up next, sees Harrington from Skibbereen, O'Connor from Muckers, Kinsella from Atlunkard, McDonald from St. Michael's, Lucy from Lee Valley, and Coulter from Enniskillen. So that's about to kick off in just 1 minute's time. So time trial 4 coming into view. Halliday, Enniskillen, Rafferty, St. Michael's, St. Joe's, Murphy from Cappoquin, Miller from Commercial, and O'Brien from Lee. Still a bit out there, but he's got a couple of scullers. The field again very well spread out. You'll see a lot of ability, but some great participation. Spread of ability, but everyone's welcome to give it a lash. Some real good talents out there, and some learners, some developers, but great to see so many scullers out there. So this coming into view now with about 500 metres to go is time trial number 4. We'll try and get an idea of who's out in front at the minute. As Jerry said, 8 of these 46 rowers gunning for 6 positions in the final. So it looks like Rafferty from St. Michael's is leading this one commandingly now over the field. Cappoquin Murphy and O'Brien from Lee would be the top 3 in this. We'll head back down to Jerry. Time trial 5 should be just underway, but field is well spread out here, and it looks like St. Michael's Rafferty's going to cross that line first. Will that time be good enough to get into the final? We'll know later on the completion of this. So time trial number 4 finishes up, and we'll go down to Jerry to see if he can pick up some action from the lake on time trial number 5.
Next on the program, race number 2 are women's junior classes for the one competition, Commercial Rowing Cup.
we're time trial 5 now, men's junior 16 sculls, and we have four. Well, some of these guys aren't here, but we have Muckross O'Connor in lane 2, leading the way here from the sculler in lane 5, Lee Valley Lucy. They're the 1-2 now in time trial 4, and then we have at Lunkert in lane 3. That's the 3rd position. So 1, 2, 3. As they go past 1250 metres. And in 4th position we have Enniskillen Coulter. So the 4 scullers here leading the way through, and we'll go down a little bit with them. So Alan, we've got on time trial 4 Muckross O'Connor on the far side in the yellow top, leading the way here from the sculler Lee Valley Lucy. That's the 1-2. This is a time trial, so they'll be going down as fast as they can. Then in 3rd position at Lunkert Kinsella in lane 3. And then a considerable distance back then to the Enniskillen sculler Coulter. 4 scullers in this. There were 2 other scullers down to race. I don't see them there, Harrington, Skibbereen, St. Michael's, O'Donnell. So 4 scullers, and there'll be no change here when they come down toward it through 1500 metres now. The leading sculler from Muckross O'Connor leading the way here. He's a good couple of lengths ahead now, Lee Valley Lucy, the local boy, and then another good couple of lengths ahead from at Lunkert Kinsella, and then Enniskillen Coulter. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, well spread out here now in this 5th time trial of the men's junior 16 single sculls. We've got 3 more after this. Of course, these races, as mentioned earlier, brought forward, and we see them coming into view now. The Muckross sculler doing very well now. Will he make that final? Will his time be good enough in lane 2? So it's Muckross O'Connor from Lee Valley Lucy, from at Lunkert Kinsella, from Enniskillen Coulter. They're the 4 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, coming towards you there now into the enclosure, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry.
If any of St. Michael's coach has lost their phone, please come to the office to retrieve it.
Thanks, Jerry. So, well spread out field again here in this time trial number 5 with Muckross O'Connor really in control. Sometimes having to race for your position will get a better time. There's a kind of a complacency that might set in if there's no one around you or no one pushing you hard, so hopefully his time will be enough to see him through to the final of the fastest 6. He is upping the rate as they approach the finish. That's O'Connor from Muckross, 2nd, Lee Valley Lucy, moving quite well. And 3rd place, Kinsella from at Lunkert, and we have to go some distance back then to the 4th place, Coulter from Enniskillen. 2 no-shows there, McDonald from St. Michael's and Harrington from Skibbereen. Not at the start. So as they come to the line, it's going to be O'Connor from Muckross is going to cross that line first. Hopefully that time will see him through to the final. 2nd place is going to go to Lee Valley Lucy, with 3rd place to the Lunkert sculler Kinsella. So we are up to time trial number 6 as we look down there. It's probably approaching the 1,000 metre mark. Jerry's going to pick that up around the 1,000 metre mark. We'll see how that fares. So time trial number 6, he's Kylie from Cabbaquin, O'Driscoll, Skibbereen, both from Lee. Megan from Athlone, Murphy from St. Michael's, and Butler from Lee Valley. So again, all chasing a time. The best 6 times out of 46, well 44 at this stage, will go through. Still a lot of lads to be dropped. They'll know later on this evening. Jerry, we're going to bring it back to you for some action from the lake.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, as we go late into the evening here now, and time trial 6, men's junior 16 single sculls. The roll call is in lane 1, Cabbaquin Kylie, lane 2, Skibbereen O'Driscoll, lane 3, Lee Boost, lane 4, Athlone Megan, lane 5, St. Michael's Murphy from Limerick, lane 6, Lee Valley Butler on the near station. As they come right down here now, we're not too far up the course, but I'm watching the Athlone sculler Megan well out in front. He must be 200 metres ahead of his next rival. Looking very good indeed, so my guessing is he'll be one of the contenders to make the grand final tomorrow of the Junior 16 boys single sculls. Athlone going very well indeed in lane 4 as he goes past us. he must have 4 to 5 lengths on the scull on the very far side. Capaquin Kylie. So Kylie comes in fastest in second position. That's the 1-2, and then over near to the enclosure is Lee Valley Butler in third position. Here's the 1-2-3, and then a few lengths back then to Lee Oak and lane 3, even 4, and then looking at it between him and Skibbereen O'Driscoll. So there's positions going along beside them, but all these time trials is interesting. They're so well spread out. There's no two scullers. It'd be interesting. You would imagine there would be two scullers of similar speed now up there at the front on one of them, having had 8 time trials. But this is another one of these well spread out races. But Athlone Megan continues to lead, looking very good there, way out front from the Capaquin sculler Kylie on the far station in lane 1, and then back over in the yellow boat, the Lee Valley, the local boy Butler in lane 6 on the near side. That's the 1-2-3. And then a few lengths back to Skibbereen in lane 2, O'Driscoll, and he's only very little in between him and Lee Valley Butler. So as we walk, everybody now nearly through the 1500, moving into the last quarter. Still plenty of time to put in to damage that time, bring it down a bit more over the final 500. So this is time trial 6. We've got 2 more after this in the boys junior 16 sculls, and then we move on to the women's junior 16 sculls. We've got 6 of those, and that will finish off the evening's racing. But watching them going away from me, no change there. Alan Athlone Megan leading the way from the sculler Capaquin Kylie in second, and then in third position Lee Valley Butler on the enclosure side. Fourth position in the middle, the Lee sculler in the red and black, and in fifth position Skibbereen O'Driscoll in lane 2. They're the 5 positions, Alan. I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Dominant from Megan from Athlone, as that is some spread across the lake. Really in control. Interesting to see this final now tomorrow. You'd be expecting a performance like that as he lifts the rate now as they approach the finish. You'd expect a performance like that to see him through to the final as one of the top seeds. But across the line first is going to be Megan from Athlone, still holding that second position. Capaquin Kylie on the far side. On the near side then we have Lee Valley.
Another phone has been found, can be collected from the office.
Lee Valley Butler is probably going to rock home in third place, but a dominant performance on that sees Megan from Athlone over Capaquin Kylie, over Lee Valley on the near side. Again, so dominant that Capaquin Kylie hasn't even crossed the line yet. Still another 5-6 strokes to go. Bit of a battle there for 4th and 5th between both from Lee and O'Driscoll from Skibbereen. But some nice rowing from these junior 16s. 2 to go in this time trial. Time trial 7 is going to kick off now with O'Connor from Cork, Pearce from Blackrock, McCormick from Closhticknoe, Morris from Tralee, and Coyne from Muckross. They are sitting around the 1,000 metre mark, and I see the commentary launch is down there. So we'll just check in with Jerry now and see if he can pick up some action from the lake.
Yes, Alan, time trial 7 well underway here. Lane 1 empty on the far side. Cork Boat Club O'Connor in lane 2. Blackrock College Pearce in lane 3. Closhticknoe McCormick in lane 4. Tralee Morris in lane 5. Muckross Coyne in lane 6. As they come up towards us here now, we're watching the sculler in lane 5 out in front here. Morris from Tralee, he's got about a little over a length then on Muckross Coyne, who's got a little over a length then on Closhticknoe McCormick. So they're the 1, 2, 3. As I said, they're Tralee leading from Muckross, from Closhticknoe McCormick, and then about 3 lengths back to the Cork Boat Club sculler O'Connor right over here in lane 2. Lane 1 is empty, and then a good few lengths back then to the Blackrock sculler Pearce. So they're the positions. Again, another race well spread out, interesting. Not quite as bad as some of the other ones are. But as they move away from us, we're looking for racing you know, where they're nice and tight, but these time trials, they just seem to be in a bit of a procession situation. But moving away from us now is Tralee Morris leading the way home here in this time trial 7 from Muckross Coyne, from Closhtignoid McCormack, from Cork O'Connor, from Blackrock Pierce. They're the positions as they all head towards the 1500 metre mark. So we've got one more to go after this in the Junior 16 boys, and we'll pick that one up shortly. But as they move away, as they come into view, Alan, you can see there no change. Tralee Morris leads the way from Muckross in the yellow in second, and then in third position, Closhtignoid Galway McCormack, from Cork Boat Club O'Connor, from Blackrock Pierce. Over to you, Alan.
As Jerry said, really hoping for some tight races with these lads knocking heads off each other, but unfortunately things are quite spread out on these, but should make for a competitive final. So Tralee Morris commanding this race with on his left hand side Coyne, on the near side Muckross, and McCormack from Closhtignoid. So maybe these three are pushing each other on, bit of a distance back to Cork O'Connor, and then further on back to Blackrock Pierce, well down the field. A couple of 100 metres in the distance between first and fifth at the moment. So Tralee Morris still holding that lead.
If any crews would like to get their presentations today, can they please come to the presentation podium in the next 15 minutes?
As I said, Tralee Morris holding that lead. Bit of a comeback now from Closhtignoid, lifting that rate and putting that push, coming back a little on Coyne from Muckross, but the Tralee Sculler Morris still holding that lead. We're going to see probably there's a bit of a reaction, a bit of a battle now between Closhtignoid and Muckross as they fight for that second spot. Coyne looking to protect that the second position, and maybe it's going to get these two guys, this drive is going to get these two guys an extra second, an extra 2 seconds. But as they move to the line, Tralee Morris has upped that rate because he wants to claim a little extra few seconds, put him higher up on the finishers board. He's going to hit the line first. Coyne from Muckross has defended that position well from Closhtignoid McCormack. Further on back, we're looking at O'Connor from Cork and Pierce from Blackrock. So, another couple of strokes now before the Blackrock Sculler, who is still out on course. Look down the line, I'd say the heat number 8 is probably at the 500 metre mark, just to give you the lowdown. This is the final heat the final time trial of the men's Junior 16 single scull. In lane 2, Closhtignoid O'Malley. Keneally from St. Joseph's in lane 3. Oliver from Enniskillen in lane 4. Lane 5, Steve McGrath from Cappoquin, and O'Leary from Cork in lane 6. So as the Blackrock Sculler just closes out this time trial number 7, I see Jerry is down there, floating around the 1,000 metre mark, and he's going to give us the info on time trial number 8, the final time trial of the men's Junior 16 single sculls.
Thanks, Alan. We've got 5 boats now in this last time trial, as you mentioned. Men's Junior 16 single sculls, lane 1 empty on the far station. Lane 2, Closhtignoid O'Malley. They're not mentioned, I'm not sure. O'Malley we call him. In lane 3, St. Joseph's Galway Keneally. Lane 4, Enniskillen Oliver. Lane 5, Cappoquin McGrath. And lane 6, Cork Boat Club O'Leary. So, as we watch them now come up towards us, we're at the halfway mark, just past it, and looking out onto the lake there, it's the sculler from Cappoquin McGrath in lane 5 leading the way here. Another Cappoquin sculler, well done to him, and he's got a good few lengths now on the sculler in lane 4, Oliver from Enniskillen. So he's in second position, and then he's back to another couple of lengths from the sculler from Cork Boat Club O'Leary. So they're the 1, 2, 3, and another couple of lengths back then to the sculler in lane 2 and Closhtignoid O'Malley. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then St. Joseph's Keneally behind him. So these scullers now quite a considerable distance between first and second. as the Cappoquin Sculla McGrath leads the way home here well into the second half now. He must be 200 metres ahead of the Sculler in 5th position. We'll move along a little bit and watch them, and some nice sculling from some of these junior 16 boys now. But Cappoquin McGrath continues to lead in the dark vest there. You'll see him coming down towards you. And then in 2nd position we have Enniskillen Oliver, and another big gap back then to the sculler from Cork Boat Club on the near side in 3rd. So O'Leary in 3rd position from Cork Boat Club, and Colastignoid O'Malley in 4th, and then St. Joseph's College Keneally. So well spread out and pushing down this course, trying to get down as fast as they can for tomorrow morning's final. If they'll know this evening whether they've made that final or not, and once all these races are finished, they'll put all the times together, and you'll know pretty quickly who's in that final of 6 men's junior 16 boys, really junior 16 boys single sculls final in the morning. So last one, Alan, time trial 8, and then we move on to the women's junior 16 single sculls. We've 6 of them on the trot after that, and we'll be finished by 5 to 6. So been a long day. They've concluded all these races that should have been on tomorrow, just because being careful because of weather coming in. And but just giving you the roll there again, it's in 1st position Cappoquin McGrath, from Enniskillen Oliver, from Cork Boat Club O'Leary, and in 3rd and 4th it's Colastignoid O'Malley, and in 5th St. Joseph's Keneally. Alan.
So quite a spread of distance between 1st and 5th here, with Cappoquin McGrath dominating this. Again, you hope that just being out in front or being comfortable and no scullers around you isn't going to take from your time, because again, we've seen it in the previous time trials that the sometimes there's no scullers from a heat that get through. We actually saw earlier on that 3 scullers from the same heat got through just because it was a faster heat. So winning and crossing the line first in your time trial heat doesn't actually guarantee a place in the final. So every stroke counts. McGrath from Cappoquin though does look very strong. He's dominant over the field there. Enniskillen, Oliver, and O'Leary from Cork, they're the top 3 as they move into the last 100 metres. Cappoquin sculler moving really well, really strong. Beautiful conditions out there at the minute. Wind has dropped completely, has clouded over, so a little bit of mercy on the sculler. It's going to be a hot day tomorrow. Hopefully these guys will race hard in the morning and be done and dusted and enjoy the day watching everyone else sweat it out. But as they come to the line in this time trial number 8, it's McGrath from Cappoquin who's going to cross the line first, and he's quite dominant position over Enniskillen Oliver. Now, a little bit of a ding-dong battle here between the Cork sculler. The Cork sculler is under a little bit of pressure from Colastignoid O'Malley. We have a little bit of a race for that 3rd spot. Enniskillen Oliver looks like he's moving quite well. The Cork sculler trying to react to the Colastignoid, so those 2 boys racing each other. They'll gain a couple of seconds from that little bit of aggression. Cork sculler moving really well, looking across there at Colastignoid and reacting very well. O'Malley from Colastignoid being put to the sword by O'Leary as they chase that 3rd position. But as they hit the line, it's Cappoquin McGrath obviously has crossed the line first. Oliver from Enniskillen, you're going to see O'Leary from Cork. O'Malley from Colastignoid, and St. Joseph's Keneally is moving quite nicely, but just off the back, and he's coming into this final few strokes. So Jerry has moved down the lake there, I see, at about the 1,000 metre mark. The first of 6 time trials in the women's junior single scull. He's going to give us the lowdown and how they're faring 1,000 metres in. So racing every 5 minutes for the next 6 races. We'll check in with Jerry and see how the women are getting on.
Alan, we're on time trial 1 now. Junior 16 single sculls. We've 6 boats coming at us. And in lane 1 on the far station, Skibbereen McCarthy. In lane 2, Athlone Siri. In lane 3, Tralee Giles. Lane 4, Lee Valley O'Donovan. And in lane 5, Sligo, Cavnaburn, And in lane 6 on the near side, over in the enclosure, Offaly Byrne. So 6 scullers. This is the first time trial of 6 in the women's junior 16 single sculls. And looking at it here now, we can see Sligo, Kavanagh Byrne leading the way here. She has about 2 lengths on the Skibbereen sculler in lane 1. And she's practically level them, slightly down even on the sculler in lane 4, which is Lee Valley O'Donovan. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Then a few lengths back to the sculler in lane 3. That's Giles from Tralee. And then another couple of lengths, maybe 3 to 4 lengths back to Offaly Byrne. And on the far station in lane 2, it's Athlone Siri. So that's the positions here as they move beyond 1,000 metres. They're into the third quarter of this race. Time trial. Pushing down the tracks here now as fast as they can. So women's junior 16 single sculls, Sligo, Kavanagh Byrne leading the way here. Not by an awful lot though, this is tight enough from Skibbereen McCarthy on the far station. And then not too far behind them is Lee Valley O'Donovan in third. A few lengths back then to the Tralee sculler Giles. And followed by the sculler from in lane 2 Athlone Siri. And Offaly then Byrne. So as we watch them go by, nice pleasant evening. Conditions lovely for these girls now to try and produce their best times down the course. As they head down, well spread out again. Just like the junior 16 boys, a lot of the races were spread out quite considerably. But already the sculler from Sligo is through the 1500 metre mark, Kavanagh Byrne. So she leads through from Skibbereen on the far side, McCarthy. And then on the near side, we have Lee Valley O'Donovan. They're the 1, 2, 3. A couple of lengths back then to Tralee Giles. So they're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Most of them are through the 1500 metre mark now. We've got 5 more of these time trials to come to close off the evening of day 2 of the championships, Irish Championships, and we look forward to a big day's racing here again tomorrow. Lots of finals, big races, men's and women's senior 8s to come up, which will be all not to be missed indeed. But just to give you as they move away from us now, might be slightly wrong here, but Sligo Kavanagh Byrne continues to lead from Skibbereen McCarthy on the far station, from Lee Valley O'Donovan, from Tralee Giles, and then we have Byrne from Offaly and Athlone Siri. Alan, I'll hand that one over to you now.
So it does look like Kavanagh Byrne from Sligo out in front here. Bit of a battle. This, of course, time trial 1 of 6. Sorry, completely misplaced McCarthy from Skibbereen, actually, as she was on the far side. I was too focused on the 2 scullers on the enclosure side. But the McCarthy from Skibbereen has really stuck the boot in. She was back from Sligo Byrne, who is in battle with O'Donovan from Lee Valley. I was trying to make head or tail of that, but completely missed on the far side. A fantastic row by McCarthy from Skibbereen. She has distanced the field, and I see Kavanagh Byrne looking over her right shoulder there to get a gauge on exactly where she is. O'Donovan from Lee Valley, those two fighting it out for second place. But as they come to the line, a fantastic row by McCarthy from Skibbereen is going to see her across the line first. You'd have to imagine that's good enough time to make the final. Sligo's going to hold on for second, Lee Valley third. The other boats a little further down, so we've got Athlone, Tralee and Offaly, but across the line first, McCarthy from Skibbereen. A fantastic performance there, very well done to her. Looking down the river, so again at around the a little past the 1,000 metre mark, 11 or 1200 is time trial 2. Jerry will give us the lowdown on this time trial 2 of the women's junior 16 single scull.
Thanks, Alan. We're just looking at the next time trial, two of the women's junior 16 scullers coming along, and well out in front then is the sculler from Shandon Gaffney leading the way, and then in second position Lee Rowing Club Nolan in lane 3. Behind her then, I'm pretty sure it's Cotter from Skibbereen, but she's in a red top, so it could be wrong, but she's down in the lane of Skibbereen, so that's in third position. And then over in lane 2 is the new Ross sculler Barrett. We've 4 scullers here who are coming down towards you now. So the other Shandon sculler, I don't see her there. So we've 4 scullers, that's correct now. I hope I'm right here. Leading the way, Shandon Gaffney out in front there, over on your station there, in far station rather, in lane 6, well out in front. She leads the way through 1500, well through 15 now she is. Followed by the red and black of Lee Rowing Club, Nolan. And you can see her over there on the far side. And then back to, I'm hoping it's the Skibbereen sculler with the white blades, Cotter in lane 3. And then lane 2 is Lee Rowing Club Nolan. So 4 scullers here heading towards you, Alan. They're all through the 1500 metre mark now in this time trial, time trial 2 of 6 of the women's junior 16 single sculls. So just to give you the positions again before I hand over to take it home, is Shandon Gaffney well out in front in the light blue colours, the sky blue Shandon colours. Then lane 2, in lane 3 it's the Lee sculler Nolan, followed by the Skibbereen sculler Cotter in lane 5, and then New Ross Barrett in lane 2 on the far station. So that's it. Over to you, Alan, to take them home, time trial 2.
So a total of 30 participants in this time trial with only 6 to go through, so a lot of disappointed people looking at times later on when they compare and see how they got on. Hopefully nobody's going to rue a bad stroke or a half a second lost here or there. So as Jerry said, it's Gaffney from Shandon on the enclosure side, well in control of this. But again, these guys are fighting for every second. Perfect rowing conditions, beautiful out there. No complaints, these guys can really get the power on. Nolan from Lee is holding that second place. Bit of a ding-dong battle there between New Ross and Skibbereen in the red and white boat. So those two battling it out there for that third spot to cross the line. But out in front are well in control and lifting the rate and squeezing back another half second here and there. We've got Gaffney from Shandon. She's going to cross the line first. Nolan from Lee is holding that second place quite comfortably, and there's a bit of a push on now from Cotter from Skibbereen. Crossing the line any second now, we're going to have Gaffney from Shandon. Big push from the third place Cotter out Skibbereen to push through on Barrett from New Ross, and that's encouraged Nolan from Lee to respond again and up the rate. But 4 in this heat. Shandon Gaffney well in control the whole way. Second place is going to be Nolan from Lee. Cotter from Skibbereen is going to cross the line third, and the sculler from New Ross, that's Barrett, is going to roll in next. Looking back up there, I see Jerry's probably around 700 to go, so he's going to call in time trial number 3. Jerry, back to you for time trial number 3.
Thanks, Alan. Time trial 3, women's junior 16 sculls. Lee O'Sullivan lane 2 on the far side. Greg Namana O'Brien lane 3. Workman's Rudden lane 4. Shandon Ross Chew in lane 5. Sligo Clark lane 6 on the near side. We're through 1500 already on this race. They're coming fast and furiously at you, Alan. And out in front, Workman's Rudden leading the way here now. She needs to remember it's a time trial, not just sit on these girls and try to win the race. She needs to keep going.
Just confirm the captain's meeting will take place at 6:20.
Another length and a half ahead of the girl on the far side, Lee Rowing Club O'Sullivan, who's probably less than half a length ahead of Greg Namana O'Brien, and then another length back to Sligo Clark. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 So with only 400 metres to go, Alan, looking at it here, Workman's Rudden leading the way here, nice and loose and relaxed, but she needs to push. She looks like she can go a lot harder. I hope she knows that it's a time trial, remembers rather, and so as she gets attacked now by the Shandon Sculler on her near side in the sky blue coming at her, and then on the far side is the lane 2 Sculler from Lee O'Sullivan. Just behind her then is Greg Namana O'Brien, and just behind her then is Sligo Clark. So that's the way it is as they come up towards you with 2:50 to go, as the Workman Sculler Rudden leads the way from Shandon in second position. That's the 1-2, Alan, over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, this is a bit more grouped together, but it actually doesn't look as fast as some of the winners of the previous races, so they're putting themselves under a bit of pressure because they really need to empty the tank every single stroke. Rudden from Workman's holds off Ross Chew from Shandon. Third place there on the far side is Lee O'Sullivan out in lane 2 with number O'Brien from Greg Demana and Sligo Clark. So quite bunched together. I hope they're all empty of the tank on this one, because there's a push back now from Shandon. Ross Chew of Shandon is responding to the Workman Sculler, and hopefully this will drive both of them on. There's certainly a bit of a battle here. Workman's have upped the rate, Shandon have upped the rate. Workman's have responded to that push, but Shandon are inching back bit by bit. Is she going to run out of water? I don't think so, because she's driving through. This is a great finish from the Shandon Sculler. She's eaten up half a length. Can she eat up 3/4 of a length? Is she going to run out of water? She might just. Workman's have responded. This is a cracking finish. This is the best Junior 16 single scull finish we've seen today. This is going to go to the line, and they're going to eat up seconds, working off each other. Workman's going to cross the line first. Fantastic comeback there from Shannon. She closed a lot of distance, and that's going to add up to a decent time when put against the rest of the 31 scullers that are down there today. So finishing with Workman's first, Shandon second, Lee third, Greg Demana fourth, and Sligo rolling in fifth. So just 3 more races that will close out today's programme. Time trial 4 is on the water and has started, and I look down and Jerry probably has about 700 or 800 metres to go. Jerry, they should be just within your sights right now.
Yes, Alan, we now have time trial 4 coming along, Junior 16 women's single sculls. Leading the way home here is Offaly Byrne. I'll give you a roll call actually. Offaly Walsh in lane 2 on the far side, lane 3 Lee Spillane, lane 4 Offaly Byrne, lane 5 Cappoquin Hickey, lane 6 Workman's Coffee. And out in front here now is the sculler in lane 4, Offaly Byrne. Can't miss her in that green boat of hers, moving along nicely, and she's a couple of lengths ahead of Cappoquin Hickey in lane 5. So they're the 1-2, and then a few lengths back to Workman's Coffee in lane 3. Followed a few lengths back again to Lee Rowing Club Spillane, who's having a right fight with the other Offaly sculler Walsh for 4th and 5th. So they'll help each other along now, looking for faster times. But as we move along, looking at it now, heading towards 1500 metres in the lead, Offaly Byrne from Offaly leading the way here through 1500 metres. And then she's about 3 to 4 lengths, I would say, ahead of Cappoquin Hickey. Another good Cappoquin sculler, well done there. As we look then at the 3rd sculler going through 1500 metres now, that's Workman's Killarney Coffee. So she's doing very well indeed too in 3rd position. And then looking at the 4th and 5th scullers, breaking away in 4th position is Lee Rowing Club Spillane from the girl right over on the far side, Walsh from Offaly Rowing Club, the 2nd Offaly Rowing Club sculler. They've all gone through 1500 metres now as we look at them moving away towards you, but there's no doubt about it, leading the way home here is the sculler from Offaly Byrne, trying her best to get a time fast enough to make the final in the morning. Winning it might not be good enough, but she's doing that anyway at least, and hopefully she might make the final. In 2nd position, Cappoquin Hickey, and then in 3rd position, Workman's Killarney Coffee, followed by Lee Spillane and Offaly Walsh in 4th and 5th. So that's time trial 4, Alan. I'll hand it over to you there to take it in.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks, Jerry. Closing in on the last couple of races here. So Jerry's heading down to pick up time trial number 5. But time trial number 4 coming into view. It's Byrne from Offaly, ahead of Hickey from Kappa, Quinn, Coffey from Workman, Spillane from Lee, and Walsh from Offaly. Again, time is all that counts. So really emptying it at the finish. Lovely green boat. And as I say that, the Offaly Byrne has started empty. She started up the rate. She's clued into what she has to do. Empty the tank and guarantee your place in the final, irrespective of where you finish. She has responded and she's up that rate. She's moved through the water and has opened that gap between herself and Kappa Quinn, Hickey, and Workman's Coffey. But great finish. Really knew what she had to do, and she's still holding that rate, still holding that power in the water. It'll be great to see her in the final because she's moved really well throughout. Crossing the line first is going to be Byrne from Offaly. Kappa Quinn maybe has run out of a bit of steam because as potentially as Workman's, they aren't moving as fluid or as well as the winner of that heat, Byrne from Offaly. So we'll see how their times stack up. Further on down the field then, Lee from Spillane and Walsh from Offaly will round this one out. But as they come to as second and third come to line, Hickey from Kappa Quinn, Workman's Coffey, Spillane from Lee as a bit of a lead over the other Offaly Sculler of Walsh, but very impressive, real drive to the finish there from Byrne from Offaly. She crossed the line first, so let's hope that's enough to make it to the final. Looking down again, Jerry's going to pick this up, so these guys are coming thick and fast. Just 2 races to go. Time trial 5, Jerry is coming into the closing stages. Can you let us know how things are going?
Thanks, Alan. We have time trial 5 in lane 2, Greg Naman Mackey, lane 3, Shandon Forrester, lane 4, Offaly McAuliffe, lane 5, Fermoy Mahon, and lane 6, Commercial Malumbi on the near station. And out in front now, you've only got 500 metres to go here. They've gone through 1500 metres, and it's Malumbi from Commercial on the near side, and Shandon Forrester on the far side. I'd say Malumbi now is out in front, looking at them moving away from us. They're the 1-2, and then a few lengths back to the Offaly Sculler McAuliffe, and then another couple of lengths back to Fermoy Mahon, and then a couple of lengths back to Greg Naman Mackey. So they're the positions well spread out again, but it's Malumbi on the near station. You see it now, Alan, you can call it who's winning this one between her and the Greg Naman Sculler Mackey in second position, and then back to the Offaly Sculler in third, Fermoy Mahon in fourth, and fifth position we have Greg Naman. So you can see it clearly coming towards you, Alan. You can take it home there.
Sure, thanks, Sherry. Yeah, Malumbi from Commercial on the near side in a bit of a ding-dong battle with Forrester from Shandon. So those two really driving each other on, and this could serve them well now to squeeze those few extra seconds out of this. Third place seems pretty comfortable there, back to McAuliffe from Offaly, but Malumbi, all the action's up the front. Malumbi from Commercial and Shandon Forrester are knocking lumps out of each other as they come up to the line, and that's really driving them on. Third place, McAuliffe, good bit off, under a bit of pressure from Mahon from Moy, a bit further back then to McKee from Greg Naman, but Malumbi from Commercial and Shandon Forrester, as I said, this one is going to go to the line. Great bit of pressure on there from these girls, and they're going to eke out seconds out of each other and out of the field, and it'd be great to see these two, as I said, knocking lumps out of each other in the final. Would be brilliant. The Commercial Sculler seems to have about half a length, and she has dug in and gone deeper and up that rate. The Shandon Sculler just can't reply at the moment. Forrester just doesn't have it in her, but the Commercial Sculler, what a drive to the finish. Real dug up, dug deep, and got a few extra pips out of that. Crosses the line first, and that's going to be her over Forrester from Shandon. Jerry, we're going to head down to you for the last time trial and the last race of the evening. We're going to close things out. Time trial number 6, the women's junior singles gold.
Yes, Alan, we're on the final race of the day here on the time trial 6 women's junior 16 single sculls. In lane 2 for Moy O'Brien, lane 3 Lee Graven, lane 4 Greg Naman Brennan, lane 5 Muckross O'Neill, and lane 6 Tralee Cadigan. Leading the way here is the Greg Naman Sculler Brennan. She's well out in front and looking very good indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised if she makes this final tomorrow morning. We'll have to wait and see though. In second position, the Muckross Sculler. In fact, she's been overtaken by the Tralee Sculler now on the near side, in lane 6 on the enclosure side, and then Muckross O'Neill in third, and then a couple of lengths back to Fermoy O'Brien in fourth, and Lee Graven. So they're the positions. We'll come up alongside here, and it's been a long day, folks, and we've had some fantastic racing now as this final race comes up towards you, the final time trial of the women's junior 16 single sculls. I hope you've enjoyed today. We're back tomorrow with some brilliant racing right through the whole day, and we look forward to seeing you here. Bring your sun cream and your hats because the heat's about to take off, we're told. But leading the way home in this final race, Brennan from Greg Namana, looking very strong. You'll see her coming into the enclosure. We're watching this now. Last race of the day, coming down towards you. Second position is Muckross O'Neill. In fact, as I said, no, sorry, Tralee has taken second position from, on the near side from Muckross in the yellow. And then we have the Sculler from Fermoy O'Brien in fourth. And we're just tucking in behind the Sculler from Lee Graven as we watch these crews head towards the enclosure. The final race of day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships, Alan. And we've had a long day indeed, haven't we? And we've had some massive, brilliant races. And we'll talk about it when we get together later. And I'm looking so forward to coming back tomorrow, Alan. You can watch that Greg Namana Sculler Brennan now home. Alan leading them in. I'm out of here. Talk to you tomorrow, Alan.
Thanks, Sherry. Great performance, and appreciate all the work done throughout the day. But working over the field, Brennan from Greg Namana showed complete dominance, and really expect her to make the final now. Hopefully, as I said, being out on your own can be a disadvantage when it comes to a time trial. You just don't have anybody driving you on, but she has been dominant and has rode away from the field, has had no competition over this 2K distance. Fantastic rowing. She'll hopefully see herself in the final, hopefully a time, but again, 31 scullers, 6 places, so nothing taken for granted. Greg Namana hits the line, Brennan for Greg Namana now. We have in second place Tralee, Cadogan and O'Neill from Muckross, fighting it out there. O'Neill just trying to take advantage of just one dodgy stroke there from Cadogan, but seems to be slowing. The Muckross sculler seems to be upping it. Reply from Tralee. Just a few strokes short, but she might just have done enough to cross the line second. The Tralee Sculler is being closed down by O'Neill from Muckross, but I think she's just going to hit the line second. Muckross third. We're a bit further back there to the Fermoy Sculler, and Graven from Lee will round this out, the final finisher of today. That's day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Just like to say, thanks very much for all our volunteers and helpers, everybody who put on today. Fantastic racing, incredible finals that we had. Things that jump out to me, obviously that St. Joseph's win over Enniskillen, fantastic. You won't get better, closer, more dedicated rowing than those junior 18s. We also saw top of the range that men's UCC Queen's University quad in the men's senior. You're not going to get better than this. These guys are totally committed. We've seen some fantastic racing today. We're going to have even better tomorrow. Hopefully the conditions stay with us. We'd just like to say safe home to everybody, and many thanks for attending day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championship Regatta 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all, folks. Thanks for watching, and see you at the finals on Sunday, tomorrow. It's gonna be very long day like today. Ugh. Exhausted. Thanks, bye.